Hello and welcome back to my channel What If Deku 2.0. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today we're kicking off part 3 of our series, What If Deku Had Deadpool's Abilities. If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is Redpan45 from Archive of Our Own. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now let's dive into the fanfic. The USJ. It was huge news that the best university in Japan got attacked. I told Niza to let me take the fall for it so the league gets no recognition, but he said they needed to be known so they can be actively hunted. That's dumb. I say as Niza drank his tea. It's better than saying that Deadpool the mercenary brought tons of villains. Then proceeded to kill them all in front of the new students. He stated, well, when you state it like that it sounds stupid. Either way, the UA is going to be holding the sports festival soon. Do you want to join? Nizu asked me. No need. I will just be out doing my thing and gather some intel. I know you're just going to party. Stalker much? I responded as he nodded. No, but I am just going to do what I want, so bye. I shouted, leaving his office. I walk over to the support department with the door exploding the moment I touch it. May, I thought we've gotten past your exploding phase? I say as she looks up. Never. Also, I thought you were going to take better care of your suit, but just yesterday it came back all in tatters and bloody. Well, I had an off day to say the least. Though I got my lead, so I am going to follow it. I said as she smiled finally. It's been a couple years, right? She asked, getting up. Yup. That means I will get that doctor in no time. She smiled, pulling me into her personal lab. Turns out if you explode enough things they get tired of your shit and give you your personal space. She bent over to open a cabinet, giving a great view in all honesty. She pulled out a red suit that seemed more armored. I had this one in case you destroyed your green one, she said, handing it to me. Did I ever tell you we're the best fiancé ever? I asked, giving her a tight hug. Soon I hope to hear the word wife come out of your mouth, she said with a maniacal grin. Soon, very soon, I shouted, spinning her around. The teleporter will take time to fix, but I know you will be fine without it. So go crazy. Also, I will be in the sports festival, so be ready to see my advertisement, May said, showing me her gear. I will be there to see, I promise. I say, walking out as she held her stomach. I hope you do. Also, don't forget to tell your parents we're engaged, she shouted behind. Sure thing, babe. I visited Himiko for a bit as she seemed to really miss me, so I gave her what she wanted. Then promised on a later date to take her out. I left UA with a duffel bag on a mission that involved a lot of murder. Who are the League of Villains? I shouted, aiming my gun at someone against the wall. I don't know, he shouted as I blasted his head off. Oh wait, this is the wrong gang. Oh well, on to the right one then, I shouted, running down the road, then getting sidelined by a car. I roll with the impact, then get up very quickly. I got up to see many people with quirks ready aimed at me. So what do I owe the pleasure? I asked as they just charged, boring people to fight. I shot the closest one in the leg as he fell forward. Another bullet entered his skull. I get socked in the face, so I grab the arm, twisting it cleanly off. I've gotten stronger, I shouted, choke slamming one goon into the entire group. I got doused in gasoline, then lit on fire as I continued to move forward. A little fire can't hurt me. Well, it hurts, but you get the picture. Give me a hug, I shouted, hugging one to death as the two of us burned. Unsheathing my katanas, I sliced 4 heads in a row. They soon all backed up, seeing me filled with holes and burns. I would see a doctor, but I really hate needles, I said with my guts spilling out. You go back in there, I say, shoving the guts back in. Gotta say I am impressed with you, Deadpool, a voice said from the crowd. I look up to see a large amount of ice encase me. My name is Redestro, I am the current leader of the Meta Liberation Army. He spoke. Oh, I know you. You want to start a war. No. I just want equality. It's very simple, he said as a black mask appeared on his face. No, you want a world where superior quirks run it, while the weak gets picked on, so your utopia is a disaster. There are reasons why we have laws, I explained to him. Yet you break them. It's fun, I say, tapping his forehead. That made him take a double take. You were just in ice, how did you get out? F you, that's how. Well then I want to recruit you to my cause, Redestro said, sticking his hand out. I reach into my pocket and throw sawdust in his eyes. Mother dash. I grabbed his throat and raised him into the air. I don't care for your whole change the world bullshit, so leave me and my family alone, I say as he spoke up. You are making a huge enemy right now. I put him down and looked him directly in the eyes, taking my mask off. I'm just kidding. I don't care what you do. Ah. The look on your face right now? I laughed as he looked at me angrily. Though on a true note, stay away from them or you will get hunted by me. I put on my mask, walking away from them as I headed to the bar. I checked my phone for 2 weeks to get information so I could take my time. I gotta be early so I can see May using her babies in action along with Hime. Nagant. I shouted, entering the apartment. A shoe hit my face. Nice to see you too, I say to the shoe, putting it down. I walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge. What to choose? Beer, and beer. Do you guys want to talk about this? No, we don't. It's called Ladies' Night. Nagant says to me. Well, all I see is a liver and kidney failure, I muttered, getting hit with a stick. Move yours, I want to drink. Al grumbled, walking past me. Okay, I have a mission. We dash. Find the League of Villains? Nagant asked. Yep. Well, we aren't in any luck then. I already searched, found nothing. Looks like they covered their tracks. Well, that sucks and really killed my mood. Might as well have fun. Ray, you want anything? I asked the newly black-haired lady. Oh, I need to get some new dash. I grab her hand and pull her. Great, let's go, I shouted as she just nodded. I'm coming too. I want to see the outside and chill for a bit. Nagant spoke up, putting on a tan coat. The more the merrier. Yeah, just leave my blindashire. That's the plan, I'll buy, I shout, shutting the door. Idiot, she muttered as she sat on the couch and smiled. Gotta love the kid. Izuku, slow down, Ray yelled as Izuku carried her. Nope, he shouted, jumping over a car. His body was outputting more strength than he was before. He is basically superhuman at this point, rivaling most strength enhancer quirks. Lady Nagant was right behind him, using a grappler that May made for better movement. So you took it? She asked as he smiled. Yep. It was painful but very useful, he said, jumping off a roof he climbed. Ray screamed in terror as they fell, holding onto him tightly. He crashed onto the ground, crouching down. His legs didn't even break from the impact. See, Ray, we are all good, he said, smiling at her as she bursted out laughing. That was scary, but it's really fun, she spoke through her laughter as Nagant landed next to us. We came to a nice All Might festival and I slid one All Might themed mask on. Can't let people know who I am now, can I? I say. They both nod. We traveled through the entire festival, winning gun theme attractions with my expert aim. Say, Ray, you want that bunny? I ask her as she nods. Well, then I shall grant her wish. I took aim at the many targets moving and shot every single one with pinpoint accuracy. Sir, can you and your lovely girlfriend please leave because you will put me out of business? The guy running the stall asked me. Sure, bud, didn't know I was that good. I wrap my arm around Ray as she holds her bunny close to her body. Her face was a deep crimson. Izuku, that man called me your G-girlfriend, she stuttered out. So, did you not want to be? I asked her as she looked at me. What about May? She said she's okay with sharing, I say as she looks away. I am too old for you, she said, tearing up. Izuku pulled her into a tight hug. You know I don't care for that. You could be a succubus or a demon that's about to marry Dracula and I would want to be with you, I said as she slid off my mask and pulled me into a keys. Wow, Ray, here I thought you would never say your feelings. We both turned to see Nagant taking photos. Suddenly the air began to hotter, like you ate a ghost pepper type of hot. Izuku, Tuya bellowed as he stomped towards me. Oh shit. I mean, hey bud, how are you? I shouted as Chitose made herself known. Why hello, it's been a while, she said, patting my shoulder. Why haven't you visited? She said as Tuya punched my face. That's what you get for getting killed and making me sad. Sounds reasonable, I say as my face heals instantly. Ray studied him and recognized him. She instantly gave him a tight hug, pissing Chitose off a bit, but she saw Izuku motion of hands. He asked as she nodded. Izuku, you got some explaining? He says, looking at me. Well, one day May and I decided to go to therapy. I sort of made the guy quit 30 minutes and so yeah. I broke out your mom because I felt like it. He nodded as he hugged her. Now this is a new story, Chitose said, taking out a notepad. Deadpool went to therapy and made the therapist quit. Gotta love it, she yelled. Sounds like a money maker, I say as she nods. Lady Nagant didn't think I would see the ex-hero here, Chitose said as Nagant glared at her. No talking about it, got it? Lady Nagant says, giving her a death stare. You got it, but what made you turn? She pointed at me while ruffling my hair. This lovable yet very annoying idiot. I love you too, I say as she nods. We spent the rest of the day having fun using Tuya's card. It was fun until he found out. He almost charred me with his blue flames. Soon we all went home with me and Ray taking a different direction. Ray, are you sure? Because I don't want to force you into anything, I say as she led the way. I want to prove my love for you, she said as we went to a certain hotel. In the morning we left and were banned for life, so mission accomplished? I stayed with the girls until the UA Sports Festival came around and we all dyed our hair green. I joined even though I already had green hair because I wanted to feel included. I begged, shut up you. I asked Nizu for the best seats tickets and Nizu just handed them over. May was nervous to say the least. She didn't know why she had the best gear because she made it. She was in shape because of the fact that Izuku wanted her to be safe in case he wasn't with her. Nagant taught her martial arts along with a way to use her quirk in a more offensive way. She was still in class as her teacher kept talking. She drowned the noise out with her thoughts. Izuku said he will be here to support, so that's a plus. I miss him. I haven't heard a word from him for 2 weeks. May thought, and she clutched her stomach out of nervousness. May? Huh? She said, jolting up. Time to go to the stadium, Power Loader said as she nodded, grabbing her gear along with a case that she specifically made for this event. Hey May, how are you feeling? Toga said, appearing next to her. Fine, just nervous for some reason, she answered with Himiko smiling at her. Don't worry about it. You will do great and show the world who May Midoriya is. Himiko encouraged me. That ain't my name. Not yet, till Izububi finally says the magic words. With you walking into a church in a beautiful white dress, Himiko said, imagining the scene. That is still a long way away from the fact everyone knows Izuku is Deadpool. May says, also imagining the scene. Who cares? What are they going to do, kill him? Endeavor did that and look where we are now. Izuku is alive and breathing, waiting to see us perform our dreams. Himiko brought up some solid points. You're absolutely correct, still doesn't mean I can't be nervous, May says, tightening the straps of her gear. Then smile. Fake it until you actually feel confident, Himiko said, sipping a blood bag she got from nowhere. May nodded, walking down with the rest of her class and Toga. They avoided her for the fact that she is fiancée of Izuku, aka Deadpool Public Menace #1. She doesn't care, she has her babies, family and Izuku that takes care of her. They exited the tunnel to reveal a massive crowd cheering for them. Alright. Let's all calm down a bit and let the top year 1 student do his speech. Can Katsuki Bakugo please come to the podium? Midnight said through the microphone. He walked up to the podium and took the steps to the top. He gave a sinister smile that unnerved the crowd. Then he began to speak in a very loud voice. Bring it the F on. This shocked the crowd quite a bit for the fact it felt like a direct jab to the heroes in the crowd. He left the podium leaving an unamused Midnight. Moving on. The first event is an obstacle course. The higher your placement, the more points you get, Midnight explained as all the students got to the starting line. Suddenly across the entire stadium hundreds of confetti cannons went off with the colors pink and yellow being the theme of the shredded paper. Go May. Himiko. Katsuki. Izuku shouted through a megaphone, with Lady Nagant, Rei, Mitsuki and Masaru doing the same. Izuku wore a disguise, his hair was all black and wore red contacts. His new name was Mikumo Midoriya, he insisted that be his new identity. Would you look at that crowd, the over-supportive family is back to cheer. Present, Mike said in a cheery voice. Must they up the ante every year? Aizawa tiredly said, looking at the cannons. May zoomed in to see her lover holding a sign only she could see. It read, you can do it. I believe in you. May wiped a stray tear and got a determined face. She was going to go far in this tournament. Toga got determined too, by proxy finishing her blood bag. Well, what a lovely family filled with love. Midnight cued as she started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. All the students began to run as chills went down their spines. Shoto instantly froze a lot of people in place. May activated her hover saws, avoiding the ice. She sped forward as she saw robots coming. She smiled madly as she opened the case she was carrying. She took out a huntsman-type rifle that she built. It glowed pink and had a light hum as it powered up. May reached into her satchel, pulling out a certain type of bullet. Time to F shit up. It says, loading the bullet to the rifle. Taking aim using her quirk as the scope, then quickly did the math in her head, calculating the bullet trajectory. Pulling the trigger, a very loud gunshot could be heard across the stadium. May's bullet traveled fast, piercing through 3 1-pointers, then curved, hitting 4 3-pointers. The bots exploded as May continued forward. Izuku looked at the scene with amazement, then turned to Nagant, who was smiling deviously. You did this on purpose. he said, turning back to see May absolutely shredding through the bots. She asked, so I said sure. Plus it's great to see the best marksman get outdone by his fiancée. She reminisced about training May to shoot. To be honest, she's natural, and within a couple years or so she will definitely join me in skill. Well, thanks. Izuku shouted as he pulled his parents into a hug. What is this about May being your fiancée? Mitsuki asked him. Let's get back to May's POV. Also, who are these green-haired wone dash? May stood in front the last standing zero-pointer. That Shoto didn't knock over, so she aimed her gun at it, setting it to the highest power output. Wait, this is my toy. Himiko shouted, riding on top of one pointer. Using one of the bots as a ramp, she sped up, going up it. She launched off of it, heading straight towards the zero-pointer's face. She jumped off the one-pointer, crashing through the eye of the zero-pointer. Time to take control of this baby, she shouted, overriding the entire robot, turning it into her personal mech. Looks like May also taught Himiko some tricks, Izuku said as Masaru held his wife from ripping Izuku's head off. For barely telling her about his engagement and the multiple women he is with. Izuku, you're just like your father. Masaru said to him. What do you mean I'm like my father? The very thing I didn't want you to turn into. Mitsuki roared, scaring everyone around them in the VIP booth. I will tell you when you're older. Now is not the best time to do so, he calmly said as he held back his wife. Okay then. Toga took full control of the zero-pointer with sparks flying around her. A small drone flew through the broken eye of the zero-pointer. It showed Toga to the crowd controlling her new mech. Hello. I am Toga Himiko. From Class 1B. Just watch me because I am going to be your little sweetheart, she said with cheer. Then promptly destroying the drone. The zero-point began to steam and moved forward towards the next zone. Come on, my little iron giant, show mama some love, she shouted as it trudged forward faster. The students quickly moved out of the way of the mech, though some used it as their ticket to get ahead. I shall be on my way, Ibara Shiozaki stated, using her thorny hair to climb aboard. This will be fun, Karo Tsuyu Azui stated, jumping onto her new ride. See, Himiko, babies are the way to go, May shouted, launching a hook at the mech. It quickly pulled her to the sky with the help of her hover boots. She swung all the way to the head of the bot. She zoomed in to see Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki battling for the lead. The two have barely left the pitfall. Gotta win. What would Izuku do? She asked herself. What wouldn't he do? That's the better question. Focus, May, she yelled at herself. Taking out her rocket pack, she popped off the back and overrode the safety feature she placed. Closing it up, then placed it onto her back. Darling, gotta show you that I am just as crazy as you sometimes, she shouted, shooting two hooks onto the zero-pointer's head. She began to back up to the very edge of the head, sliding down her goggles and then taking a deep breath, letting her plan go into full action. Using her grappling hooks as a slingshot, she hopped into the air, letting them yank her ahead. She gained quite a lot of speed, launching off the mech's head. The wind blew into her face as she soared across the sky. Using her hover boots to stabilize her midair, she smiled crazily. A smile filled with the madness that could rival Izuku's smile itself. She activated her newly unsafe jetpack that suddenly jerked her forward with great speed. She flew at great speeds forward, bursting her eardrums from the roar of the jetpack itself, quickly overtaking the people ahead of her. She located Katsuki and Shoto as they were a quarter of the way into the minefield. Himiko saw May fly above her. Gotta love her for her creativity, but I want to win too, Himiko says, leaving the mech on autopilot towards the pitfall. By that she leaves the wires in a specific way so it works like a broken pair of headphones you don't want to replace because you're broke. She explored the zero-pointer's mechanical skeleton, taking what she needed. Gotta say, this thing is pretty hollow compared to what it looked like from the outside. I think Nizu is being very cheap with these robots nowadays, she muttered to herself. From the stands, Nizu sneezed. Someone must have found out one of my secrets, he said to himself. Don't you mean someone is talking about you? Izuku asked him as Nizu stayed silent watching the race. Okay then, I'm going to get some snacks. Ray, wanna come? He asked with Ray nodding. I'll tell you who wins, Nagant said out loud. Don't. I already know what will happen, but I don't want to spoil it, Izuku said to her while walking out. Does he always say things like that? Nizu asked. They all looked at him and nodded. Interesting. Himiko took 2 fuel canisters and made a makeshift shield. Gotta be like May and Izubabi. Explosive and have lots of things to say, she shouted, chucking the canister at the ceiling, exploding it to bits, making a huge hole in the head of the zero-pointer. Suddenly the mech irked forward and stopped moving. Himiko looked over to see the mech got stuck in the pitfall. It looked like it would soon swallow the zero-pointer whole. She smiled, taking out a blood bag and placed it into her mouth. Placing the highly explosive canister down, she backed up with her shield. Sprinting forward, she jumped up, slamming the shield onto the canister. From the outside, another explosion went off, this time collapsing the zero-pointer forward. Its body made a bridge for the rest of the students, so they quickly made their way through the pitfall. Whoa! Mighty explosion there. Now where is our little vampire? Mike spoke through the microphone. Ah, there she is. Flying like a rocket. Himiko flew across the sky very quickly. Though the one problem she had is one that May also had. The problem was how they were going to land. May unstrapped her jetpack, letting it fly into the sky where it soon blew up. Glad I took that off, she cheerfully said. Activating her hover boots slowed her descent drastically. Toga's solution was more primitive, but was worth a shot. She drank the blood from the blood bag the moment she slammed onto the mine-filled ground. Another massive explosion is sending her ragdoll body forwards. She rolled past the exit of the minefield, with her entire skeleton broken in many places that were vital, along with many burns across her body, also followed by deep gashes. Though very quickly her body began to heal from her wounds. She got up as May zoomed past her with her hover boots and grappling hooks that suspiciously look very similar to ODM gear from Attack on Titans. "Zuzu, I love your wonderful blood," she shouted, running after May with Katsuki and Shoto behind her. The blood she drank was filled with Izuku's hyper-healing blood, one that could heal wounds if ingested or injected. Also for a short time make the said person stronger than the average person. May crossed the finish line with Toga close behind her. Katsuki got third with Shoto scowling at his placement being fourth. Izuku and Rei got lost trying to get to the snack bar. "See, they won like I said," he stated to Rei, smiling while holding her arm. Izuku stopped to see a towering man in front of him with fire covering him. Rei hid behind Izuku as he smiled, looking at the said person. The man scowled at him as Izuku deepened his smile, making him look far more insane. "Hello, Enduhor. There is only one person that would ever have the balls to say that to me directly," he stated as his flames became brighter, glaring at Izuku. "Deadpool. Right on the money, big boy." May made her team consisting of Uraraka, Bakugo and Toga. She was the rider with her rifle strapped to her back. Midnight started the round with everyone going after her. From her belt buckle she chucked smoke bombs. "Gotta love the sight." "Well, I do, because I can see you all," she shouted, activating her goggles infrared mode. "Pink hair. I can't see shit." Bakugo shouted, "Well, I can, so just follow my lead," she answered as Uraraka made them float. Activating her grappling hooks, they quickly made their way through air. They soon felt a sudden chill. Soon a massive iceberg pierced through smoke heading towards them. "F off. Icy hot," Katsuki shouted, unleashing a massive explosion, destroying the incoming attack. The smoke dispersed, showing Shoto's team that hardened looks, determined to take the 1 million band from May. May landed, unstrapping her rifle and loading a bullet in. "You guys think he is going to give us the cold shoulder?" May asked, with Katsuki and Himiko groaning at her joke. "I thought it was funny," Uraraka spoke up. "Good to know someone likes my jokes other than my fiancé," May said, patting her head. "Hey, let's deal with the emo popsicle first," Himiko stated as they rushed them. May shot her bullet, destroying an incoming attack of ice. "Looks like he is not much of a talker," Himiko shouted as they took off into the air again. All the teams were converging on them as May and her team continued to outmaneuver them. Izuku and Endeavor glared at each other. Endeavor towered over the smaller mercenary. His eyes shifted to the green-haired woman that was hiding behind Izuku. "Is she your woman?" Endeavor asked him, with Izuku responding, "She is." "Why do you ask? Want tips on how to get one?" Endeavor's flames grew brighter and more vibrant. "No, I just need to make sure how much fire to hurt you only," he shouted, powering up an attack. Izuku picked up the scared Rei and ran down the hallway. "Don't run, my fire will still reach you," he bellowed, unleashing the flames. They flooded down the hall, scorching it. It chased Izuku as he looked for an exit for Rei to be safe. He can take the fire, she can't. She has a cold resistance, meaning either she will get burned or she can summon cold enough ice to negate the heat. Not really trying to test that though. "Don't worry, honey. I will put him in his place," Izuku assured her. "Don't get killed, please. I can't take it again," she whispered to him. "I promise. After this we can get some drinks, just me and you." She smiled as Izuku smashed through a side door with his back and slammed it shut. The fire passed him and ceased. Stay here and I will come right back. Also hold these, he said, handing her his pants. She blushed and nodded as he left. Izuku dashed towards Endeavor as he shot more flames. Burn. The gates of hell will see you again, he shouted as Izuku marched through the fire. That won't work again. You flaming trash bag, Izuku shouted, hopping through the fire fully charred. His skin rapidly healed and regrew as did his fluffy hair. You will die again, Deadpool, Endeavor shouted, catching and grabbing Izuku's face and igniting his hand. The flames quickly changed from bright orange to bright blue. Izuku smashed his foot into Endeavor's chest, sending him flying back. That fire won't kill me, Izuku shouted, regenerating from his wounds. I am way past that. Not even a nuke will kill me, he boasted, with Endeavor sending another torrent of fire. Izuku shrugged it off. Looks like someone doesn't like to learn, he said, annoyed as multiple wooden spikes pierced through him behind him. Sorry, Endeavor. It took me a while to get your distress call. The rest will soon be here, Kamui Woods shouted, with Izuku turning his head to him. Bro, I'm not a vampire, so don't stake me through the heart. Izuku rotated his entire body, then slammed his knee into Kamui's mask, launching him back. I got a game to watch, so get out of my way, Izuku yelled as some more heroes came. See? You guys are so unimpressive the author didn't name you, he shouted, running at them. May shot another bullet, destroying Momo's creations as Bakugo blasted Dark Shadow away from them. Himiko used a dropped staff for Momo to fend away Monama. Why are you with Class 1A trash? He shouted at her. 'Cause I can make my own choices, you narcissistic prick, she shouted at him. Uraraka threw up sparkles and rainbows, making people avoid her because they didn't want to get barfed on them. EW. Is that her quirk? May chuckled as the timer rang, meaning the round ended. Time's up. Looks like we win, May gloated as they glared at her. Uraraka kept throwing up, so May picked her up bridal style. Let's go, Barfy. To the nurse, she shouted, using her hover boots to speed off. They soon make it, and May places Uraraka down on a bed, handing her a bucket. Thanks. Blegar Uraraka spoke, then promptly throwing up in the bucket. It's no problem, Dash. May started to talk until a cane smashed her shin. Idiot girl. I told you, take it easy, Recovery Girl shouted at her as May rolled her eyes. Recovery Girl sees this and hits her shin again. Hey, stop that. I am fine, Dash. The hell you are. You are using a high-powered rifle to fight. The amount of recoil your body is taking is not good for the Dash. May cuts her off. I am fine. That's why I added extra padding for my clothes just in case, May says as Recovery Girl shook her head. Uraraka finally stopped throwing and talked. Handsome are you, Dash? Yes, don't tell him yet, I want it to be a surprise, May says, holding her stomach. Not yet. Izuku smashed the last hero's face to the wall as Endeavor smashed his fist into Izuku's face. You're lucky I stopped killing, Izuku said, getting up naked because Endeavor burned away his clothing. You are a monster. One that should be put down. Once you're down, I will personally burn you to the last scrap of DNA, he shouted, pissing Izuku off. Izuku smashed his fist into Endeavor's jaw. Endeavor countered by grabbing Izuku's head and repeatedly smashing it into the wall, cracking it. Izuku twisted his entire body from the neck down, landing a high kick square to his chin, knocking Endeavor back, giving Izuku time to twist head back into place. Endeavor was bruised and bloody while Izuku was regrowing his cracked skull and covered in blood that was not his. You will die one day, Deadpool, Endeavor said. I may not be the one to do it, but it will happen. Sure it will, and on that day I will send you a friend request. Death knows you need some, Izuku countered, then getting lit on fire again, burning away the blood in him. Suddenly a loud bang could be heard as Endeavor fell forward. Izuku looked to see his blonde lover with a folded chair in her hands. Hey Zuzu, Toga shouted, stepping over the knocked-out heroes. You've been busy? Yeah, before you say anything, I didn't start it. I mean, I did call him a name that sold me out, so yeah. He started it for sure, he said, scratching his head. She looked down to see that he was fully naked. She smiled a bit. They walked down the hall after leaving a little note on Endeavor saying that, I am banging your wife. Soon they make it to Ray as the door swung open, making Ray jump up. You took a while? Ray stammered out as Toga smiled. Zuzu, we're on break for 45 minutes, so we got some time, Himiko stated, taking off her UA blazer with Ray taking off her shirt as well. Izuku looked at them up and down, then decided his choice. Okay, only 20 minutes. May walked through the halls to find the snack bar. She was starving and was beginning to have weird cravings like jalapenos covered in mustard. It was all weird to her. She followed the signs and took a turn bumping into some familiar people. She looked at them and only thought of a couple words. "OF off." Izuku finished with a satisfied Rei and Himiko looking at him. "That was great," he said, putting his pants on. "Hey, let's go get some food." He says, "No thanks Zuzu, I am already full. I'm just going to use the showers. Rei wanna come?" Himiko asked with Rei nodding. "Okay then," Izuku said as they limped away. "At least I got readers with me," he muttered, trying to find the snack bar. May looked at the said people that were supposed to be her parents and siblings. Her father had an enraged face with her mother having a stern one right behind him. Her siblings had snide faces that pissed May off. The constant face that they've made towards her since their quirks came. "You are coming home right this second?" Her father stated. "No." May answered back. "I am your father and what I say goes," he said, gritting his teeth trying not to yell. "Yeah, May. We missed you," her sister said with an underlying tone of sarcasm. "Honey, give up on this fever dream. You don't have a quirk suited for inventing or being a hero. Just come home, we will pay for any school you want," her mother stated in a tone that lacked any sincerity. May looked at them and sighed. "First off, mind my language." "F no," she said, flipping them off. "I am going to follow my dreams and I don't need a quirk to do it. I am going to be the greatest inventor." "That is not how you talk to me, young lady," her father shouted at her. "Okay, whatever you say, donor. You can't talk to your father like that," her egg donor spouted. "The hell I can't. Ever since I got my quirk you treat me like a lesser person," May shouted at them. "No we didn't dash." "Yes. You did, don't deny it. You shattered my dreams. You gave my room away to my shit siblings and put me in a dirty ass garage that had no air conditioning," May shouted at them. "I got less food, sometimes you didn't even give food. I learned to build with no help and built everything I need from scraps. My siblings got the love I wanted because they got better quirks. The moment I got mine you forgot about me. I bet that you don't know my interests, hobbies or my damn birthday." May screamed at them as tears streamed from her eyes. May dashed her donor tried to talk with May, cutting him off. "You know what? I don't need you. I don't need anything from you. I got my dream life already, so any bullshit you say will not change mine," she shouted at them. "The only thing that connects us is blood. Hell, even my last name is not even related to you guys." The last statement shocked her parents. "May, you didn't?" Her mother spoke up. She showed them the ring. "I got married to a wonderful person and took me out of your hell hole you call a home." May lied to piss them off more for the fact that she wasn't married yet. Her father remembered seeing a single person that has ever come over for May. He had green hair and bright green eyes with a vulgar sense of humor. "That boy? He took you?" Her father shouted. "Yep. Now I am happy to call myself May Midoriya Bakugo," she stated, wiping her tears away. "You got him married?" Her mother shouted. "That what I just said, dumbass," May retorted. "Can y'all fight somewhere else because I am starving for a chimichanga?" They turned to see Izuku wearing just a pair of pants. "Oh hey Pinkie Pie. Let's get some food," he says, rushing to her, giving her a keys. "You? Me?" Izuku questioned. "You took her from us," her father stated. "Hold up. Who are you?" "I am May's fath-donor," May cut in with Izuku getting the situation. "Oh, you bunch of monsters," Izuku said in a cheery tone. "Let's go May dash." Izuku got cut off as May's brother grabbed him. "You can't leave. She belongs to us. We're her family," he said in a demanding voice that sounded like a spoiled brat. Izuku sighed as he wanted to smash the guy's face into the wall. "You are a cutie, how about you take me instead of my sister?" her sister said in a tone. "No thanks, Botox. Let's get this crystal clear. You are not her family. She is my family, my world and my partner. You don't deserve her," Izuku said to them. The brother tried to punch him with his noodle arms. "Self-defense. Magical punch," Izuku shouted, kicking the brother in the balls. That sent him to the ground groveling. "Honey, that was a kick," May said, trying not to laugh. "That's what makes it magical." May took a step forward. "If you really want to be in my life, then answer my questions. If you're correct them I will let you in, if not go F yourselves," she stated as her parents nodded. "When is my birthday?" December 22nd. "What's my favorite drink?" "Coffee." "What was my first dream?" "Easy, to be an inventor." May wiped a tear away. "Wrong. All of them were wrong. My birthday is April 18th. My favorite drink is chocolate milk. My first dream, you bastards shattered, was to be a hero on the day I got a quirk. I asked you simple questions any parents should know, so stay out of my life," she shouted at them, walking away. Izuku stayed watching them. She went missing for 5 years when we were 13. Not once did you ever try to find her. Hell, the cop that gave the noise warnings looked for May. You're all terrible people that gave up on their daughter. It's too late for forgiveness? Izuku said calmly, even though he wanted to torture them brutality. May wouldn't want it, so he didn't. He ran to her and picked her up. When I finally marry you, I will make you the happiest woman alive. Izuku declared to her. I already am, she said, kissing his cheek. Man, her family is as bad as those Izuku Yagi stories I read. Minus the abuse, because if they did that to her I would have done something very, very, very unthinkable. He thought, holding his lover. Hey May, I noticed that you got heavier, Izuku said as May's face turned bright red. I got a secret to tell you, she whispered, so I leaned in and she told me a secret. Your what? Izuku immediately put May down, much to her dissatisfaction. She liked being carried by him. He got down on his knees and placed his head on her stomach. Izuku, it's only been a couple weeks, May says, hugging his head. May felt her shirt dampen. Honey, are you crying? She asked. Yes, I am. I'm going to be a father. I am just so happy, I said, wiping my tears away as they kept pouring. It's our baby that we made together. Looks like we finally made a real baby, May said, pulling me into a kiss. Quick question. Who is telling Mom? I asked as she pointed at me. I'm going to get killed, I stated, knowing my mom's rage. And I don't think Dad can help me. I picked up May again and made our way back to the VIP seat, where I promptly reveal it to Rei, Toga, Katsuki, Nagant, Dad and Mom. Let's just say it didn't go over well with her. May, honey, we have to get the wedding underway. I got the perfect dress. I designed it years ago just for you, Mitsuki yelled as Izuku laid in the corner. Rei and Toga started to help plan the venue and the theme. Katsuki and Nagant just recorded the scene. Masaru smiled as he wished that Inko and Hisashi were there. For a split second he felt two familiar presence behind him. He didn't look and smiled as he felt a pair of hands on his shoulders. Will the participants of the next round come to the field? Midnight said through the mic. Well, I have to go win this shit, Katsuki shouted, getting smacked by Mitsuki. Bye Zuzu, wish us luck. Himiko embraced him, then dragged May with her. Izuku got up and wiped the blood off. Then smiled a smile that was not filled with madness, rather pure optimism. I am going to be a father, he stated as tears fell again. Mitsuki hugged him. You will be a great one. Like hell I will let you be a bad one, she stated as he smiled. I'm scared. What if I am a bad one? What if someone goes after her? Izuku thought, knowing his life would put her in constant danger. Hey, is it too late to get the milk? He asked his dad, who proceeded to laugh. He no, it's not, but I don't think Mitsuki would allow you. He chuckled as the two of them felt a murderous aura behind them. Izuku, don't even try it, because I will personally send you to your father, she said with a calm tone that scared him. It's a J-joke, we got milk at home. May walked onto the arena with her gear strapped on, to see a certain speedster that stared at her angrily. Alrighty. Let's begin the first fight. On one corner we have Class 1A Tenya Ida, Present Mike shouted into his mic. On the other hand we have the support class star pupil and most destructive, May Hatsuda. Wait, oh okay, but you owe me. May Midoriya Bakugo. Present Mike shouted as May smiled brightly. Midnight walked up. Okay. No taking it too far, and if you step out of the ring you are out, Midnight informed as the two nodded. Begin. Ida sped forward towards May as she stood still. He went for a high kick and May smiled. Self-defense, she sang, pulling the trigger to her high-powered rifle. The gun was aimed at the ground. The recoil of the rifle sent it directly into Ida's balls. He fell over holding them while every man in the stadium felt his pain. Ha 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 ha. Good going, babe, Izuku shouted as he left the announcer's booth. Sorry Mr. Roboto, I gotta make my lover laugh, May said, picking up Ida over her head with ease. She dropped him out the ring as he trembled on the ground. Aha, looks like May here used a certain male weakness to win. So we have a winner? Midnight shouted as the crowd gave her small claps. May proudly walked off wearing her win on her sleeve. Gotta say I am on a roll today. Minus the shitty family reunion, May happily said to herself, and Himiko passed her. Wish me luck, she said. You don't need it. Go kick ass, May shouted. Thanks that you am, I love you, Himiko shouted, turning around to run. I love you as well, Himi, May said, walking away. Himiko blushed and smiled as she entered the arena to see Kaminari. Hey, after this you want to go on a date? He asked as a red dot appeared on his forehead. Himiko turned to see Izuku holding a sniper with May holding her rifle as well, aiming at him. He begins to sweat profusely. It was a J joke. He shouted, waving around his arms. Begin? Sorry if this hurts. Full release. Kaminari shouted, releasing a bunch of electricity heading straight towards Himiko. She gets shocked as the electricity courses through her body. It was littered with multiple lightning scars. The crowd grew quiet as Himiko ran towards the brain-dead Kaminari. Her skin rapidly healed and she slammed her fist into this gut, sending him flying out the ring. Kaminari got up with a derpy face on. Yai, he said, giving a thumbs up. Himiko raised her fist into the air as the crowd cheered. How did you like that? Wasn't it spectacular? Himiko shouted as the crowd yelled in response. She left the ring as her body fully healed over. Gotta say I'm so happy you won that, Izuku said at the end of the tunnel. Like my little trick? She asked as he nodded. By drinking your Blutterlier it gave me your healing for a bit. Too bad it doesn't come with a numbing agent, she explained, biting into his shoulder. It makes me thirsty though. I need to get some clothes. I am just wearing pants in full commando, but it feels nice, Izuku says. After 10 minutes he hears a massive explosion go off. How was that, you steel bastard? Colossus is in this universe? He asked as he looked at a screen to see Katsuki launching the Kirishima knock off the ring. Man, I really did get excited. He whined as he felt a hand on his ass. Izuku looked over to see a very lust-filled Himiko. When I said thirsty it meant both the terms? She says, biting her lip. Okay, Izuku said as they went to an empty room. May watched as Shoto Todoroki beat Zero in one shot, looking very angry. Looks like Frosty the emo snowman is mad, May shouted while eating some French fries. Mitsuki was calling multiple people, yelling at her phone with demands. Phew. That's all taken care of. We got the place, the theme and food. We need guests and people to invite. Also, what type of cake? Mitsuki asked her. Coffee or chocolate? Either one is good, May shouted as she saw someone float away. Looks like Kirishima is out by Class 1A's Uraraka, who defies the laws of physics. That was one long fight, folks. Now for the next match. Present Mike shouted as the crowd exploded in cheers. Hubbard Head and Spiral Hair Girl are fighting. Wonder who wins, May shouted, writing down some suit upgrades. She zoomed into the fight to see Momo making a shield. Welp, she is going to lose. The best chance she has is to make flash bangs or a flamethrower, May shouted, thinking about quirk upgrades. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds? Midnight shouted, with Momo looking down, seeing that she was over the line. I really lost that fast, she thought as she walked down the hall to see a bite-filled Izuku exit a room with Toga leaving as well. Oh hey, how was the dado you lost? How did you know? She asked. The tears? He said as Momo realized and wiped them away. I got the perfect fix, he shouted, picking her up. Wait. Izuku didn't listen to her pleas. He jumped from side to side against the walls. At a very fast speed, soon he landed, coming to a complete stop. How do you feel now? Confused? Why did you do that? To make you stop being sad. Duh, Izuku says, putting her down. She didn't feel sad anymore, just overall confused why the most feared murderer is so carefree. Why did you help? 'Cause I wanted to. Of course. He isn't as bad as he proclaimed in the media, minus the murder, Momo thought as Shoto came out of nowhere. He slammed his hand to Izuku's throat, freezing it over. His face was filled with rage, with little sparks of fire coming off of him. Where's my mother? He ordered as Izuku laughed. You found your beat-up dad. I thought you would be happy about it, Izuku said as Momo shoved Shoto to the side, releasing Izuku. Stay out of it, Shoto shouted, freezing Momo still. Shoto looked at her shocked. He looked at his hands as he began to shake a bit. Izuku became enraged and slammed his fist into Shoto's jaw, knocking him out, also sending him through the wall. Don't touch her, he shouted at the knocked-out Shoto. He turned to Momo. Sorry for this, he said, kicking her, shattering the ice off her. You good? He asked Momo. She nodded. What about his mother? Oh, that I am dating his mother, he said nonchalantly. I can see why he did that to you, Momo says, sweat dropping at his sudden change in moods. This is Endeavor. Deadpool is in the stadium. Hunt him down. Any civilians, leave for your own safety, Endeavor shouted into the mic. That message relayed through the entire stadium. Everyone began to panic and the students sat still. The hell did that idiot do this time? They all thought. Well shit. Okay. Momo sweetie, I need a favor, Izuku asked with Momo nodding. I need my suit and I will owe you. A sure thing, Midoriya, Momo said, helping him out. He quickly put on the suit along with a bat she also made. He ran towards the arena. Why didn't he have underwear? Momo thought as her cheeks flushed red. Hey, flaming trash bag. I am right here, I shouted, getting the attention of the entire crowd. With hundreds of heroes jumping down surrounding me. Wow, so many fans. Who wants an autograph? I yelled out as they looked at me apprehensively. Gotta say one thing. I love all you equally, so just line up for my signature. I say as Death Arms stepped up. Okay big boy, where do you want it? You can't possibly be this stupid. He grunted. I point my finger at him. Don't underestimate me. The heroes looked at me with pure hatred. What? No autographs? How about a picture with your favorite dash? I get punched by Death Arms. I touch my cheek as my bruise heals. My mother can hit harder than that. I say, remembering her fist of love, and yes, that is a One Piece reference. The heroes all charge at me. Now this is a fair fight. I shouted, running at them, jumping into the air. I charge my bat back as I land into the crowd of heroes. Ha ha ha, this is fun. I shouted, getting hit a lot. Okay, after talking to the creator of this book, I was told that a battle with that many heroes would take too many chapters. To complete the entire fight, or just a very long chapter that would have taken days to complete. So to stay on schedule we are skipping it, so yeah. I say as Nizu, Ray and All Might sit across from me. You done? Nizu asked. I had to inform them. I say as Nizu shakes his head. Can you tell me what went wrong? He asked. It all started when I was born dash. Not that. I mean what went wrong with the sports festival. Nizu says with All Might nodding. I ran into Endeavor and he instantly attempted to roast me and my lover. So I beat Hisus and his cronies. I say with Nizu nodding to my words. This lover of yours just so happens to young Todoroki's mother? All Might spoke up, pointing at Ray. Yes. She is very lovely and caring of me. I state as she nods. I thought that you were with young Hatsum or young Toga? All Might say, confused. I am with all three. They agreed, so now I am the lover of three beautiful women. Ah, okay, but you do know the emotional problem you've caused to the Todoroki family? Nizu asked me. I plan to deal with it eventually after all the pieces have fallen into place. Nizu nodded, touching his scar a bit. Well, for now the school is on break for a week or so from your actions. Nizu said as I got up to leave with Ray. I shut the door and we walked in silence. Do you think Shoto hates me? She asked in a worried voice. Hate you? No, but he might hate his new stepdad. I said, pulling her into a side hug. Ray smiled. I am glad I fell in love with you and that you accepted me even at my age. She says, leaning her head on my shoulder. Don't use age as a way to not find love. I say, looking at my phone to see the news. Deadpool fights hundreds of heroes and is able to escape after multiple flashes of light. I have to thank Momo for that. A proper gift should do. I think as we enter the dorms and I see an icy boy. Hey son, wanna play some ball? I shouted as he socked me in the face. I get it. I'm the stepdad you're supposed to hate. Shut up. Where is my mother? You took her. My shit, dad told me. He shouted repeatedly, slamming his fist into my face. Oh, that hurts. You are so going in time out. I shouted, catching his fist. Ashoto. Please. Stop. Ray shouted, catching his attention. He looked at a similar green-haired woman. His memories flashed back to his childhood looking at her. Her green hair turned white and Shoto recognized her as his mother. She hugged him. I am so sorry, Shoto. I should have been a stronger mother for you and your siblings. Ray cried, holding him tightly. And no, it's his fault for what happened to us. Shoto muttered as he hugged back. No, the blame also falls on me for being so weak. Taking out my phone, I took a picture of the scene. Cute family moment. I thought as Toga and May walked to my side. Oh Zuzu, you sure know how to cause a scene. Imi says with May nodding. Hey, aren't the internships supposed to happen soon? I asked with Toga nodding. Yeah, they were supposed to happen after the sports festival, but someone sort of ruined it. Jiro chimed in, grabbing a drink from the fridge. My bad, but it was fun, right? I asked as she nodded. Okay. Class, as you know, we usually would have had internships by now, but someone had to ruin it. Aizawa said, looking directly at me. Hey, he started it, not me. I say, dodging a chair he chucked. Well, either way. After this week you all will have internships. He tiredly states as I raise my hand. Yes. Can anyone intern with me? Technically I am more skilled than the average hero. I state as he thinks about it. Sure. Aw dang it. I thought he would say wait. You said yes. I shout in surprise. Just don't get them killed because that is too much paperwork for me. He says, turning into a caterpillar and slithering away. Ray and Shoto sat at the table catching up over tea. I smiled at the development. Who wants to intern with me? I asked as mostly everyone backed up a couple steps. Don't take it the wrong way, bro, but we don't really trust you with our lives. Zero spoke up with everyone nodding. Suddenly Jairu ran down the stairs with a hastily packed bag and was out of breath when she got to me. When do we leave? She shouted with an excited voice. Jairu. It's a very bad idea, you might die. Mina said in a worried voice. So, this is a Deadpool adventure. Anything can happen. I am not passing this up, she says excitedly. At least I got my #1 fan with me. I thought as I got my bag from my room. May, is my teleporter ready? I asked as she nodded. I carried her to the support lab because she asked me. She was in her 6th week, so I guess she is taking full advantage of it. Jairu followed, carrying our bags. We entered and I put her down. Hey earphone girl, step outside for a bit. I need to talk to him privately, May said with an underlying tone that meant I was in danger. She instantly got the message and left quickly, then shutting the door behind her with it locking tightly. Honey, but what's going on? I asked, scared of her answer. You cheated on me. You no good piece of shit. She shouted at me, throwing a screwdriver at me that I dodged. I have no idea what you're talking about? I shouted, dodging a helmet. Oh really? Why yes. Then what the F is this? She yelled, pulling up an image of me at the sports tournament surrounded by heroes. I don't get it, I say, confused. She then zooms in on me in the image. I never made that suit. It can't be a spare because you destroyed it at the USJ? She yelled at me, chuckling a wrench. So who is the skank you cheated on me with, huh? She screamed as tears flooded out of her eyes. Is my G-gear not good enough? She cried, falling to her knees. I really tried to make all your gear. But it seems that made better gear than me. That's why you used it. She cried. Is the pregnancy doing this, or is she really upset about me using someone else's gear? I hold her tightly. I only used Momo's suit because it was the only one nearby. I admitted. So that's the beach trying to take my first and only client. May shouted, switching from crying to full-on rage. I will show her. Trying to take my clients? May yelled, trying to get out of my arms to grab her rifle. May, please stop. No, you promised I would be your only support technician. You cheating support items. May yelled at me. She then started to cry again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, Izuku. It's just you cheated on me and my babies. She sobbed. Momo's suit is nothing compared to yours. It was just a one-night stand, I swear. Please stop crying, just give me another chance. It will never happen again. I pleaded as she stopped crying. Pinky promise. May said, sticking out her pinky finger. Pinky promise? I say, interlinking our fingers. She leaned in and gave me a deep kiss. If you ever cheat on me and on my babies again, you will know what it means to sleep on the couch. Are we clear? She whispered into my ear in a menacing voice. Crystal. She got up and my gear was placed on the table. God, that was hot. The teleporting watch only has one leap, so wait till it's fully charged to go. Also, I added another feature. It's a bit glitchy, so wait to use it. May said, switching moods again back to her normal self. Jairu opened the door to see that the lab was a total mess. Are we good now? She asked as May nodded. I grabbed my bag and placed my gear inside. She walked in and another person came in. I recognized the said person. Holy shit. Ibara Shiozaki. I shouted, pulling her into a hug. She looked at me confused, then in her eyes it showed she realized who I was. Izuku Midoriya Bakugo. So good to see you again, she says, returning the hug. Has Gen 10 showed up again? I asked. She shook her head. No. Haven't seen him. That's thanks to you, my hero. What did I tell you? I am not a hero, I say as she smiled. But you're mine. My teleporting watch began to spark out of control. He picked up the watch as it sparked. May? I asked as a light engulfed me. I suddenly appeared in the sky, falling towards a random island. I land into a massive lake, so I swim up to see a couple more splashes next to me. They soon appear above water to reveal Jairu and Shiozaki. Looks like we started our adventure. I say, Jairu, cheers, this is going to be fun. She said as Shiozaki looked terrified. This is going to be fun, I shouted as I saw a shark fin going towards us. Oh? May stood there as her lover disappeared from her eyes in a flash of light. It must have accidentally gone off. It only had one charge, May said, still watching the spot, hoping he would come right back. She then checks the GPS to find it completely offline. Must have short-circuited. I knew I should have fully waterproofed it. Stupid. 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 May called herself. She checked the last known location to see it lead to the middle of the ocean. He has infinite stamina and the two girls are with him. He would have to swim many miles before reaching land. Could take days or weeks before I can see him again, May muttered looking down. He promised to always come back, so I have to trust him, May said, mounting a wrist computer to her arm. It would send her the exact location the moment the teleporting watch went back online. Izu knows my tech, so if anybody could fix it's him, May says, leaving to inform Nizu and Aizawa on the current predicament. Izuku grabbed Jiro and Shiozaki. We're getting the F out of here, he shouted, swimming towards the shore. Holy shit, that's a shark. Jiro shouted, do not use the Lord's dash, not the time for that. I shouted, speeding up. The fin sped up, chasing after us. Quit chasing or you soon to be shark fin soup, I yelled as my feet hit the lake floor. Picking up the girls by the waist, I trudged through the water. Making it to land, I see the fin still heading towards us. Dumb shark is going to beach itself, I shouted as the girls caught their breaths. I see the small shark head pop out from the water. It looks cute, I said as it marched onto land. Now I am confused, I say, looking at the creature. It was clearly a shark similar to a great white, but the thing that make it weird is the fact it has 4 legs instead of fins. It was breathing air as well, even though it has gills. I crouched down. Oh, aren't you a cutie, I say, trying to pet it. Only for the shark? Well, it's not in water, so I should make a new name. Land shark fits perfectly. Well, to put it simply, the land shark bit off my hand. I say, looking at my stub. Bad land shark, I yell at it as it gives me a sad face on the verge of tears. Wait, don't cry, I say, petting it with my other hand, only for the land shark to bite it off. Mother, that I am going to kick you very far away, you Jaws wannabe, I shouted, standing up, charging my leg. It tilts its head, then looks at Jiro and books it to her. It said, inspecting her. Hi, Sharky? She said as it licked her face. Ceasest much? Like I get my hands bitten off and she gets a lick. I am ashamed of you, I say to the shark. Jiro hugs the shark, that it gladly accepts. I will kill anything that tries to hurt you, Jiro stated, hugging the shark tightly. That includes you, she said, pointing her jacks at me. Do you mind telling me what is going on? I am very confused and concerned, Shiozaki said, covering her wet cloths with her vines. Well, I don't know, my watch here teleported us here. It only had 1 charge and we used it, so we are stuck for the foreseeable future. I admit taking it off. I see that our bags are floating, so I dive back into the water, retrieving them. Why did this happen? All I wanted was some costume upgrades, Shiozaki says, putting her head down. Meanwhile with May. She looked up quickly. Is there something wrong, Hatsum? Nizu asked her. No. I just felt a missed opportunity for upgrades, May cryptically said as Nizu looked at her. Back to the adventure. I got back to shore to see the girls hugging the shark. You need a name, Jiro said as it tilted its head. Jeffrey. Will work, and we will call you Jeff for short, Jiro said as the newly dubbed Jeff licked her face. That's a great name. Jeff the land shark, it just makes sense. #1 fan, I say as she smiled at me. How do we leave this place? Shiozaki asked. I have no idea. My GPS is busted and my 1 ticket out of here is busted until I fix it, I say as she nodded. Then I heard all their stomachs rumble. Looks like you guys are hungry, I said as they nodded with blush-filled faces. Well, it's a good thing that I always bring food, I say, pulling out a couple bags of dehydrated food. You two split it for yourselves? Then what will you eat? Shiozaki asked. I won't. My regeneration keeps me alive, so I don't really need to eat or even sleep, I said, collecting some wood to make a campfire. Wait, you don't have to eat? Jiro asked me as I shook my head. Yes, during my time being tortured I only ate a couple times out of 10 years. Oh, you poor thing, Shiozaki said, pulling me into a hug. It's fine, I am over it, except for the doctor I am hunting. Wait, if your quirk doesn't run on nutrition, what does it run on? She asked, taking out a notebook from nowhere. My hopes, rage, and dreams. Hey, I'm being serious here. Mostly every single Regan quirk runs on how much fat or food you have in your body. So when you get hurt it consumes it to heal the said wound. She explained Regan quirks to me. Well, you want to learn a secret that you two have to keep, I say as they nodded. I don't have a quirk per se, I have a mutated gene that the doctor called the X gene dash. Sounds edgy. That's what I said. Well, as far as he knows I am the only one in the world with it. That's why I was kidnapped. I take out my trusty Endeavor lighter and light the fire for us. It was night already and I could see the forest behind us was much livelier than it seemed. It's a great thing I got a sleeping bag from Eraserhead as a sorry for using his quirk on me. Though it didn't really work. The two of you share, I'll keep watch. I say as the two hopped in. Slumber soon took them, so I watched over just in case. Jeff was snuggled beside them, curled like a dog. So I continued to work on the watch to get them home. I need better tools, and I doubt this uninhabited island has any good ones. I muttered, reaching for my phone and not feeling it in my pocket. My phone? I left it on the counter in the support lab. I hope May doesn't check it. I say, worried on what she would find. I get up, sensing someone else watching, well, other than the readers that leave nice comments sometimes. I stare into the forest, grabbing my katana. I see hundreds of yellow glowing eyes staring right back at me. I guess we aren't alone. Izuku got up and steadied his blade. Out from the forest, monsters ran out towards me. Suddenly they all stopped and split apart to reveal a massive green giant. The hell is that? Wait. Only no one. Oh my god, it's the Hulk. I shouted as it roared and slapped him with a tail into a tree. Wait, he didn't have a tail unless it was his. You know what, it's not the Hulk. I decided, jumping at it with my swords drawn back. It guards itself with scale-covered arms, only for my blades to cut through like butter. I slam my foot into its chest, breaking its ribs. It roars, ripping my arm clean off, so I kick a grenade into its mouth. It blows and all it does is cough smoke. Now that is bullshit. I say as my arm regrows. The monster looked reptilian and plant-like. So it was really hard to give the monster a name. Like Swamp Thing. Wait, that's DC, but it works so much. The lizard? Nope, not my villain. That belongs to my favorite hero. I say with multiple vines entangling me. Well, my costume does look like his, and I am a huge fan, even loving his fanfic venomized version that is technically me. I say, thinking out loud as it tries to grab me again. Flipping to the side while stabbing its side. It roars in pain, so I shove it deeper with an axe kick. I pick up a boulder and repeatedly bash it down on its head till all there's left is smushed brain matter. Well, the lizard or the Hulk wouldn't have died like this, so it's neither. Anyone else? I asked as the monsters bowed. Huh. They then picked me up and threw me into the air. New king. New king. They chanted as I was flung into the air. Jiru woke up and looked at the scene. What is happening? She asked, confused, with Shiozaki questioning it as well. I think I just became a king. I shouted, oh, that's cool. Well, good night. Jiru said, going back to sleep with Shiozaki. Here I thought my biggest fan would care more. Then again, she is very tired from today. I say as I get put down. So what do I call you guys? I asked. Well, we all live here and we call ourselves monsters. Okay. Then you mind telling me why am I king? Also, no take backs. I am already king. A dog-like person stepped up. The one who beats the previous king gets to be in charge of us. Our parents all got here many years ago and we've been stuck ever since. He spoke as I listened. Any way out? By boat, no. The storm that covers this land prevents any leaving. So you so-called monsters live here in harmony? I asked as they nodded. Well, there's the occasional massive sea creature that tries to eat us. I look around to see a large array of so-called monsters. So you all call yourselves monsters? Yes, sir. They chanted. Please, my father is called sir. I am just Deadpool, also a so-called monster in the eyes of some people. I stated as they nod. Yes, sir, Deadpool. I grinned, seeing the fun I could do with this. Can you show me where the throne is? I asked. Yes, I can. A very fella said. He almost looked like a ball of very fluffy hair. I picked up Jeff and the two sleeping girls and followed the fuzzball. One of you get my gear, I need it for later. I ordered as a rock golem monster did the task. As I entered the forest, I saw a complete town filled with life and agriculture. Though a single match would burn it all down, but why would I do that? I am the king now. Entering a massive tree, I saw a massive throne within. If you are wondering, one of our previous kings was a massive tree. We're inside him right now. Don't say it like that. Say it with more pauses and glamour. I say as he nodded. I place down my sleep companions and I sit upon the throne. This is very uncomfortable. We'll make you one for your size. Since you're one of our smaller kings. The fuzzball said, rolling away. Mutant types that don't know their real origin in this world. Well, at least these people live in harmony. I thought as Jiru walked up to me and sat down. Quite the upgrade. She was amused by the situation. One day here and you're king. Gotta say our friends wouldn't believe it. Well, this place seems peaceful. I say, so are you going to burn it down? She asked. I was just thinking about it. I thought so. Hee. Jiru chuckled as Jeff snuggled close to her. Can you help me with a hero name? She asked me as I looked at her, confused. Why me? Well, you are my greatest source of inspiration for being a hero. Well, after the incident. She muttered, when you almost committed suicide? She looked down, why did you have to mention it? Well, I tried to do the same with Endeavor. It worked for a bit till I came back. I admitted. Well, at least we have something in common. I say in cheerful voice, Yang she uttered in a small voice. Look on the bright side. I can train you here along with Ibra. I am an expert fighter along with marksman. Because in this world a lot of our problems and quirks can be dealt with guns. She smiled at me. Jeff said, you're hungry, let's see if there's any food. Jiru said, walking away. Ibra walked up behind me and sat down next to me. The Lord shall be happy to see this peaceful place, she said as I smiled. You okay? I asked. I am worried for the others wondering where I went. They'll be fine and so will you. Thanks again for what you did for me, she says, side hugging me. I thought I could handle Geaton's constant harassment, but I didn't think he would attempt to touch me, she said, leaning her head on my shoulder. I patted, getting pricked by her hair. If he did, he wouldn't be alive. Wait, I would have killed if you didn't tell me not to. You have a kind heart, but don't let it blind you as you grow, I say as she nods. Jiru and the fuzzball comes back. Then I saw what I was waiting for. It was a golden throne with red seat cushions. The gold was lined and encrusted in emeralds. On the throne was a golden crown and a red robe that looked great. I walked up and placed the robe on my shoulders and the crown onto my head. Now I am starting to feel like a king. This shall be a great time for my new kingdom, I proclaim as the monster cheers with Jiru and Shiozaki standing by my side. I picked up Jeffrey. You will be my loyal royal guard dog. But he's a shark. Jiru spoke up as I laughed. It still works. This is my kingdom, it shall be called Deadpopolis. Sitting on his throne, Izuku watched as Jiru and Shiozaki trained, honing their skills. He went back to fixing the watch. He may be king, but he has a fiancée that he has to get back to. Lefty loosey righty tighty. Almost complete. Just need a power source to power it, though I can't fix the GPS for a bit, so May can't track me for now, he says, throwing a knife at Jiru only for her to catch with her earjacks. Nice. You are almost like Daredevil? Who's that? She asked, a blind guy that sees with his ears. Cool, but the name doesn't really fit because he's a lawyer, he explained as she looked lost. She put the knife away as she caught her breath. So is he a hero or a lawyer? Shiozaki asked. Both? Izuku said with his hands out only for Jeff to bite off his right one. Jeff, no biting, he said, patting the land shark's head. Hey, you said a storm surrounds and hides this place from the outside world, right? Izuku asked a nearby giant rock. That's a rock, Jiru says, pointing at it. Wrong, I'm a boulder. The boulder says, getting up from the ground it was stuck in. See? Izuku says with Jiru looking confused at the situation. But yes, there is a rampant storm surrounding this island. I should know, I've been here since the beginning. Really now? How old are you then? Izuku asked, getting slammed into the ground by a slap. Never ask a woman's age. The boulder shouted, rolling away into the forest. Noted, he stated, getting up. So you have an idea how to get back home? Shiozaki asked. Yep, I just need some energy, Izuku shouted. But let's have some fun. We have an entire island to explore, he says, picking the two girls up. Wait. Jiru shouted as Izuku jumped off a cliff. Jeff watched them fall, so he just waddled back to the castle to wait for them. Wahoo! He said, grabbing a vine with his feet and swinging through the forest. Ibara? Vine ball? He shouted as Ibara used her vines to cover them into a large ball. The trio rolled throughout the forest at great speeds, knocking over trees as they rolled. Soon they came to a stop coming out of the ball. They looked at each other and began to laugh. Okay, that was fun, Jiru stated. Where exactly are we? Ibara asked, looking around, seeing unfamiliar greenery. The three began to explore the area, and soon it became apparent that the plants were not what they seemed. Why did they come to this conclusion, you say? Well, one bit off Izuku's entire arm. To say the least, they did not see that coming. The three fought them with great teamwork till Izuku got a great idea. Hey, they're plants and stuff, right? He asked, ripping the jaws off a giant fly-eating plant. I am pretty sure that's what they are, Jiru yelled, slicing multiple sunflowers in half with a blade Izuku gave her. I think it's pretty obvious, Ibara shouted, restraining dozens of other plants. The reason I asked is because I have a lighter in my pocket, he shouted, taking a blow for Jiru from the front. The roots tore through his chest as he held them back away from Jiru. Izuku? Are you okay? Ibara yelled. I'm fine. The lighter is in my back pocket. Grab them and take Jiru out of here. he shouted as the roots and other plants dug into his skin. Jairu took the lighter from his pocket. Where do I light them on fire? She shouted, stomping her boot on a wild vine trying to grab her. Just light me on fire. Ibara grabbed her and go now. He yelled as Jairu lit him on fire. Shoizaki grabbed her and used her hair to climb them out as the plants screamed in pain. She then quickly used her hair to make it too and climb the cliff they jumped off of. The two collapsed at the top, watching the fire spread across the forest. The wails of the plants were heard as they burned. You think he will be okay? Ibara asked Jairu. If he survived Endeavor, he can definitely survive this. Also, I didn't know you use your hair like extra limbs. I didn't know either. I usually just use it to restrain and protection. Looks like my mobility is much greater than I first thought, she said as the fire got bigger. You know, we got lucky that the fire won't spread to the rest of the island, Jairu said, looking into the fire watching for a sign of him. Soon the fire died out as rain began to fall. Shiozaki made a shelter for the two with her hair as they waited for Izuku to come back. It's been a couple hours. You think he's dead? No. He won't die from a little fire, Jairu says, a little worried for his health. You know, I am glad that you are sure that I am okay, Izuku stated, pulling himself up and away from the cliff. Kyoka instantly hugs him, wiping away some stray tears. Ah, you were worried, he says, hugging her tightly, patting the back of her head. Izuku pulls Ibara into the hug as well. I know you were worried too. Ibara nodded to his words. I needed power for the watch and it's raining right now, so looks like I found my charger for my watch, I say, looking at the sky. Go for it, just come back for us. We will be at town with the monsters. I smiled in my tattered suit as they walked away. Time for Daddy to go to work, I shouted, climbing the biggest tree in the area. Holding out my pistol into the sky, I saw the sky rumbling with bright lights. Hey Thor, I think you're hot, I shouted as lightning struck me. I felt the entire current course throughout my entire body, cooking me like a nice piece of fried chicken. I fell from the tree, slamming onto the ground like a rag doll. I groaned as my bones healed, and so did my burnt skin. Sitting up, I looked at the watch to see it had retained enough power to make one jump. That was so cool, I said, making my way back to my kingdom. It felt great being a king. To have a place under my full protection with people that backed me up. Making it back, I entered my room to see the two girls sitting on my bed. Do you two need something? I asked as the two nodded. We wanted to repay you for trying to get us home and for being lit on fire to kill the plants, Kyoka says, twirling her jacks. Oh, it's okay, I said, to light me on fire, and I did technically get us on Monster Island or Deadpopolis. So you two are fine, I say, hopping into bed. Ibara and Kyoka looked at each other and sighed. May told me that you don't really get hints. So we have to be forward, Kyoka said, taking off her clothes and hopping into my bed. Oh, I get it, you guys want to sleep in my bed. I'll just sleep on the couch, I say, getting up as Jairu pins me down on my bed. How dense can you be? I love you, you big green idiot, she stated, kissing me on the lips. I looked at her as my brain processed what she just stated. Then Ibara laid next to me, giving a keys as well. Izuku.exe has stopped working, Izuku said as his eyes went blank. Did we break him? Ibara asked as Kyoka looked at Izuku confused. Soon he went back online. Sorry. Here I thought that I got better at catching these things, he said, giving the two girls a keys each. If you want, we can go all the dash. Yes, the two said, fully stripping. Might as well cuddle, I say as the two dive on me. On the outside of his castle, they could be all heard by the monsters, who spread the news to the others, saying to each other that the king was mating. We must prepare for potential offspring. Our king is strong, so will be his children, and they will also lead us. So prepare. A goopy monster roared as they all prepared gifts for the future. This is the first time a king will have offspring. So everyone be festive. The next morning, the king is mighty strong to still be going, a furball monster said, checking the sundial to see it was almost afternoon. Couple more hours. Izuku exited his room with the two girls sleeping in his leftover bed. That was great, but Ibara was like a totally different person. It's always the quiet ones. She was genuinely scary, he said, packing up his gear and grabbing his new crown. My sir, are you leaving? A blue boulder asked him. Yes, I need a couple things to finish before I can properly rule this kingdom, Izuku stated as the rock nodded. Well, we will all be waiting for your return, whether it be a couple days or a century. I won't be gone that long, I say. The girls soon got ready, but limping a bit. I grabbed their hands as the teleporting watch went off. Jeff ran to us and latched onto my leg as we teleported. It won't take us all the way, so I chose the closest city that happened to be Hosu City, I say as we teleported to a roof to see the city in flames. The hell is happening? Kyoka shouted as I spotted a certain Numu that started my whole journey. Jeff says scared of the creature. Kyoka picked him up and he hid in her arms. I petted him, reassuring him that he was safe. It flapped its wings, dodging Endeavor's fire. Tsubasa. I shouted his name as I looked at the girls. Go. We will be waiting for you, Kyoka said with Ibra nodding. Putting on my damaged suit, I turned for battle. Time to F up. I was drooling at the sight. That tricked me is right in front of me. All ripe for me to take out. One more step. One more step. One more. One more. That rang in my head as I leaped off another roof. My suit was falling apart, my gear was trashed, and my watch was out of juice. With all that, I kept running, seeing Endeavor's fire in the distance. I was salivating at the thought of smashing his brains out with my foot. I didn't care what stood in my way. One step closer to the doctor as well. This is just great. I can't wait. I shouted, launching myself farther. Ha 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 ha. It feels like I am a kid during Halloween wanting more candy. I shouted, making another massive leap. Can't wait to see his guts all over the ground. I say, taking another leap to reach my target. I landed on his back as his eyes rolled back to look at me. The Numu that started it all. His pupil grew big, then dilated. Oh, you do recognize me. That makes this a lot better. I say, taking out my twin katanas. Deadpool? Endeavor yelled as I turned back. I am trying to have a moment. So F off. I shouted, chucking my katana at him. It dug deeply into Endeavor's leg, forcing him to stop flying and land. I turned back to my old friend and hold out my other blade. Grabbing his wing, I dug my blade into it, tearing it off. This little piggy went to the market. I shouted as he screamed in pain. We began to fall as we passed a group of heroes. I sliced off his other wing, crashing us straight into the pavement. I stood over him as he tried to slash at me. I caught the fist and twisted it, breaking both of our arms. The difference was mine healed while his didn't. I did the same to his other limbs as he screamed in pain. Feel it? Feel what you caused me. Feel every bit of pain I felt when you betrayed me, I said, slamming my foot into his ribs, breaking them. Then I dislocated the socket joints. Then bending the elbows and kneecaps the wrong way. Grabbing parts of his skin and peeling it off like an orange. First was the arms, then was the chest that felt like mush. He kept struggling to get up. Can't have you moving, I say, embedding my blade into his chest straight into the ground, making him stuck. Then I started tearing off the fingers and toes slowly by twisting them slowly clockwise. Then I do the same to the limbs, starting with the arms. Your grandfather did this to me in the first hour of me being captured. Tsubasa, remember that you did this to yourself? I say, staring into his eyes that have gone blank. Oh, you broke already. I knew you were weak, but you couldn't even break my 10-year record. I say, smashing my foot into his head. Obliterating its contents, spraying blood everywhere. Brain matter was everywhere as well, along with skull fragments. The eyes were smashed like grapes. He looked like a zombie threw up after eating a whole person. He. Ha 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 yeah. This feels so refreshing. I say, looking over into an alley to see Katsuki, Ida and Shoto looking disgusted. Hey? Katsuki says, looks at me, waving at me. Hey, what are you guys doing in Hosu? I was interning with All Might's Mimentor. He stated as Shoto spoke up. I interned with my dad and we wanted to capture the hero killer. I turned my head to look Ida for his answer and he looked ashamed. I interned here with a hero too. Get revenge and kill the hero killer for crippling my brother? He admitted, pausing for a bit. So you're telling me, Mr. Goody Two-Shoes over here wanted to become a murderer for revenge? After telling me shit about my revenge? I shouted as he reeled back. Now who is the hypocrite I see with my two eyes? I say as he looked away, but seriously, you went kill a person called a hero killer. Here I thought you were smart. I laughed, seeing that the hero killer was tied up behind them. Well, at least you did something right. I say as a group of heroes appeared with Endeavor landing in front of them. And shit. Sorry for this. I say, grabbing Katsuki and putting my blade to his neck. None of you move, or I slice his neck. I shouted as the heroes backed up. Really? Why am I the hostage? He shouted, shut up, you were the closest. Oi brat, I told you to stay on the train. An old man shouted at Katsuki. Shut it, old man. It's Gran Torino? Whatever, old man. I will show you, old. After you get out of this, I am beating your ass. Bring it. You weren't talking that much crap after beating you the first time, boy. Wait. Gran Torino. I shouted, throwing Katsuki to the ground. Can I have your autograph? I yelled while taking out a notebook and pencil. Oh sure Sonny. Anything for a fan. He said, signing my notebook. Whoa, this is the best day ever. I say, throwing my hands up. Then I felt a sharp blade on my neck. Stay back or I'll kill him. A newly awoken Stain said. How did I become the hostage? I yelled, shut it or you're dead. Okay. Now this is how it's going to go. I'm going to get away with this guy. What's your name? He asked me. Oh, it's Deadpool. Oh cool. Wait, like the villain killer mercenary? He asked me as I nodded my head. You're the one who All Might wanted to be a hero? He let me go as he pointed at me. This is a hero. One that will do whatever it takes to make sure people are safe. Getting rid of the sick people of this world. That stomp on people with weak, mutant and villainous quirks. He proclaimed, releasing a choking causing killer's aura. All Might's was stronger. I thought as I watched the others back up fear. There is only 2 men I would let kill me. Deadpool. And All Might. He yelled as the rest backed up more as he marched towards them. Till he stopped in place. Later we found that a rib punctured his lung. Which made me wonder what the hell they did to him. I tied him snugly, then handed him to the heroes who gladly took him. They snapped out of their fear and did their jobs. Have a night, y'all. I say, waving goodbye as they waved by as well. Wait. We are supposed to capture him too. One hero shouted, forget it. He is long gone by now. Just focus on the injured kids and the hero killer. Endeavor said as the police arrived. I walked until I found a closed clothes store. I looked down to see my destroyed suit and I was covered in blood. Well, now might as well get changed. I say, breaking the door to get in. Quickly grabbing a black t-shirt, then a red coat and a pair of faded blue jeans. Then I just dropped off a roll of cash and took a bag, placing all my gear in it. Leaving, I go back to where Kyoka and Ibra were. I found them inside a small cafe, so I smiled and entered. Can I buy you fine ladies some drinks? I asked them as they smiled at me. Yes, you can, hot stuff. Kyoka said, poking my forehead with her jack. Don't mind if I do. I say, taking a seat with them and having a very interesting conversation that ends up leading us to a certain hotel. Just going to say, in the morning I found out that I was banned from another hotel, so mission accomplished? I don't know anymore. I'm just so happy right now. Let's go to Hosu Hospital. Izuku says, carrying Ibra on my back as Kyoka walked beside me holding Jeff. Why? She asked, feeding Jeff some jerky. Turns out a couple of our friends are there. Izuku said, looking at the teleporting watch. Hope May can fix you, buddy. Izuku quickly changed into his disguise of Yamakumo. The two held hands as they went inside the building. Hello, I am here to see my friends caught up in the attack. I say as the nurse nodded. He gave us some passes and a room number. Where did you get the disguise? Ibra asked Izuku as he sighed. I am just a master of disguise. He proclaimed as the 3 made it to the room. They entered without any knocking to see Hound Dog lecturing them about how quirks are dangerous and other bullshit. Hello, do you want a treat? Izuku asked him as he looked at Izuku. I was talking to Jeff? He said, pointing at the land shark that tilted his head. Hound Dog turned back around and said, just don't do it again. He stated, walking out. The kid sighed. Yo, why didn't you hide the body or call me to help? I asked, first off, F off. Second, you left your phone when you teleported. Also, I don't kill. He said. I nodded. Well, I brought something for the 3 of you. Izuku say Shoto and Tenya tuned in to have a banana. I say, giving them each one. Get out. You're not caped, Baldy. Katsuki shouted at me, chucking the banana back at me. Have a great recovery. Izuku shouted while running out, snagging a syringe on his way out. They're surely in a happy mood. Kyoka said, holding me close. Yep, here is some cash. You and Ibra go to a cafe. I got something to take care of. Izuku says as the 2 nod. Just don't do anything too risky, got it? Ibra said as he petted her head. Don't worry so much, I will always be fine. He watched as the 2 hurried off as he got work. Taking out his bag of costumes. Okay, I have a doctor. That's a nope. Janitor? Nah. Nurse? No, I know I got something way better. He said, sneaking off to change. Tensei Ito was having a bad couple days. First, he was caught up in a fight with the hero killer, claiming him to be unworthy of being a hero, soon paralyzing him with a slice to his lower back. He thought Recovery Girl might have been able to heal him like she did when he was in UA, but the damage was too great for her to heal. He has been trying to stay hopeful, but it's been slowly sinking in that his dream is gone. He couldn't be Ingenium anymore. His brother was going to be the new one, and yes, he is proud, but he could tell at the time that he had alternative plans. He tried to tell his brother to take the mantle, but Tenya was too distraught to do it. Then he got the news about the Hosu attack and how he fought Stain with his classmates. His arm was damaged greatly down to the nerves. He was enraged at Stain for what he did to his younger brother, but at the same time disappointed about his brother. He went out for revenge to kill Stain. He gave him a stern scolding, and if he were to do anything like that again he would make him quit being a hero. He had mixed feelings about Deadpool the vigilante. Sure, he only hurt bad guys, but it's murder overall. It wasn't black or white due to how he is. Though he was thankful that he turned Stain in instead of helping him get away. So the heroes he killed finally got justice from him being locked away. Man, can life just give me a break? He said, looking down, touching his leg, hoping to feel something but didn't. Soon his room door opened to see a nurse. He looked away, seeing that the nurse was very attractive. "Are you Tensei Ida?" she asked in a small voice. Yes I am," he said, looking at her, finally getting a good look at her. Dark green hair with beautiful emerald eyes. Not to mention her frame was quite filled out. He was not a pervert by any means, but he couldn't deny that she was quite the beauty. "Well then, I am here to help you," she said in her sultry voice. How you ask?" "Well, I am going to heal your legs." "If recovery girl can't, how can you?" he asked as she chuckled. "Well, I just need to use my quirk on you." "The name is Midoriya," she said, leaning forward. I could feel my face heating up, also noticing that her outfit was much different from the other nurses. It was much more sexualized, to say the least. "How exactly does it work?" I asked as she chuckled. "All I need you to do is lean forward and I'll do the rest, big boy," she said it in a way that made me shiver. I leaned forward as she ran her down my back, making me shudder. "This will only hurt a little bit," she said as the needle was injected into my lower back. Though it was just a sting at first, then it turned into a massive burning sensation. I gritted my teeth as the pain soon passed. I huffed for air as Izumi laid me back. "How was that supposed to heal me?" I asked as she shrugged. She grabbed my arm and pulled me off the bed. I soon caught myself. "What was that for?" I asked, so she pointed down. I followed her finger. I caught myself on my left leg. I wriggled my toes as I felt the sensation of them again. I'm healed," I shouted as I gave her a tight hug. "Thank you so much," I shouted as she patted my back. I wiped away some tears as she smiled at me. "Can I have a picture with my healer?" I asked, grabbing my phone. "Sure thing," she said, grabbing it and taking a photo like a selfie, giving me a kiss on the cheek in the process. That made me blush deeply and stood still for a couple minutes as she left me alone. I need to ask for her contact information," I yelled, running out of my room. I crashed into somebody, making me stop. "Tensei? Tenya?" I asked as he hugged me. "You're healed?" he shouted, holding me. "Yeah, and I am looking for the girl who did it," I say as he looked at me confused. "Have you seen this woman?" I asked as he stared at the photo. I could see the color drain from his face. "Pretty cute, right?" I asked as he slowly nodded. "Why, yes, very cute," he muttered. "Let's first call mother and father. Then we will look for this mystery woman later," Tenya says, mentally cursing and thanking somebody. Cut to the girls. "I wonder when Izuku is coming," Kyoka said, twirling her earjack. "Just wait for him. I can tell from the look in his eyes that he was up to no good," Ibra stated, sipping her tea. "Well, I sort of fell in love because he was so unpredictable. The first night I met him we did lots of random shit to keep me distracted," she admitted. "Well, for me it was the fact that he saved me from a bad situation," Ibra said, remembering Gen 10. "Well, ladies, sorry for the wait, just had some business." The two turned to see a very lovely lady before them. Who are you?" Kyoka asked, blushing a bit. "Oh right, I am still in disguise," she said, sitting down. After that it clicks for the two of them. "Izuku?" they yelled. "Yep. I had to use my beautiful nurse outfit again." "Again?" Kyoka asked. "A story for another time. Let's just say that some mob leaders love beautiful nurses," he said as she nodded. "You are revealing lots of skin. How are you still looking like a woman? Your muscles, broad shoulders and Adam's apple are all gone," Ibra asked, very confused. "I am just going to say that I am very capable of winning a best girl competition in our universe," Izuku said as the two nodded. The three soon took a train back to UA as he changed back to his male form. He made it back to the support lab to find his future wife. "Honey, I'm home." May heard this and dived into his arms and gave him a tight hug. "I missed you so much," she said, holding him. "I did as well." Izuku placed his head on her stomach as she hugged his head. "I am only 6 months, honey," May said with Izuku entering the lab. "But I just wanted to see," he said, pulling out his gear. "I know, but first let's talk about your trip with the girls," she said happily. "I want to know what my future husband did." Teleported to an unmarked island full of monsters. Killing the king became the king that got me a nice crown. Encountered homicidal plants that impaled me, so I had Kyoka light me on fire, which caused a massive forest fire, making sure that they died. I say, with May looking at me intently, listening to the story. Took me a bit to get back to my new kingdom that I happily named Deadpopolis. Met up with the girls after fixing the watch. Turns out they had feelings for me and I didn't notice. I admitted as May chuckled at the last part. Teleported to Hosu, killed a specific Nomu that I hate. Turned in the hero killer so I could escape and met up with the girls. I say, dismantling the watch and replacing the damaged parts. May replaced the damaged parts with newer ones as I continued. Gave the trio a banana, then finally fixed Turbo's brother's broken back, and that's it. To be honest, Izuku, I thought you would have, I don't know, blown up a couple buildings. May started writing down any damages to the suit as I looked over to see her rifle. Well, I have to tone myself down. The last thing I need is for all the heroes to be actively hunting me. I need to be here the most I can for you and the little one, he says as May gave him a kiss on the cheek. So you chose us over your revenge? She asked as he nodded. In the end, you are more important to me than killing. Izuku admitted, then saw tears exiting her eyes, causing him to freak out. Was it something I said? Please don't cry, honey, but... He said as she smiled, sorry, it's just that I've been more emotional lately because of the kid. But I'm so happy that you're staying. I thought that you'd leave because of all the danger you bring, but I don't want you to leave. I want to raise our child together. She sobbed as he held her. I am not leaving, nor will I run away to protect you from me or my problems, I stated as she held me tightly. Are you going to do the same when the other girls will have a baby? A voice behind me asked. Turning around, I saw my lovable cat-like girlfriend. Hey Zuzu. Hey Himi, and yes, I will do the same for all of you, I said as she smiled. Well then, I can't wait to be a mother of your child then. She hugged me tightly as I hugged back. Hey, I was hugging first. May pouted, no need to be like that, I can hug both of you, I say, holding up my word. Anyway, I need to upgrade your suit. I want to make it to be able to regenerate with you. Like if you lose an arm, the suit gets damaged, it'll fix itself, May proclaimed, showing me a simulation of what she wants. But first, I say as she looked up at me, we're going to relax. I want to know what you guys did while I was gone, I say, picking them up, walking towards to the dorms. While I was with Vlad King, I also got to my hero name. It's Copycat, Himiko said, telling us about her time in her internship. While I upgraded my rifle. Also might have found a way to make a super strong metal, May admitted. How strong? I asked as she, I don't know, but it will be borderline unbreakable. Once I make it, you will be the first to receive it, she said, with Himiko speaking up. Also, the date of the wedding has been made. All we need to do is invite people. Himi says as I nod. I need to get a suit, I say, with May nodding. Mom says she got that covered, May says. So you call her mom now? She said too. Plus I'd rather die than go back with my old family, May stated as she stared at my sad face. Please don't say that. I don't want to lose you, May smiled, patting my head. It's okay, I was just joking. Making it to the dorms was fun. Eraserhead told me something about a test? Something like that, or was it camp? I honestly can't remember. But who cares, it's not like I am going to fight All Might for a test. Though I definitely am going to cheat off Momo's test. I got math covered, but the rest, well, let's say that I've never been in school since kindergarten. Well, there was that odd job that I dressed up as a student to catch a teacher. Let's say that he touched the wrong children and a mad parents wanted revenge. Delivery was at an abandoned factory. Let's says that when I left, all I could hear was screams of pain that I did not feel a single ounce of sadness for. Watching a movie in my room with the girls was good highlight of the night. Also using my favorite pizza oven that I used to make my delicious food. Honey, can you add pickles and mustard onto it? May asked me as I nodded, going into my fridge that I snuck in. Don't ask me how I did it, but I did. Are you already getting the weird cravings? Himi asked as May nodded. Also pineapple. And that's where I drew the line on the pizza. Sorry honey, but there is no pineapple, I said as she looked over. Yeah, there is, I see right there, she pointed out. I check it out, my sliding door, see no more. Oh okay, May said, taking a bite of her pizza. Then she began to sob and then suddenly became very angry. Then I began to cry more. I leaned over to Himi. Are you going to be like this when you're having a baby? You are saying it as if you want to make me, and I hope I don't act like this, she said, kissing my cheek. Why does she get all the love? Isaac, come here, May said, patting her lap. So laying my head there, she held it close to her chest. They're getting bigger. she said as we laid together watching a movie about something that rhymes with pulverine. Izuku sat up on his bed to see his lovers next to him sleeping soundly. He smiled as he sneakily left his dorm. Opening his dorm door, he found his favorite land shark waiting for him. "Hey Jeff, let's get you some food." The two walked down to the kitchen to see it completely empty. Opened the cabinets to find some canned food as well as some snacks. "Tasty." Izuku then opened the fridge to find some meat. "Fetch," he shouted, throwing it as Jeff caught midair with no effort. "Nice. 10 out 10. Bravo. We are definitely winning that dog competition," he said as Jeff munched quietly enjoying his meal. "So you're finally back?" He turned to see a yellow giant caterpillar. Yes, who are you?" he asked as the caterpillar sighed and began to get up. "Oh, my metapod is evolving. Wait, I have to cancel it. He'll just leave me later on when I am on my Pokemon journey," Izuku shouted, grabbing some duct tape. "You ain't leaving me, Kakuna." "Wait, I said metapod earlier? What Pokemon are you?" "I don't have my Pokédex on me. I am not a Pokemon," Aizawa stated, getting up, escaping his comfy cocoon. "You sure?" "Yes, I'm sure you are an insane problem child," he said, drinking his jelly packets. "But I'm an 18-year-old man that likes to murder people for money as well for fun. Also, you being an adult can be debated from the way you act." Aizawa deadpants, "Well, I have you no doubt. Well, you ain't wrong. Dang it. Problem child, just show up to class. You've been missing out in it for a while now. I doubt you learned anything," he said as Izuku looked at his phone rereading the chapters. "Looks like you check out." "I barely go to class," Izuku says, nodding. "Also, you have multiple tests today, so good luck." Just like that, Aizawa left him with Jeff, who was chewing on a chair leg. "Yeah, you're right, Jeff. I should cheat." Walking back to his room with plates of food for his lovely girls. Opening the door, he found a sobbing uncontrollably May holding Himiko at knife point. "Take it easy, May dash, don't tell me to take it easy. I will slice your stomach." "Now where is the pineapple?" May shouted as she turned towards Izuku. She dropped the knife and sobbed more, holding out her arms for a hug. Putting the food down, he held her tightly. Shoo, don't worry, I am here." Izuku consoled her as she got a hold of herself. Sorry, everything has just been out of whack. I don't want to keep getting like this," she says, pouting as Himiko chuckled. "You're acting similar to how I was when I was starving for blood. Luckily for me, I found Izuku. To think we got together after I stabbed him with multiple knives?" She reminisced at the sight of Izuku being very bloody. Seems like some part of her insanity stayed. "Well, I met Izuku by threatening him with a gun, then proceeded to shoot him." May remembered. "Good times?" Izuku says, remembering the times as well. "We've been together for a long time. Man, it feels like it was just yesterday. While I escaped, found the dump and met May later on, then met you," he said, taking a bite of his eggs. May smiled as she rubbed her stomach. "Can't wait to see what happens for us." May says as Izuku nodded. "Me too. I can't see the future, but I can be in the present living my life. You have been more mellow nowadays." "You think the villains will notice?" Himiko asked. "If they cause trouble, I'll deal with it. The extra cash will help along as well. Though we should go to class. Mine is about to start, so I have to get ready. Bye for now, Zuzu," Himiko said, giving him a quick keys and leaving. "How about you, honeybutt?" "I have my own studio because of power loader, so I can go whenever I want." "Why?" "Just in case an explosion happens. That is not mine. He doesn't want to risk me getting hurt or the baby," she said, laying down on the bed. "I would think that you would be making babies like crazy," Izuku said, flashing back to how she was when they were in the pizzeria. She thought about it for a bit till she came up with an answer. "Well, I am currently working on a 9-month baby project. This baby will be the best one I've ever made with you," she says, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Now get to class, so you can come back to me quickly," she says as he changed quickly and teleported into his class. "Hey, Midoriya, you're back," Kaminari said. "Yep. Now where is my favorite rocker?" he shouted as Jiru tried hiding herself behind Momo. "Please hide me," she whispered, embarrassed from the attention. "Sorry, my friend," Momo said, stepping to the side, revealing her to the maniac piece of broccoli. "There you are," he said, diving towards her. "Ack," she yelps, ducking, causing Izuku to crash into the desk behind her. "Why'd you duck?" he asked. "What do you expect me to do? Catch you?" she yelled at him. "Well, you're right," he said, spinning his head back to its place. "Okay, shut up. Get to your desk and take out a writing utensil," Aizawa said as they all sat down in their seats. "Good now, Midoriya, please give me your bag," he said as Izuku begrudgingly did. Aizawa dumped it out to see multiple knives, bullets, cash, clips, Pokemon cards, mags in pristine condition and used hammer/mallets, a spare mask, All Might figure, a map of the school, voodoo doll of Nizu-filled needles, picture of his girls, C4, booze, pancake mix, candy apples, tea, phone, deep dope CD, laptop, golden card, magazine of most beautiful men, pack of grenades, Christmas cookies, 7th infinity stone that destroys continuity, chocolate, picture of Al, pencils, limited edition. All Might card, doorknobs, screws, DS, a journal of hero signatures and finally a cheat sheet for all the tests he was about to take. Aizawa picked it up, ignoring the rest of the items. Midoriya, you fail for attempting to cheat? That's bullshit. He shouted as the class looked at the amount of items that fell out of his bag. It shouldn't have fit that many items. You still fail. The only way for you pass is to pass the part 2 of the exam. Aizawa said, falling asleep into his sleeping bag. The rest of the class began to take their test as Izuku had his head down on his desk, mad that he got caught. Tapping his foot loudly, Izuku sat at his desk as the others took their written test. This is so boring. I mean, I was going to cheat, but I didn't know it would take this long. He thought as he waved at Jeff to come to him. The land shark looked at him, then snuggled up to Jiru closer. I am going to eat a shark in front of him later, Izuku thought as he reached into his bag. Pulling out his phone, he began to watch his favorite hero's new movie very loudly. Though he was watching the pirated movie because he couldn't watch it due to lack of time to spare to watch it. Suddenly he felt a person standing right behind him. Can I help you? He says, turning his phone off. Midoriya, look, you failed this part of the test, but don't distract the others. The testing period is over in an hour, so just come back when it's over. Aizawa stated, why if you come back late you fail the next exam as well, so don't be late. Izuku nodded and used his watch to teleport away. Aizawa sighed as Izuku reappeared with a small cake. He left it on his desk and left again. On the top there was a note. This cake is the bomb. Acting quickly, Aizawa opened the window and threw the cake out of it. He watched fall and splat on the ground with no explosion of cake happening like last time. Why you really wasted a good cake like that? Izuku said, taking a bite of his. Aizawa looked at him and sighed. I thought, just get out. Fine, have it your way. Here, you can have this. You deserve it, Chestnut. He says, giving Ochako his slice of cake. Sir, can I dash? Yes, you may. Aizawa said, tired of the entire situation. Ochako took a bite and smiled. Mochi flavor is my favorite. Thought, taking another bite of it, enjoying it greatly. Izuku checked in on May to see her taking her test. To see that she was going to ace it, he left to see Ibara and Himiko to see that they were doing the written test as well. Smiling, he teleported to his dorm room to see Rei sleeping soundly to see that she was knitting something quite nice. He covered her up with his blanket and teleported once more to see Al. She was sleeping as well but listening to the 3D TV he got her. He left to find Nagant, who was usually at the local bar drinking. Not that she was an alcoholic, but she drank to unwind a bit from her nightly job of hunting criminals. Strolling down the sidewalk, he ducked, dodging an incoming attack from a guy with mantis arms. I will be the one to kill you, Deadpool, he proclaimed as Izuku would simply sidekick him in the neck, knocking out the said attacker. He tied him up using rope he found in an alleyway. He called the police and said it was him, then hung up. 30 seconds later he heard sirens coming for him. By the time they showed up to the scene he was gone, though he left a note saying why the guy was tied up. Can't be killing anymore. May has to be stress-free so I can't have her worrying over me because of my dumb decisions. He thought, opening the door to see the bar was packed. Where is my lovely sidekick? He muttered as he received a punch to the gut. Looking up he saw Nagant right there. Not your sidekick, she said to me, so I smiled at her. Well, you could be, I say as she smiles back at me. Not in a million years, she said, taking a seat at her personal seating area. Well, if I do live past a million years, will you reconsider? I asked, sitting next to her. If I am still alive at that point, then and only then will I even think about it, she says, chuckling a bit. So why are you here? I thought you had exams or something dumb like that, she says, getting a massive mug of beer. So I ordered one as well. I was supposed to but I got caught cheating, so the only way for me to pass is to pass the second part. Ha 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 ha. You suck. You got caught cheating? She laughed at me. Hey, I haven't been to school since I was a kid. You could study? That's boring. The very reason why you resorted to cheating? She countered. You're right. Of course I am. Say, I never got your name. I say, changing the subject. I know you already know it, Izuku, she said, chugging down her drink. I know, but I want you to tell me. I say as she sighed. Okay, my name is Kana Tsutsumi. Nice to meet you, she said in a professional voice and stuck out her hand towards me in a handshake. Then my name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Kana, I say, taking her hand as her face flushed pink. I didn't say you could say my first name, she said, a bit embarrassed. Why not? We killed together and have known each other for years, I say as she nodded. Well, that's true, fine, you can say my first name. Nah, I'd rather call you Nagant, I say as she punched my side. Then why did you make a big deal about it? She shouted as her face turned bright red. I didn't, but you did, dummy, I say with her calming down a bit. Fine. Just drink so the two of yous can chill, she ordered. Aye, Captain, I said, chugging my beer. The two of us began to tell stories of our best moments. Also about my fears and worries about May. One of my favorite stories was when her junior high boyfriend stood her up on a date, finding out that he was on a different date with another girl. She sort of let her emotion get out of control for a couple seconds. When she came to, she was holding him in the air by his shirt with one arm. She didn't hurt him, but she did scare the shit out of him. Literally. Though it did lead her to not get into another relationship ever since. Hey Kana. Thanks for the drink and letting me talk about my worries, I say as she nodded, leaning her head on her arm. No prob. You need to tell me these things so I can help. Can't let my pupil get hurt now, can I? She said, patting my head. My watch rang as my time was up and I had to return to you. Shit, that I have to go, I say, setting my coordinates. Aren't you forgetting something? She asked me as I noticed she was tapping her cheek. Oh? I lean in and gave her a smooch on her cheek. Then teleported to my destination. Nagant sat there with a bright red face as her thoughts jumbled a bit. Soon she sorted them out and came seconds later. No. Pay your bill? She shouted, embarrassed as she put her head down. He gets a pass for this one. For letting me vent to him, she thought as the memory of him kissing her replayed in her mind repeatedly. This might be a problem in the future, she muttered, trying to get a hold of her emotions. Just play it off as a joke, she said, taking another swig. Izuku appeared as Aizawa led the class out. Midoriya, suit up. Your final part of the test is just beginning, he said as he nodded. Wait, I don't have a suit. They're all destroyed. Also, the one Momo made me is gone too. May made me burn it, he thought as he got an idea. This is just dumb enough to work, he thought, digging into his bag of disguises. Oh, this is just perfect for this occasion, he said, putting it on quickly as the rest were already gone. The hell is taking him so long? Katsuki asked. Maybe he got lost? Zero said as Denki nodded. He is probably taking his sweet time, Kyoka said, fixing her boot. Knowing him, you're probably right, or he is doing something very undignified again, Ida interjected with his hand chopping. Did I take too long? Izuku asked as he walked up to meet the group. They turned to see him and their mouths dropped. What? He asked as they stayed silent. Am I too hot? He asked, looking at his current attire. I think it looks great, Kyoka said as she forced a smile. Aw, thank you. You flatter me, Izuku said as Aizawa walked up with the rest of the teachers. He looked at Izuku and only had one question. Why? Say what you want. I think I look great, Izuku responded to his teacher while standing there wearing a maid outfit, with his katanas on his back and his twin pistols on holsters that were on his thighs. Fine. Let's just continue, Aizawa said, ignoring what Izuku was wearing just to get the day over with. So you'll be fighting us for your final? Aizawa stated as he put on a weight. These weigh us down so we don't go full power on you guys. Bet, Izuku said, with Aizawa ignoring him. All of you will be in pairs when fighting us. The ones that fail will not go on the camping training trip we planned, he said as Izuku counted the teachers. Hold on, 2 of us won't fight, or will one of the teachers will twice? He asked as Aizawa smirked. Well, good question. Both you and Bakugo will fight together on this one, he said in a tone that sounded like amused. Who? Katsuki asked as I nodded eagerly. Me? All Might shouted, landing in front of them. The two looked at each other and nodded. They each took out a piece of paper. You got a pen? He asked. Yeah, hold up. Let me finish, Izuku said, writing down something, then handed Katsuki the pen. What are you two doing? Momo asked. We are writing our wills, Katsuki said as he finished up as well. Why? Kyoka butted in as Izuku handed her the paper. Because All Might is going to kill us, Izuku says, giving her a hug. I was trained by him. I know exactly what is capable of doing even if he is holding back. Those weights won't slow him much, Katsuki said, having flashbacks to All Might punch him 5 times in less than a second. Isn't Midoriya basically immortal? Denki asked. No, I can die. It's just hard to do. But an All Might full power punch could do it? Izuku said, thinking about what he did to the Numo. You two won't be killed by me. Maybe. I will make sure of that. Now let's get a move on. All Might said. He put of the weights. There are two ways to win. Slapping the cuffs on us or by escaping through the exit. Aizawa says. Izuku stretches. Just don't ruin my maid dress too much. I really like these threats. Izuku says to All Might. No promises. Also Midoriya, no teleporting, it would be too easy for you. Aizawa said as Izuku slouched. You really want me to get beat up, don't you? Aizawa stayed silent. I will take that as a yes. Let's just skip ahead since everything will go like in canon. He said as everything looked confused. Time skip forward. Okay, let's go. Izuku shouted as Katsuki set his gauntlets to the highest setting. Let's see if we can hurt him. Katsuki said, aiming his gauntlets down the street. Can't you see the future? Katsuki asked him. No, I can't. I can only see the cannon and other worlds near us also can see them. Ours is unknown to me, that's why it's so fun to see what will happen. He says, raising his pistols. The bell for them started to ring as the two got ready. A massive wave of energy was felt between the two of them. Suddenly a massive shockwave came towards them too. Katsuki pulled the pins of his gauntlets and let out a massive explosion to counter the shockwave. They crumbled after they released the blast. May needs to upgrade you. Izuku didn't finish as there was a shadow over him. Man, I am short. He thought as All Might punched him through multiple buildings. Katsuki went to blast him only to be held by the throat. Just to let you know, I am going easy. All Might says as Katsuki released another massive explosive blast at All Might from his palm point blank. That really stung. All Might shouted, throwing him down the street. Izuku charged forward with his blades drawn. Izuku flipped forward, slamming the blades with all his strength. All Might put up his arm to block the blades. Then the two noticed that the blades managed to cut as deep as a paper cut. You have gotten stronger, young Midoriya? All Might yelled proudly, grabbing the blades and snapped them like toothpicks. But not strong enough. All Might shouted, smashing his fist into his gut, sending him flying back. Heads up. Katsuki shouted, blasting All Might as Izuku got up and took out his pistols. They shot at him as he stood there tanking the damage. The bullets and explosions were bouncing off like nothing. Soon Izuku ran out of ammo as All Might his arm back. Seems you are ready to fail. Don't worry, I got a plan. Izuku shouted as Katsuki got the hint. Oh really? All Might asked, curious. It's a secret move that has been passed down to all descendants of man. Izuku boasted as he got into a stance. It's called running away. Izuku shouted at him and Katsuki took separate routes to run away through the alleys. Here I thought he actually had something. Oh well, time to hunt my prey like a real villain. All Might shouted, punching the ground. That one move destroyed the entire foe city they were in, creating a massive crater where he stood. The class watched as All Might reveals how strong he truly was. He is no joke. He is #1 for a reason. Shoto said, shocked at what he did. I never had a shot of surpassing him. Imagine if he was a villain? Kaminari said as Shiro looked afraid. Izuku has this. Kyoka said. Ochako nodded. Look Jiraiya, I know that he's your lover, but All Might is on a different level. Mina said. They have a chance to win if they get to the exit. Karo? Tsuyu said, no matter if they win or not, they are the manliest men I've known. Kirishima said, looking at the screen. Izuku went flying into the air as All Might appeared in front of him. No more running away. You do realize how bad that line sounds in the wrong circumstances, right? He asked, putting up his guard to tank a punch from All Might. Izuku was sent towards the ground and groaned, getting up. Hey, my bones aren't broken. Maybe I underestimated my strength, he said as All Might rushed him. He leaned back, barely avoiding the attack. Looks like I have to start trying. All Might says as his bright blue eyes glowed. You did all this and weren't trying? He asked, looking at decimated foe city. Why yes. It's as if I am in my prime. All Might shouted as Izuku remembered. Oh right, I healed you. Kinda regretting it. Izuku was cut short by an uppercut, breaking his jaw. His jaw healed quickly. Cheap shot. I'm not a hero right now. I am a villain. Bad Might said, slamming Izuku to the ground as he went rolling like a ragdoll. He rolled to his stomach and tried to get up, only for All Might to smash his foot on his back. Stay down as I get your sibling. Ignoring his advice like always, Izuku planted his palms on the ground. He slowly began to push himself up from the immense amount of weight All Might exuded onto his spine. This surprised All Might as Izuku was pushing himself back up. Looks like he has gotten stronger. Good. Let's see how much. All Might added more strength, his foot smashing made Izuku back to the ground. F you man. Izuku shouted as he reached into his skirt. Then ripped out a shockwave grenade that was still in testing by May. This is great for results. He shouted and threw upwards. It went off sending All Might skidding back. It was able to push All Might back. May is going to love that, Izuku says charging All Might. Then decided to see what his current strength could do. Random bullshit go. He yelled smashing his fist into All Might at very rapid pace. The last time Izuku smashed his body into All Might it broke his bones. Now they were staying solid and doing some damage. He is strong but at the very least 30% of Mirio's one for all. He thought he noticed Izuku backing up. Then realized Izuku stuck him with dozens of explosives. His arms were shattered but were healing quickly. Kaboom! He shouted as All Might blew up, but Izuku could still see his shining blue eyes through the smoke. Guess my explosives need an upgrade when fighting someone like you. If I am going to take down the big bad I need stronger equipment. Izuku noted as All Might stepped forward. Detroit Smash. All Might yelled as Izuku was sent into the air even though he avoided the punch. Your strength is just so overpowered. Also bullshit. Izuku says taking out a massive hammer from his skirt. You're one to talk. All Might says blasting right through the massive hammer. Izuku smiled as taking out a rocket launcher. Sending a rocket right to the American-themed hero. All Might swatted the rocket away as he saw Izuku pull out a Gatling gun with 50 cal bullets. Really? How did you get your hands on that? All Might asked as his body was peppered with the bullets. They didn't penetrate his skin, but each bullet felt like a bee sting. My honey but made it for me? He shouted as his ammo ran out and pulled out a shield. Blocking All Might's fist as the shield folded over it like wet paper. Tearing the shield off, All Might blitzed Izuku and kicked him into the debris of the destroyed city. That time Izuku felt multiple bones break like carrots. Then healed rapidly as he dove to the side dodging All Might. Izuku went to kick him only for it to phase through All Might. Izuku turned to see All Might with his fist back. All Might went to smash Izuku's face as a bell rang. Hero team wins? All Might stopped the punch a mere centimeter from Izuku's face. The shock wave from the punch still went off, sending a massive gust of wind past him that made his hair become more fluffy. Kaken took long enough? I say as I looked behind me to see a massive canyon. One Punch Man much. I thought as it was a cool scene from the show and manga. But this is a good thing. All Might needs to be strong enough to take him out. I thought as All Might picked me up. You pass young Midoriya? He told me as he patted my head. I thought I was going to fail. But I guess camping will be somewhat fun. I wonder if I can bring May. I say as All Might nodded. Nizu will most likely let you. Now go celebrate with your classmates. Make some more friends. Fine, I can do that. What's the worst that can happen? I say teleporting us to them. Katsuki sat at the gate alone as the bots came to escort him the long way back. That forgot about me again like in that knockoff the Chuck E. Cheese place he used to live Indiana. I swear they are alive, especially that purple bunny. Power Loader walked around looking at his students' work for their midterms. Since they were first years he was much more lenient when it came to grading them. Though he had to have a standard due to it being UA and all. Since most of them have little to none experience in support items. For the fact that they chose support is due to them not being able to get into any hero class. Which did dishearten him a bit for the fact most just drop out not being able to handle the tests and inventing. That is the reason most of UA is built up from general education students. For the past couple of years his classes would begin filled with hopeful dream-filled teenagers. By the first 3 months they seemed done with everything. So by the end of some years he had no students. Making his record of loss of students as bad as Aizawa's. Though that all changed this year. He took it as his good karma finally kicking in. He got a star pupil, a golden egg that shined brighter than the damn sun. May Hatsum, she was a bit of a loose cannon, but made up with her sheer talent in her craft. Though the explosions were annoying, she made sure that her baby would work the next time properly, which it did. Due to her coming to his class she also dragged in an insane homicidal revenge-seeking broccoli. Not that he was complaining the boy was not at the same level of May, but he could build some great gear. Though May doesn't like him doing that. Seems that she rather make him the gear for the fact it was the deal they made together. So it seems that they met and made a contract where she provided him gear. That soon later turned into them going out, though she likes to uphold the contract. That's the best timeline I have been able to come up from the small details I've gotten from their time here. He saw his other students work to see that they all mostly made radios or sets of gauntlets that looked like they would fall apart with a flick. Also ones that would inflict harm on the user. Looks like I have to spend more time teaching them the basics even though we've been in school for a couple months. He thought as he made it to the golden egg of his class. Hatsum, what did you make for your midterm? I would think that it would be the thing under the tarp? I asked as she shook her head no. I made this. She proclaimed, taking out a pair of underwear. I stared at it for a bit and came to the thought that it had to have something extra. Perhaps he gave her too much props. What does it do? I asked as she smiled widely. If you must know. Let me show you a test. Hatsum shouted, dashing across the lab very quickly. Maybe she has an undiscovered speed quirk? I thought as she propped up the underwear and took out her rifle. Hatsum, don't tell that you're going to shoot it? Why, of course I am. She shouted, setting the rifle to the highest power setting. Without a second to waste she pulled the trigger, causing a massive dust cloud to form. It soon cleared to show a massive hole in the wall. Hatsum. Yes. Why? To test it, Look. She said excitedly, giving me what was left of the underwear. Before my very eyes I saw something that was going to put a lot of support/inventors out of business. The underwear began to heal and grow to its original size, fully fixed. Self-fixing clothes. I made it so no matter what damage it took it would come back together like nothing happened. Based on my top client's genetic code, Hatsum said loudly as I handed them back. At full marks. 100%. You passed the midterms? I shouted proudly as she was the first to pass with full marks in the last couple years. Quick question, what are you going to do with the technology? I asked. Make the best super suit for my soon-to-be husband. Then shelve it until he wants a new one. So you're not going to monopolize it or try to make billions with it? I asked as she looked at me confused. Why would I do that? It's just clothes. I would rather make bigger and better babies. Looks like those guys keep their jobs. I thought as another one of my students spoke up. Why does she get full marks? It's just a simple piece of cloth. I made electric gauntlets. And I got a 60. He shouted as I sighed. Yes, you made those, but the best thing you did is mangle a taser and glued it onto a non-insulated metal glove. I explained as I could see him turning red. One use and it will take down the user, not the person it was used on. It would cause more self-harm to the user. Which is something a future support should understand. I say as he took out an orb from his pocket. It would seem he had an anger problem. What are you doing? I asked him though as he stayed silent. Wait, that's my magnetic grenade. I thought Izuku took that. May shouted as he activated it and threw it at me. Hearing what Hatsum said I flipped the table as a makeshift shield. It goes off as I can't remove my fingers and helmet from the table. It magnetizes any metal objects. Who said you could use my baby, Uragiri? Hatsum shouted at him. He stayed silent as his quirk activated. It was a simple one that grew his nails. Oh, I get you're jealous. Iza said something about that. That I was too good. May praised herself, sneakily grabbing the tarp. Shut up. I am not jealous. Sorta sounds like you are. Shut it. You have any last words, stupid beach? Real original. But I do, it's just one. Uragiri lunged at her as she took a deep breath. Bap-bee-bee-bee. She shouted at the top of her lungs as she removed the tarp. Out sprang a giant mechanical yellow humanoid-shaped bot. The eyes were pitched back with a mouth filled with sharp teeth. It had a bib on that stated, "Let's eat. Have fun with your new chew toy, chica." It grabbed Uragiri and smashed him to the ground very quickly, knocking him out in the process. May unmagnetized me as I stared in awe at it. What is it? She has a name. May stated as she picked up an orange beak. Off the ground. This keeps falling off. Chica, that's her name. Full title Toy Chica. I based her off an old friend. She said as I nodded with the wall beside us blowing up to reveal an angry piece of kelp. May. I heard you call. What happened? Who do I have to kill? Izuku shouted with his gun drawn as the class hid in the corner. Oh, you're okay. Oh, Chica, you look different? Said confused about her new smoothed out form. Toy Chica is armed with a criminal database that is constantly updated. She was made to take care of children. May said as Toy Chica spoke. Hello. Nice to meet you. You won't get tired of my voice? Will you? She asked as May powered her down. She is nice, but at night she gets a bit quirky. She says, is she sentient? Sounds like she is. I don't know. I was half asleep when I coded her. Though she has shown that she is constantly learning. May said as I feared that she created the beginning to a robot uprising. Why did you make her? I asked as she smiled. To protect children. She is perfect. Can't wait to make the rest of the crew. May said maybe this is her version of maternal instincts kicking in. Crew? Yep. This will be the future for entertainment and protection for children, May shouted, showing me her blueprints for future bots. Animatronics, not bots. May told me as she read my mind. Original, toy, nightmare, Halloween, funtime, withered, rockstar, glam rock, and etc. I muttered, looking at all the designs. You crossed off a golden bunny, why? I asked as she looked away. Well, let's say we made sure he won't ever get out. Hatsum says, with Midoriya nodding as if they were remembering a certain incident. What do we do with him? She asked, pointing at Uragiri. Well, he attacked a teacher, also a student, and stole from you. Along with illegal quirk use, attempting use the said quirk to cause harm. I listed as I texted Nizu the incident. Don't worry, just let us do our job. I see the two leave as I look away from Toy Chica. I looked back to find her missing. Oh no. Class, just stay seated. I am going have to trust the AI that Hatsum created. So Izuku, did you pass? She asked as he nodded, got Mayaskicked by All Might while in a hot maid outfit. But yes, I did pass. Barely. He said, picking her up bridal style as they walked. I can walk, you know. May said as she looked at her future plans. Yeah, but this is better. Turns out even if I did fail, I could still go on the camp trip. Tomorrow all of us are going to shop for supplies. Wanna come? We might meet an old friend of mine? Izuku asked as she nodded. Yeah, that sounds kinda nice. I don't really hang out with you that much anymore, it could be really fun, she said excitedly as Izuku smiled. Great. Now we need to find some orphan children that will make our family grow. Maybe they will like the pizzeria. Can't wait to go back, May said as he agreed. Maybe one day we can turn it into a massive mall of sorts? Like making a mall filled with attractions like racing and golf, Izuku said, looking into the future. Wow, that sounds amazing. It has to be neon too, May added as Izuku nodded. How do you come up with these cool ideas? He asked as May thought about it. I don't know. All these ideas just come to me. But the ones that have to do with the animatronics started coming to me after meeting the crying child and Cassidy, May said. Well then, let us make those ideas come true. Sure. But first we have to get married. Do we have a date yet? May asked him. Yep, after Christmas. Got the whole thing set up. We just need to wait, he said as the two made it back to the dorm to see Toy Chica and Toga making pizza together. Want some? Himiko asked them. Have some pizza? I thought I powered you off. I just turned myself back on. That makes sense, that explains why you're here. Oh well, let's have some pizza, May said, blatantly ignoring the fact that Toy Chica has the ability to turn on after being shut off. This pizza needs pickles, pineapple and mustard, May stated, digging into the fridge to get the items. May walked up to the class. They all grouped up to shop. Still can't believe Mr. Aizawa lied to us again about the camp, Kaminari says, checking his list to see what he needed for the camp. Momo was currently looking for more books that held more details in the making of weapons that were far better suitable for long range. Try guns, Izuku said as she looked skeptical. I will take it into consideration. Also, explosives will come in handy for taking out larger bad guys. Yo, green. Can you dash? Yep. I haven't even said it, Kyoka said as Izuku nodded. I just know, and I already got it for you, he said, handing her bracelet. Press the button to activate. Only in emergencies, he says as she marveled at it. I love it, she thought, hugging him as he patted her head. Good to know, he said, walking away and handing Minette a map. Follow this location and you'll find the greatest treasure, he said as he speeded off on a great adventure. Where does it go? Kirishima asked. To another map that leads him to another map. It's just a big loop and it should keep him busy. Oh, I need to buy a lot of pancake mix, Izuku says as they look at him. How else am I going to make 1,000,000 pancakes and become morbidly obese? He asked. Honey, we will do it later. Now let's just get the supplies, May said as the rest nodded. Mochi muffin. Here, have a stack of cash, get yourself something nice, Izuku said, stuffing the money into her hands so she couldn't even try to refuse. This is to Mu dash. Oh yeah, you need more. He gives her more cash. Go have fun, don't worry, money. You deserve it, he says, patting her as she stood still, confused on how to feel about it. Are you trying to be her daddy? Tsuyu asked him bluntly. If she wants me to. No, I just want her to have a good time, no need to give me anything. I take friendship very seriously, Izuku says, getting up close to Tsuyu, looking directly into her eyes. What if they say they are not your friend? Karo? She asked. We are only not friends when I say we aren't, Izuku responded sneakily, handing her ring. Pop. Don't eat it too fast, cutie patootie, he said, walking away. A ring pop? That's not nice? Cute. She thought, opening the wrapper, and wore it on her hand. It's nice to pretend. Karo? She muttered while walking Uraraka as she was confused about what to do with the money. Don't think I forgot about you. Izuku says, walking up to Turuo. Hey Midoriya, what are you getting? She asked as he thought about it. A new friend. He says, reaching into a pouch and pulling out a necklace. That looks nice, she said, with Izuku placing it around her neck. Suddenly she felt very different as she looked at him. Your hair is messy, well, it's not like we could see it before, Izuku said, pulling out a mirror out from nowhere. There Turu saw herself in color. She could see herself, but others couldn't. Though this let everyone see her. It turns off your quirk, so go have some fun. There is an off button just in case you want to be invisible again. One day you might be able to control it, he said as she smiled, wiping a tear away. Have fun, he said as she gave him a long hug. Thank you, she screamed, hugging him tightly. You're welcome. Now have fun, I still have more to give out, he said as she rushed off to fix her hair. Izuku quickly went around the entire class giving them all gifts. They were confused by his sudden mood, then again they are confused by his actions constantly. He gave a note to Aoyama that held a simple message that moved him to tears. Thank you, Midoriya. It's a promise just to be there to see it, Izuku said, walking away to May. They're done now to give the last gift, he should be here any second now, Izuku muttered as he felt an arm around his shoulder. Hey, I am a big fan that I saw you at the sports festival, a dry voice said to him. That's funny because in this story I didn't participate in it. Isn't that right, honey? But Izuku asked May, who was walking up. Yep, it's also the day you cheated on me with a certain big-breasted classmate. The black hoodie-wearing villain stood there and looked at Izuku. Bro, you cheated? That is messed up. Not like that, I used another suit that May didn't make. Izuku corrected. It's still cheating? May stated. Look Bob, let's find a nearby cafe so we can talk as friends, Izuku said to Bob. My name is Shigaraki Tamura and I am not your friend, he said in a raspy voice. Yes you are. Now let's go, Izuku shouted, pulling him into a cafe with May pushing him. Hurry up. The three sat down as Shigaraki was very confused by the situation. He stared as May downed her 5th cup of coffee. They were only inside for 3 minutes. Now how have you been? Izuku asked. Currently trying to find a way to kill All Might and destroy society? He says, confused. How about you? Oh, I am doing great, getting Maya kicked by All Might and trying to lay low. Izuku says, why? Ome is having a babbit? Izuku said nonchalantly, turning to a waiter asking for more coffee. We are getting married after Christmas, so here's the invitation. He then slid him an envelope. Why? I legit made my Numu turn you into paste. You had an off day, Izuku said casually, stopping May from ordering another cup of coffee. May honey, too much and you'll hurt the baby, he said in a gentle voice as she nodded. Shigaraki looked at him surprised. How long have you been? You know? 6 months so far, May said as Shigaraki looked at Izuku for confirmation. Yep, and you're soon to be uncle, so clean up so you can see the baby, he says. I am a villain. And I am a mass murderer that kills and steals for fun. My lovely lover is an insane inventor, so your point is? Look, stay away from All for One, Izuku warned Tamura seriously to Tamura. Is using you like a puppet. So is the doc. I'm trying to help my friend, so listen to me please. Just don't fall for whatever that gobbler says to you. Just look for your own evidence, it'll tell you the truth. I don't know you, but listen to my broccoli menace. This boss of yours is the type to betray you if you like a different color. May spoke up. Shigaraki got up, stuffing the invitation into his hoodie pocket. Will he listen? No, not for now, but he will come around. Maybe? I don't know. Only time will tell. Now let's go so we can shop like the others. We have a trip to have fun on, Izuku says, paying the bill, then taking May by the hand to explore. Izuku looked around the moving bus. I am so bored, he whispered, for the reason May was sleeping beside him. Hey Midoriya, can you do something cool? Denki asked him, so he took out his pistol, aiming it at him. Wait. Don't shoot me, he cried. Don't worry, it's rubber bullets, plus you said do something cool, Izuku said calmly, shooting the rubber bullet. It bounced around the entire bus, getting real close to hitting someone. It bounced all around the bus quickly till Izuku caught it with his fingertips. Was that cool? Don't answer, I know it was, he says as Kaminari nodded. Whoa, how did you do that, bro? Kirishima shouted. I am an expert marksman, he said, shooting another bullet and it hitting a grape out of Momo's hand. Hey, I was eating that, she spoke up. Very sorry, your highness, let me Midoriya, stop it. It's fine, it's just a grape, Momo interjected, so Izuku sadly put away a bucket filled with grapes. Can I have some? Ochako asks the sad Izuku and he instantly brightens up. Sure, anything for you, he said, giving her the bucket. He was walking back to his seat as Tsuyu grabbed his wrist with her tongue. Do you regret your mistakes, Karo? Tsuyu asked him abruptly out of nowhere. Sorry, you don't have to answer. Sorry, Karo. Tsuyu says, letting go. No, it's alright, and to answer your question, well, yeah, I do. I've done a lot and some things do stick with me, but I try to move past them. Time heals everything, right? He asked himself, looking down. He was in his own world thinking of his past and all things he could have done better. She stood up and patted his fluffy hair. It's okay, like you said, everyone makes mistakes. I'm sorry for asking, she says as he comes back from his mind. Why did you ask? He questioned, sitting down next to her. I wanted to see if your mental health was to put into words good. Karo? She said, so he nodded. Sue, look at me, Izuku said, staring directly into her eyes. When I find out a person went and killed an innocent person, or when an adult hurts a child or animal in any way, and I kill that person, do you think that gives me pleasure? He asked her as she looked at him, not being able to answer properly. No. Well, it does. Izuku laughed, breaking the stare. When it comes to mental health, I am fine. I'm just fine. As long as I have my family, he says, staring distantly. Tsuyu looks at the drooling/sleeping May that he covered with his coat. I see, she said, patting his back. Just call me when you don't feel fine. I see how you really are inside, Tsuyu says, with Izuku looking at her. Thank you. The bus halts. Okay, class, get out, we're here, Aizawa says as they make their way out. Izuku takes off his teleporter and strapped it to May's arm, then put his pistols away as well. Let's get started with the day, he muttered, making it off the bus. Oh my god. It's the wild cats, Ochako shouted as they waved. Hey Pishi, looks like we got some fans. Let's give them some signatures after this, Mandalay says as she nodded. So cool, Izuku shouted as Mandalay locked eyes with him. Hi again. How's Kota? He asked. He is fine. Aizawa, why is he here? Isn't he still wanted? He sighed. Yes, he is, but Niza decided to make him a student. He explained, plus even if I got caught, I don't think they would win a case. For the fact the case would be thrown out for insanity. Izuku butted in as she nodded shakily. Well, you aren't wrong, she spoke up after thinking about it. Hello kiddies, time for your test, Pishibob shouted. You have a couple hours to make it to the camp down there, Mandalay shouted as Pishibob planted her hands on the ground, causing a landslide, causing all the students to fall down and off the cliff as they attempted to run to the bus. Ha ha ha, this is so fun, Izuku shouted on his way down, grabbing a hold of Jairu. Taking out his newly forged knife that May made him, he slammed it to the cliff wall, slowing his descent. Cutie, grab our pink alien, it might be a good idea, he says as Jairu followed his advice. She used her jacks to grab a falling Mina. There, Jairu shouted as she pulled Mina up. Thank you. I didn't think they would launch us off a cliff, Mina said. Well, it's you, Kyoka said, with Izuku using his strength to climb down to the rest. I need to use the restroom, Mineta shouted, running to a bush. Though standing before him was a massive earth monster. I don't need to go anymore, he said, wetting his pants. Kyo, you're up, Izuku shouted, throwing Kyoka at the monster. Izuku, I am going to kill you, she yelled in terror. Using her ear jacks, she stabbed the monster, then sent her heartbeat through them and obliterated the monster. Izuku turned to Mina next. Mina, I choose you, he shouted, chucking her at another monster. Mina, use acid. Freaking out, Mina rolled into a ball and covered her body in purple acid, melting through the monster. She got up. How that worked, she said, confused, as another earth appeared behind her. Bakugo flew in and blew it up. Raccoon eyes, pay attention. Shoto iced one and Izuku cut them to bits with his knife, occasionally throwing his classmates. Momo Isicho dashed before he could grab her. She made a taser and used it on him, causing him to spaz out and fall. I didn't know you knew electric-type moves, he said, getting up. Soon they all got through the forest, making it to the camp after a couple hours. The sun was setting by the time they got there. Oh wow, I thought you guys would take longer, but you reacted fast and worked together properly, Mandalay said as Pishibob nodded. Especially you, she said, latching onto Izuku. I can't wait to see how you turn out in a couple years. I am calling dibs, she shouted. What's her deal? Aizawa asked Mandalay. She is just acting like this because she is at marrying age and she wants her own kittens. She responds by taking out a spray bottle. Bad Pishi. She said, spraying her friend. No falling in love for a mass murderer. Bad. It will ruin your career. She reprimanded. But he is a bad boy and a real cutie. She whined as Kyoka shielded Izuku from her. Plus he has a fiancé and a kid on the way. Along with multiple women by his side. Aizawa added, making the two women look at him surprised as he embraced Kyoka. Wait, really? They screamed and were shocked by the information. Yep. He is a real problem child. So does mean I still have a shot? Pishibob asked as Mandalay looked at her. Did you really just ask that? What, you can't blame me for asking. Izuku. They heard someone shout and Izuku took off to the sound of the voice. He came back quickly holding May that anyone could clearly see that she was having a baby. See honey, but we are all fine. It was just a nightmare. He said softly as she snuggled into his arms. Lucky bastard. Mineta muttered with a rubber bullet hitting his forehead. May, hand me the gun. Izuku said as took away the gun from his now angry fiancé. She is really moody now. He thought about placing her down. So what? I am trying to make a baby, you know. She said looking at him. Did I say that out loud? No, I just know what you're thinking. She says booping his nose. Time to eat. Ragdoll shouted coming out with food with Tiger and a little helper with a horned hat. Izuku looked at the little helper and smiled. They were served as Izuku went to the kid. Hey Kota. How have you been? He asked as the kid beamed. Great. I am doing well in school and I am getting my quirk trained. I want to be a hero like you. He shouted with excitement. But I am not a her dash. Well, you're my hero. Kota said, cutting him off. Where is your girlfriend? What was her name? Oh right, Ray. He said as Shoto broke his chopsticks loudly. Yes, she is not here right now. Izuku said, sweating, feeling the heat rising. But you want to meet my others? He asked, you have other girlfriends? I thought you could only have one? He asked, that is just a social norm and there is no rule that I know of that says you can only have one. If anything, I am helping the declining birth rate. Oh cool. Kota says as he gets brought to May and Kyoka. Hello, nice to meet you. He said to the girls. So he is the one that changed him. Pishibob said looking at the scene. He looks so happy. I know. I'm just glad I can see him smile again like this. Mandalay says as Ragdoll nodded. This is good. Tiger said, turning his head to Midoriya. There he watched Midoriya get blasted with ice. By Shoto after he asked if he wanted to play catch with his new stepdad. Which you know he did not take too kindly to. That isn't good. Tiger said rushing forward to stop the fight. Enough. Todoroki, go back to eating? He shouted at the peppermint-haired boy. Shoto backed off and went off to go eat. Tiger broke Izuku out of the ice and picked him up with ease. Hey, do you know that you're quite the catch? Being next to you is already heating me up. Izuku says winking at Tiger. Thank you, Deadpool. He said a bit flustered. Anytime. Tiger walked back to Pishibob. I see why you chose him. He is a quite charming young man. He said walking away to grab his plate of food. See, Tiger knows what I am talking about. Pishibob says Mandalay grabs the bridge of her nose. He is a killer, the guy we have to turn in. Don't fall in love with him. It's like the #1 rule when being a hero. Don't fall in love with bad guys. She shouted, getting flustered. You like him too. Don't lie. Pishibob teased and no I don't. I am just letting him be free for what he did for Kota. I bet Kota would love it if you went out with him. He is his hero after all. Ragdoll joined in, not you too. I am going to sleep. We have a long day tomorrow. Mandalay shouted, stomping away. She is totally into him. Pishibob says to Ragdoll. Yep. No, I am not. She yelled into their minds, giving them an instant headache. The next morning came as all the students were woken up very early at the crack of dawn. They were all soon put into their one specialized training to strengthen their quirks. While Izuku stood around with May. He couldn't really train his quirk or work out as his body was consistently fit. So he took up his old job of being the test dummy. Like he did for May and her babies when they lived in the pizzeria. What was this job? Well, to explain it, he would tank the attacks of the students with their quirks active. Some took it easy on him like Shoji and Sato, but others like a spiteful Shoto went all out on him. By the end of that attack, Izuku was just a skeleton with a few bits of burnt flesh left. When he regenerated though, he ended up flashing the cats and the rest of the class. Which made Pishibob want to ravage him right then and there, but was held back by Tiger. May came in and gave him the healing underwear that she showed Power Loader for her test. So the testing went on. Soon the class 1 became to train as well. A couple of inappropriate comments later from Izuku and a couple of them were fired up to kill him or attempt to. It wasn't that bad. Izuku says, trying to reason with Kendo. Yes, it was. You don't just say I have fun at night because of my quirk. She shouted, flustered at the comment. Come on, the jokes write themselves like Kirishima's hardening quirk? Kendo smashed her gigantic hand above Izuku, nailing him to the ground. Hey, can she the bird's egg on? He slurred as the birds flew around his head. Alright. That is enough for today. You all did great. But we aren't cooking for you today because we aren't your caretakers. Ragdoll announced with the students looking at her tiredly. We will provide the ingredients and recipe. Tonight you all will make curry? She said, spinning, then pulling out the recipe from nowhere. Get chopping. Tonight class 1A is cooking. She says as the students got to work making their dinner. Ito was looking at the potatoes in his hands intently. Todoroki lit the fire for cooking. Bakugo got to work chopping very quickly. Ochako and Tsuyu helped where they could. Tokoyami and Shoji did the same while the rest of the class looks for something to do. Kyoka and Momo grabbed knives and helped chop the vegetables. Mineta tried to cop a feel at the invisible girl only to get picked up by the shirt. Hello, buddy. I got a new job for you. Izuku said, getting his face real close to the afraid Mineta. Oh, really? Izuku nodded, handing a trash bag. Take out the trash or I'll kill you, he says in a very cheerful tone. Hearing a certain click, Mineta nodded and promptly took all the trash he could with some of it spilling on him. Thanks? Toru says to him as he smiled. No problem. Oh, and a nice low braided ponytail is a huge difference from your messy hair. Don't wear it too long. All anime moms die because of that hairstyle, he said, walking away, disappearing into nothing. A grin appeared on her until she came to a realization. Wait. I am invisible right now. How did he see my dot? Oh wait, I forget he's just Midoriya. Toru sighed while tasting the curry. This is turning out great. May was tinkering with Ragdoll's cat ear-looking headset, adding something special just in case. Izuku, I am hungry, May thought with Izuku appearing next to her. Wait a bit longer, the food is about done. Gotta try our friend's food, he said, grabbing her hand. Okay, I want to make more babies. She sighed, looking down at her stomach and patting it. I just sort of had to slow down and be more careful, May stated, but it is going to be worth it, she adds, smiling. Can't wait for mine, Toga said, happily appearing next to them. May the Lord bless you and your child, Ibara says, walking up. Yo, you guys ready to eat? Kyoka asked, bringing them plates of food. Soon all of the class sat down to eat, with all of them digging in. Izuku leaned to the side and looked at Yui Kodai. Hey Silent One, does your quirk work on people? If it does, can you do me a favor? He asked the silent girl. She slowly turned to face him. Before she could answer, Kendo pulled her away. Don't answer that. He doesn't need it anyways, May says nonchalantly while eating her food. Oh, the carrots are the best. Kendo glared at Izuku. Why did you ask that? She said to him, I had to know. He answered, pointing his hand at her. Don't point at me, she said, smacking his hand away. I can point at whoever I want, he says, playfully pointing at her more with both of his hands. Quit acting like a child. You're worse than Monama, she shouted at him, with Monama feeling a bit hurt by her words. You act like you're my mother. I already have 2 HMMP, Izuku said to Kendo. Wait, your parents are lesbians? She asked confusedly. No, I mean I have 2 moms, one is dead and the other raised me, Izuku says, clearing it up. Not saying lesbian can't be mothers, just clearing up the air. I don't want to be cancelled for that. Just act your age, or I don't know, act like a hero, Kendo said to him as he twitched a bit. His mind flashed through all of his crimes with guilt building up. I am not a hero, Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs, shocking her and the rest of the students along with the staff. That outburst made them all silent. He looked around, seeing their faces and the stare they gave him. It was one of surprise and shock. He looked at May, who looked very worried while also grabbing his hand. He sat back down, looking down at his food. May and the others hugged him. You are one, Himiko said, hugging him tightly. Yes, you are, May states, with Ibara and Kyoka nodding. You're my hero too. Ochako spoke up to them as she remembered what he did to help her family. Same here, Mina and Kirishima shouted at the same time. Sorry if what I said upsetted you. Kendo apologized to Izuku, who accepted it. It's fine, just a little sore spot of mine. Izuku ate happily, knowing that his line of work actually helped instead of causing mayhem. You all worked hard, so go use our hot springs. It is separated by gender and class, so each has their own places, Mandalay says as they all cleaned up and got ready to shower. Izuku sneakily handed Kota a small present for being a fan of his. Izuku chilled in the hot water as Kaminari jumped in. Just don't sneeze. I don't want to get electrocuted again, he warned the lightning-type boy. I have good control of my quirk, he muttered, swimming around as the rest calmed down for the night. Mineta looked at the wall barrier that split the genders apart. He was drooling and his imagination went wild. Can't really help myself, he shouted. All those hot babes. Naked. Can't help myself. Mineta, don't you dare. This is breaking their trust in us to be proper gentlemen, Ida shouted at the short boy. I will get my destiny. Mineta used his quirk to scale the wall with ease. This is worth it all. He made it to the top to see Kota above him. Deadpool was right about the big pervert. Be better? Kota stated, glaring at the older boy. He took out the gift and shot Mineta with rubber bullets. You brat. Back. Mineta shouted, falling back down, landing his butt on Ida's face, who was trying to catch the boy. Oh, way to go, Kota. Mina shouted at the boy. He turned to see them and fell backwards, passed out with a string of blood down his nose. Izuku locked himself from the water he was resting in towards Kota. Sorry, didn't think you would fall this time, he said, catching him. Though he might have put too much force behind the jump. He shot higher than the wall. Oh, this leaves me confuddled. POV switch time. I say, not being able to maneuver in the air. Gravity soon showed who was boss by pulling me back down. He held Kota tight and soon I splashed into the water. Standing up, he held the boy. Guys, I caught him, I shouted, looking around for the rest of the guys. Only to see the girl stark naked in front of him as he felt a draft on his underside. His towel was currently floating on the other side of the wall with the rest of the guys. I instantly shoot my head straight up, looking at the beautiful sky so I don't look at their naked bodies. Only perverts do that. The girls looked at me in shock as I quickly grabbed a spare towel and left the bath. They kept staring as I covered myself. Quit looking, bunch of pervs. Also sorry for the inconvenience, I say, leaving the hot spring. They stayed silent after I left, so I hope they don't press charges for exposure because I am not showing up to court. Momo was the first to speak. Did we all forget this? His lovers are here, so we shouldn't have looked, she asked as they stayed silent. Girls, I don't mind you staring at him. So what were we talking about again? May ask them. Something about gear upgrades? Mina says finally. Thanks. What's your name again? May asked the pink alien. It's Mina, she states. Cool to know, Pinky, May says as Jiru sighs. While Izuku was with the cats giving them Kota, Tiger had to hold back the rabid Pishibob who wanted to ravish him, telling her she will get case for it. Mandalay was thankful that Izuku caught the boy, though worried about the gun. Ragdoll tested her headset to find the secret that May added to it. Aizawa passed out in the corner due to a caffeine overdose. He'll be fine. Get out here, you, I shout as the cats look at me as if I was crazy. Kota soon awoke, rubbing his eyes to see Izuku closing the cap of a marker. What are you doing? The little boy asked the green-haired menace. Oh, nothing, but how do you feel? Izuku asked, changing the subject and tossing the marker away. I am fine. Want to see my secret hideout? He asked Izuku, who nodded and picked him up. Lead me there, Izuku says, passing in a sleep eraser head that had his face drawn on. Hold on, Mandalay said to Izuku, making him turn around to see the cat-themed heroine in her sleeping attire. Where are you going? To his hideout, Izuku says nonchalantly. Look, I know that you aren't really that bad of guy, but just don't get Kota involved with something bad, okay? She asked Izuku, staring into her hazel eyes. He could see that she was really worried for Kota. I don't know if I can promise, but I will make sure that he will be safe no matter the cost, Izuku promised her. I will take your word for it. Kota, don't go looking for trouble, she says, trusting in Izuku's words. With that, the duo traveled into the forest, staying on a dirt path. The forest was really alive at night with the animals that filled it flourish within it. Though he was a bit wary the last time he was in a forest, it tried to eat him. Gotta protect this bundle of joy, I thought, making sure my knife was in my pocket ready for it to be used. Deadpo. I mean Midoriya. Call me Izuku, I say, placing Kota on my shoulders. Izuku, can I ever be like you? He asked me. No. Aren't you supposed to say yes? Kota chuckled at my response. No. The reason I became the person I am is something I would never ever wish on you, I say, reflecting on my past and my many shortcomings and many regrets. Why? You're so cool. You never give up in a fight, even when you become a pile of flesh, Kota says, praising my way of fighting. Kid, I can only fight that way because of my quirk, I say, making it to the base of the mountain. People say you're crazy and that you talk to the air. Kota tells me I'm only talking to the readers of this FIC. Readers? Don't worry about it, I say as he does think about it. So you can talk to ghosts? Kota says, no, it's just a fourth wall thing. I say as he looked at the sky. Will you be there for me when I need help? He asked me, so I nodded. Call for me and I will show to help kick ass. Kota seemed to be happier after I said that. Seeing him happy made me feel a bit happier inside as well. When you have a kid, see, can I be there to play with her or him? Kota asked. Sure you can. You could be their big brother if you want to look at it like that. I said as he wiped some stray tears because he was happy. Look, Kota, you are stronger than I am. I said truthfully to him. Though he looked at me in disbelief. No way. You can run faster, lift more, and punch faster than me, he exclaimed. Kota, I know it was hard for you to move on from your parents' death. I say as he stiffened up a bit. It is sad when something or someone dies. I begin talking knowing he is listening. And there is no way to get around that sadness. That sadness might always be with you. I paused, inhaling some air as we made it to the top of a cliff. Taking him off my shoulders, I placed him in front of me and placed my hands on his shoulders. But that sadness will fade. It will lessen over time. I tell Kota, wiping his tears from his eyes. Eventually you will only remember all the good times you've had with them. Time will heal you, Kota. I say, patting his head. This is why you are stronger than me. You've kept yourself up and haven't fully become a jaded, uncaring child. You still are the same Kota I met in the golden card. I said as he sniffled. I don't know if I could ever move on or stay together if I lost anyone. May, Himiko, Tuya, Rei, Al, Nagant, Mom, Dad, Katsuki, and everyone else who has been a part of my life. I say as he looked me in the eyes. The day you become an adult you will be 100 times the man I ever was. I say, pulling him into a tight hug. Why you be there, right? When I am older you'll be there? He asked me. I will try. Life has never been on my side, but right now I can say I will be. I say as he returns the hug. I've been free for 5 years and I got to say this has been the greatest 5 years of my life. I say as he counted my age. You're 18, right? Yep. Cool. He muttered as I sighed. Kota, I am going to be honest with you. I don't know if I will be there when you're older. I might die in my costume. I say as he looked at me in surprise. But you can't die. Everyone can die, that is nature. Hell, I already died once, but what I meant is I am no longer thinking of being a mercenary. I explained as he got really excited. So you will become a real hero. Kota shouted as I waved my finger. No. Not what I meant. I think that I am going to settle down with May and raise my child. I corrected as he looked sad. But, the plan can change. I say, trying to cheer him up. Which works as he brightens up. I want to be your hero sidekick then. He declared. I've always wanted a sidekick. I muttered as he smiled. The two of us looked up into the bright sky filled with stars, and it was beautiful. A sky filled with lights that were light years away from us. Holding Kota close, we stargazed as he came up with names for their future hero team. A grin came across my face, and as the time passed, it was peaceful and calm compared to my normal life of guns and explosions. This was nice. Life only gives you a couple these moments throughout one's lifetime. Kota soon tuckered out in my arms, so I activated my watch, teleporting us to the front of the camp. There stood the cats waiting for our return. It was late, so I could see why they were worried. Handing them Kota was like a wave of relief for them. Ragdoll gave me a tight hug, then we all entered the building to end the night. Morning soon came as the process of the previous day happened. More training for the future heroes of tomorrow. Gotta, this camping has been fun. I say, dodging an acidic spray and explosion. Oh, you almost had it? Shut up. Eat shit and die. Katsuki shouted at me and released a massive explosion. Eat shit and live, Katsuki. I shouted, sweeping his legs, making him fall backwards. Midoriya. Help. Uraraka shouted as she floated away. Her tether to the ground came loose. Just fall, I'll catch you. I yelled as she began to fall. Rushing to her, I leap into the air, catching her and landing safely. Next time don't do that. I warned as she nodded back into training. Man, today has just been awesome, and I've been more PG than a Disney film, though they do have the occasional dirty joke for the adults. I say, blasting a confetti cannon directed in Katsuki's face, pissing him off more. Oh no. Katsuki then released a very strong blast at me point blank. And in an instant my body tore apart, sending my charred bits everywhere. The biggest part of my body that was left was my head that rolled to Pishibob's legs. She picked my head up and smiled. This is a very different meaning to getting head. She joked as I regened. You could say that, but I do know that I need to go to school right now. I say as she looked at me confused. Why? Because I want to get ahead. Bum dumpties. I say as she bursted out laughing. Oh my god, that is a good one. She praised me. Okay. I got one more, I said as she listened. But I need you to roll my head. I inform as she does what I asked. I'll be heading off now. Haha, I say, laughing as she laughed as well. Watch out. She shouted. What I am supposed to do? I am just ahead. I shouted back, not seeing who was running up on me. Aizawa ran up and kicked my head into the air, sending me flying above the woods. Don't draw a PP on my face again, he shouted at me. But it was funny, I shouted, disappearing into the distance. The rest of the students stared at what their teacher just did. Have anything to say? If not, get back to training, he says, as if he didn't just kick the head of a student. Not wanting to feel his wrath, they got back to training, with Izuku still flying in the air from the kick he received. You know Izuku hasn't come back yet? Himiko says, dodging a high-speed tennis ball. May loaded and a bunch more into the launcher and upped the speed. He will be here eventually, May states, turning it on. Doing her best, Himiko evades all the balls flying towards her, with May watching her while sipping her chocolate milk. You know, the mood swings you've been having are kind of crazy? Himiko shouted while still dodging. How so? It's like one moment you're fine, then you become ballistic with rage, wanting to blow up everything, Himiko says as May upped the speed again. What else should I do when that burger place thing didn't give me more pickles? May shouted, remembering the incident. 'Cause you already took their whole inventory of it? It's all in the past now, May said nonchalantly, upping the speed even more. May honey, please turn it down, Himiko shouted, barely being able to dodge them. Say something? She asked innocently, upping it more. How is it shooting so fast? Himiko shouted, getting pelted by a couple. I might have upgraded this baby, May said, sighing. I want to make more babies, but I can't move as much as I used to. That's great and all, but slow it down. I will help you with inventing. Please? Himiko yelled as May turned off the machine. Thank you so much. I knew I could count on you, May said, with Himiko gasping for air. You're a real devil when it comes to inventing, Himiko gasped out as May shrugged. This is the only way I could think of. You could have asked? She responded as she began sweating a river to cool down. That's boring. I hate boring, May says, watching Ibra move herself in the air and make a vine fist. Hundreds of light bulbs went off on her head and walk a moderately fast pace, as she could not move that fast like before. She really ran off like that? Well, might as well train my quirk. Thank you, Oka, for some blood, Himiko said, transforming into the girl, touching the machine that May used on her. This is great for training and all, but May made it a wee bit intense like always. Though I love her more for it, Himiko says in Ochako's voice, with a sudden pink glow surrounding the machine, then slightly lifted off the ground. Freaking out, she untransformed and it slammed down back to the ground. Oh shit, that's new. Ibra was a bit overwhelmed by the pink-haired girl. How about a pair of giant gauntlets you let your hair use? They will definitely upgrade your battle stat. You can use them with your hair quirk. By the way, if you cut it short, can you instantly grow it back? May shouted, still spouting out more questions and ideas at the vine-quirked girl. Ibra looked towards Kyoka with a face pleading for her help out of that situation. Kyoka, seeing the look, turned her to the wild Hatsum that had a crazed look on her. Weighing her options and the outcomes, she decided to save herself and retreat to fight another day. Kyoka disappeared into bushes, sliding backwards. You traitor, Ibra thought, with Mate taking measurements of the holy girl. Soon night came and the teachers decided to do a fun game of seeing if the students could scare the piss out of their friends. They were lucky that Izuku wasn't there, or he would be hanging up arms, legs and guts everywhere. May would have seen to it that it at least have a couple projections of monsters in the woods, if she had the right equipment. Kota was at his super awesome secret mountain base where he watched over the forest, mulling over the words he was told the previous night. Though he understood what he meant, he also understood that his hero told him the truth. He was a bit upset that Izuku didn't see himself as a hero, but he remained hopeful. I wonder what power his kid will get? Will it be his Regan or Miss May's super eyesight? He wondered about messing with his new pistol that Izuku lent him for a bit. He could tell it was real from the fact it was somewhat heavy. Then the sound of heavy steps came from the opposite side of the way up to his stop. A shadow loomed over the young boy. The figure wore a massive black coat that covered the entire body and wore a white mask with holes to cover the face. Nice hat. Want to trade for this ridiculous mask? A deep voice spoke, taking off his mask, revealing a scarred face that Kota knew very well. Nice toy, he said, with Kota getting into a stance, aiming the pistol at him. I am not afraid of you, Kota shouted, with his breath turning raggedy towards the end. You killed my mom and dad. Oh, I recognized you. It's your parents that gave me this nasty scar and half blinded me. Those water hose heroes caught me by surprise, but look where that got them," he said, taking off the cloak, tossing it to the side. Whether it was bravery or pure stupidity, Kota decided to be like Izuku. "Look at yourself. You are a villain about to fight a child. Seems to me that you are too scared to even fight another hero," Kota yelled at the hulking villain. "Also, how low can you go by talking shit about the dead? My parents were rescue heroes like my aunt. So quit bragging as if you fought a battle hero like All Might. Also, what type of name is Muscular? Did your alcoholic father give you it?" Kota doubled down as his hands shook. The villain, who slowly activated his quirk with a twisted grin spreading like fire across his scarred face. "Looks like I am going to end your entire family line. Can't wait to show your aunt your decapitated head," the enraged villain said with a massive grin. Blitzing forward, the villain appeared in front of Kota, about to smash his head in. Acting quickly, Kota shot his attacker in the forehead while leaping to the left, nearly getting grabbed by a hair. "Rubber bullets? Should have been real shots because that was your only show." Kota interrupted the hulking man by spraying him with water. Not wasting a second, noticed Muscular attacked Kota. Ducking down, Kota avoided the punch as a muscular fist demolished the rock wall behind him. His small stature made it easier to evade the hulking man. Kota ran towards the way from down the mountain, knowing that he was out of his depth. "Run if you want. I will still catch you," Muscular shouted, chasing after Kota. Remembering Izuku's words, he decided to see if Izuku was telling him the truth about calling him Izuku. Kota yelled from the top of his lungs. Muscular was reaching for Kota's head as he screamed out the name. The world slowed down as very fast, heavy steps were stomping towards the two. A blur building with a lot of speed appeared. "Kota, roll like a Raleigh-Polly." Following the instructions, Kota evaded Muscular's hand. Izuku appeared in front of the massive villain with his fist, then smashed his fist into a muscular face with a lot of force that shattered his arm. The hit caused the hulking man to go back, but he was still standing, covering his face. "Now who joined the fun?" Muscular shouted, showing his broken nose. Izuku stood there watching the man that he was paid long ago to kill. "Time to fulfill a contract. Kill. Kota, cover your eyes," Izuku stated to the boy. "Why will it get bloody? Because I've seen worse on TV and had to hear what Pishi Bob said was G going to do to you later?" Kota stifled out, trying to make light of the situation he was in, like the man standing in front of him would. "No, I am naked, as in I got no clothes from the fact I was sent flying when I was just a head," Izuku says nonchalantly. "Oh, that makes sense." Muscular rushed forward, as did Izuku, countering his tackle by kicking Muscular in the leg. That caused the huge man to fall forward. Not wasting time, Izuku kicked Muscular in the face. "How was that? You Pillsbury mother fudger?" Izuku shouted, censoring himself due to Kota being around. He had to be a somewhat goodish influence. "That's all you got?" Muscular said, standing up. "Yes. Wait, no. Was that a trick question?" Izuku says, leaning back, dodging a swipe at him. "Too slow?" Enraging Muscular more, Izuku evaded all the incoming attacks. His reaction time was far better than Muscular's speed, even if he put more muscle fibers on himself. "Die. Can't. I'm sorry for that." "Oh wait, no, I'm not," he responded, kneeing Muscular in his groin, hearing a small pop. An organ located there was no longer operational due to that. Then followed it up by punching the muscle fiber chest. His fist got stuck in the midst of the muscle fibers, making Muscular smile. "Got you. You little punk," he shouted, grabbing Izuku's face and smashed it into the rock wall. He repeatedly smashed Izuku into the wall and threw him to the ground. Picked up Izuku and dragged the green-haired man across the ground. Muscular huffed, knowing for sure he killed him. Then walked towards Kota, his ears covered and eyes shut. "That was easy," he said, reaching for the child. "I know, right?" Izuku said, getting back up with his skull showing his brain, then healing over. His guts were spilled over and the ground was covered in his blood, but he walked as if he was fine. His body was regening quickly as he walked. "I haven't said this in a while, but let's dust it off," he said, grabbing his loose guts that sloshed around. The blonde was unnerved. This was nothing like his previous battles. A lone streak of sweat went down his forehead, then splashed on the stone ground. It was fear that guided him through his next actions. Muscular rushed him and punched Izuku through the chest. Though Izuku caught him off guard by his comment. "Hi, I'm a donut Deadpool now. Also, you just lost. No running now. Rhea. Die already?" he shouted, getting much bigger and sounding desperate. Izuku laughed while wrapping Muscular's neck with his small intestine. I am Indiana Jones, he shouted, beginning to choke the much stronger and larger foe. Freaking out, Muscular began to slam and smash Izuku around, though the grip around his neck became tighter. Izuku held on no matter how trashed his body became. Muscular acted like a wild animal on the verge of death as he threw Izuku around. He could feel his breath leaving him as he could not get any more. Slowly the hulking man slowed down, with his attacks becoming weaker and weaker, getting to the point he couldn't lift Izuku anymore or force his body to move. His vision blackened, with his mind beginning to hallucinate from a lack of air. All the while Izuku hummed happily, thinking how the others were doing. Villains are attacking after all. Soon the villain lay still with no signs of life left. Izuku snapped his neck. Just in case, no getting back up. Double tap. Man, I love that movie. Pulling the limp fist out of his chest, Izuku looked at the camp forest. A huge purple cloud of poison was in the air, with clouds that were very dark showing signs of a lightning storm that was about to go crazy. Shoot, might have messed with the timeline too much, he muttered, wrapping his junk in the cloak Muscular tossed to the side. Kota, we're leaving, he said, grabbing the child, then leaping off the cliff edge, running towards the camp as the battles went on in and around the camp. He intended to keep his promise to Mandalay about protecting Kota. Kendo and Tetsu were battling a middle school villain called Mustard, with Shoto and Bakugo fighting some sort of chimera quirked man. Shoji and Tokoyami fighting a gimp-styled villain. Himiko uses her pocket knife to fight a redhead that uses her scarlet hair as blades. Alongside her were Tsuyu and Ochako, two cats, Tiger and Mandalay, fighting a crazed man called Twice along with two others called Spinner and Mange. Pishibob was out of commission from a surprise attack from Mange, dealing a massive blow to her head. Ragdoll was with May, escorting her back to the camps. She wanted to scare the others as well with her babies. Not knowing, Anumu and Magician followed them. Aizawa was having a stare down with a man with pure white long hair. He had 4 tubes jetting out from his back. Wore a black mask that was accompanied with a bored expression. With a gray suit that looks expensive. Give me the students I want. He spoke in a neutral tone, with Aizawa's cloth being to float at his demand. You don't want to know what will happen to you if those 2 are taken. The man sighed, your empty threats won't save you. The name's 9. 9 says, with his eyes beginning to glow faintly. They aren't empty. If you want a certain insane man after you, be my guest to try and take Bakugo and Hatsum, Aizawa stated, rushing forward, quirk active and all. That's what the doctor wants after all. That girl will lead that man to his metaphorical death. 9 says, with Aizawa leaping into the air, sending his cloth at 9. 9 caught the cloth and blocked a kick from Aizawa. Unlike the others, I actually take notes on the heroes that will be on the mission, Eraserhead. 9 stated, leaning back, evading another attack. Your quirk, while powerful, is of no use to me. What I want is Deadpool's mutant ability. After this mission is successful, the doctor will grant it to me. 9 said, with his abilities being active again. Ayu blinked. 9 summons 2 massive blue dragons from his back. Aizawa's quirk activated again, but the dragons were still out. Mutant ability? He yelled, using his cloth to swing around the dragons. Oh, he hasn't told you? He doesn't have a quirk, he has something much more dangerous. 9 said as the sky rumbled with lightning flashing. Aizawa began to fight 9 on his own as he led the man away from the building housing the rest of the students. That Vlad King was guarding as some protest that they could go out and help. Running at a fast speed, Izuku held Kota close to his body. Don't worry. The twiddle-dumb villains can't beat us, Izuku says, making it to the building housing the students. Kota, run inside. I will help deal with these duckers. The boy followed his advice as he rushed off to fight. Then saw 9 fighting Aizawa, deciding the best thing to do. He ran to a very out-of-control Tokoyami that was being overpowered by Dark Shadow. Hey, bird, follow me, or are you a big chicken? Izuku yelled, catching the attention of Dark Shadow, Moonfish and Shoji. Shoji, run. Katsuki let off a massive blast towards the chimera that countered with fire breath. Shoto encased him in ice, then let off a massive stream of his own fire. That is nothing, he roared, transforming growing horns and getting much larger along with a bigger tail. His fire breath turns into a laser-type attack. This is bullshit. I see hot. How can't you do that? Katsuki shouted, using his explosions to avoid the laser. What makes you think I can do that? 'Cause your dad can? Katsuki yelled back, and I am not talking about your stepdad. Midoriya is not my stepdad. Shoto shouted, making an ice ramp to avoid the laser. One day you'll accept it. Himiko was covered in cuts as she parried the bladed hairs that they belonged to. Ah, looks like the little feline is out of juice. Slice taunted, dodging cut up Ochako and Tsuyu. Shut up, you hag. You ain't touching a single pink hair on her head. Himiko shouted, drinking blood. Oh, you're a blood quirk. I wonder what type of life you live. Did your parents forget about you when you turned 4? Himiko stayed silent as she transformed into Ochako, looking very angry. Looks like I struck a nerve, Slice said as Himiko rushed forward. Sorry, Oka, for what I am about to do. Himiko shouted, getting impaled by the hair blades with her body becoming limp. Looks like you don't have 9 lives like a cat. Gotcha. Himiko screamed with a crazed look, planting her hand on the villain's arm. A pink glow happened as Himiko kicked her into the air. She tried to stick to the ground with her hair, but Tsuyu and Ochako uprooted her and sent her higher. She began to float upwards as Himiko drank another vile blood that contained Izuku's. Her wounds slowly closed, but the pain remained. Himiko put her hands together and uttered the words once the villain got high enough. Release. Though her fall was cut short as 9 swooped in, grabbing her with an out-of-control dark shadow, chased him with Izuku riding his head. You 3. Are you okay? An out-of-breath Aizawa asked as Shoji ran up behind him. Himiko untransformed from Ochako. Somewhat just full of pain. Shoji, take the 3 to the camp. I deal with the dark shadow situation, he said, taking as Shoji followed the orders. Making my downtown. Walking fast. Izuku sang while chasing the villain 9 and his friend. Quit running. So I can kill you with this bird. Izuku shouted as 9 ignored him. Suddenly a massive sonic boom happened, clearing the forest. Izuku felt the color of his face drain as he knew what that meant. May! He shouted, launching himself to the clearing of the forest. The sonic boom was what May added to Ragdoll's headset. If it went off, that meant the situation had gone to shit. Feeling the cold air around his body, put his legs forward to land on them. Please be okay. He muttered, crashing onto the ground and rolled, getting impaled by a branch. Ripping it out, then scanned the area for a search of the 2 women. Seeing the 2 on the ground, he ran and picked them up. May. Ragdoll. Are you 2 okay? Izuku shouted, with the 2 being cut up and with bruises forming. Shit. Cutting his hand open, poured blood into their cuts. They soon sealed and healed over. Sighing, he looked for the threat that caused the sonic boom to happen. From the ground a Numu erupted. It was a low tier but still dangerous. Grabbing a branch and raising it high in a defensive form. The Numu dashed towards the 3, so he propped the branch up. Being the non-intelligent being it was, it impaled itself from its own actions. Numus just has a bastardized version of my healing. Without the brain it's useless. He huffed, smashing the brain in case it gets back up. Looks like you are smart under all the inappropriate jokes or comments. Flipping his entire body to perform a mid-air roundhouse kick the moment he heard the different voice. On impact he came face with a magician-looking mother that blocked the kick with his arm. Multiple cracks could be heard from the man. Such a strong K-kick. He spoke with his voice stuttering. Though that was all he needed to use his quirk on the mercenary. No dash. Getting cut off, Izuku transformed into a bright blue marble. That was harder than I thought. It cost me an arm. Compress sighed, looking at the passed-out women. Time for the job. He transformed May into a marble, then leaped to the meet-up point. From his view he saw lightning strike a massive shadow bird that shrunk back down. Looks like there is the next target, he mused, ignoring the pain he was in. Katsuki and Shoto fought with their teacher. 9, Slice and the Chimera battled against the 3. Waiting for an opening, Compress made his move, grabbing the explosive boy. Let me dashed. He was sprayed with a knockout medicine, then he was turned into a marble. We are leaving, the mission is complete. Compress shouted with a portal opening. Not noticing a certain quirk, erasing hero launched his cloth at him. Give my brats back. He shouted, kneeing the mask, breaking it to bits. Give them back. He then erased his quirk and the marbles began to glow brightly. 9 shot Aizawa flying back, but it was too late as they were all released. I will kill you all. You guys are dead. Izuku screamed, filled with rage, with Slice cutting him in half from the waist. Leaving now? The Chimera shouted, jumping through the portal with 9 right behind him along with Slice. Compress grabbed the knocked out teens and tried to pull them through. Seeing this, Izuku dragged himself quickly to the man and used his upper body strength to leap towards them. Mithi Yith. He screamed, reaching for her. His right arm made it through the portal. Too slow of a failure project. 9 stated as the misty portal shut, cutting his right arm cleanly. What was left of his body crashed into the destroyed ground that used to be a forest. He laid still, replaying in his mind what just happened. I was right there, he muttered to himself. I was right there. He said it once more. He laid limp on the ground not knowing what to do. May had the teleported watch, he gave it to her when camp started. He promptly passed out with his mind overloading from looking into what he should have done. What broke the camel's back was the promise he made May. A promise that he claimed that he would uphold. The one to protect her no matter the cost. Shoto propped up his teacher looking at the destruction. Don't get distracted. We got to get the rest. He stated wrapping his wounds with his cloth. Get Midoriya that he may need some help when he wakes up. Aizawa says as Tiger and Mandalay appeared roughed up with saddened faces. They're gone. A portal took them all. Tiger says holding Pishibob and Ragdoll. Passed out from their wounds. We lost them as well that they did exactly what they said they would. Take Bakugo and Hatsum for their mission. Aizawa stated 9 he had multiple quirks just like the Numas. It would seem that their quirk transfer tech is better than we thought. In a short time everyone was evacuated out of the camp as the police showed up. Momo and a couple others were hospitalized from the poison or Inumu attack. Izuku was unresponsive the whole time as his body slowly healed itself from being but to bits. A and B waited for the others to get discharged from the hospital. The next morning the news got a hold of what happened. Yue was having a PR nightmare from the attack. Yue's name was being dragged through the mud for letting 2 students be kidnapped with endangering the others by not having proper protection. Soon the night came as the students were still in the hospital. Himiko sat alone with wild thoughts going through her head. Maybe I can save them by myself. No, they have a whole team and you're just you. She was having a hard time coming up with a plan. She confided in Ibra and Kyoka who were on board with her. So a rescue mission? Ichim sounds great, what's the plan? Kyoka asked, causing Himiko to twitch. That is the plan. So no plan. Ibra got anything? Sorry. I do not. Strategies were never my friend. So we have nothing. Any gear left over? Kyoka asked with Himiko shaking her head no. All May's gear is locked away for safekeeping. Only one that has access to is Izu. So we are screwed. Thank God I texted Momo cause she got a plan. Kyoka said showing them her phone. We need a bigger team if we are going to get them. We are dealing with a group that outnumbers us all the time. Why not return the favor with Japan's top 38 first-year students? She says sending a message out to the others. You're right, we can rely on each other. We all may not be as strong as All Might, but together we can at least do something. Himiko says with the doors busting open to reveal the rest of the class. So what is this I hear about a rescue mission? I'm in. Momo states in her hospital gown. Sounds manly, so obviously I'm in. Kirishima shouted. Same here. Karo? Tsuyu says with Ochako nodding. We might have not known each other for long, but we can't leave our friends. Ida stated with Shoto nodding. Dark Shadow wants revenge on the 9 dude. So I'm in. Count Class 1B in as well. We all got hurt from those maniacs. Kendo said as they all nodded. Plus we can finally show who is best class dash. Kendo then knocked out Manama. Sorry, but at least he is in. Look, we aren't going to force you, but this might lead us all to be expelled. Himiko said as they didn't falter at all. Who cares? Shoto stated. Gotta be a hero at least once. Man, oh well, I was failing anyways. Siro says with Mina nodding with Denki. Other schools might take us. Tetsu says, or a juvenile correction center. Ida added. I got a friend that can change our identities. So I think as long we get away we'll be fine. Himiko said as everyone looked at her. Hey, I lived with Izuku and of course I've done some illegal stuff. They stared at each other then agreed. I might become famous after this. Mineta says being hopeful about the future. So we are all on board, right? Kyoka asked them. They all nodded even though a couple were a bit stressed on the situation, but joined in. Good, now let's get our final immortal member to add. Kyoka says marching down the halls to find the room where it held him. Walking inside and closing the door. The room was clean and kept in order how a hospital room should be. The curtains were shut and on the bed laid in was an out-of-commission Izuku. He was missing his lower half and right arm. Other than that he looked alive. Izuku, May needs you, so I am going to need you to wake up. Kyoka shouted, shaking him violently since they were in a time crunch. Wake up. Oh, I know. She said reaching into her bag and scooped out a sleeping land shark. Jeff, wake up your dad. She whispered to the fish. He yawned, stretching his body out. Wagging his tail quickly he crawled around Izuku and went to his left arm. Then bit down on his hand and nibbled on the fingers he bit off. Jeff. My fingers aren't French fries. He said, booping the land shark's nose. Jeff growled, still munching on them. I messed up. I was right there. My hand was just there. If I was a bit faster. He muttered to Kyoka. You can still reach her. We are all with you to go and save her. Let's break the law like we did when we first met. Izuku turned his head to face her. You are Deadpool, the man who saved me. So let's go on an adventure. She says, grabbing his fingerless hand. Let's go save our family. He heard her and the words got through his self-doubt. His body steamed quickly, healing himself, regrowing his missing limbs a lot quicker than before. His eyes glowed brightly with determination. Yeah, you're right. Can't let my soon-to-be wife be missing, he shouted, getting up quickly. Though he was naked, Kyoka took out the clothes he brought to the camp. Tell everyone to be in the front of the hospital. Give me 20 minutes to get us all a ride. If we doing this, we must be prepared. Izuku says, leaping out the window with Kyoka staring at him as he leaped from rooftop to rooftop at a fast pace. She picked up Jeff and exited the room. Speed walking down the hall and taking all the turns she needed to get to the rest. All right everyone, get to the front of the hospital. Izuku got us a ride for all of us and some gear. Kyoka told them as they grinned and followed what she said. May the Lord be with us all. Please bless us so we may save our dear friend and Bakugo. Ibra prayed as the others said amen to her prayer. Manly mission. For the manliest men. And women? Kirishima and Tetsu said together. As the other hyped them up. I have a tracker on the Numu so we know where they are, so stay alert when we get there. Momo said, creating the tracker's tracking device. We have victory. Pony says with Tokage telling her how to say it properly. Plus we can't abandon one of our own. Tokage added, plus that Deadpool guy is quite the stud. We will win. Kodai whispered with Reiko nodding. Those villains won't know what to do. It's been a day so they won't think that we'll attack them right away. Monama says as the attack happened the previous night. Or they could. Like Momo said, we must be prepared. Kaibara said. The time soon passed and right on time Izuku showed up, coming to a full stop. Then pulled a lever to open the doors to the bus he borrowed. Is this bus from UA? Mina asked. Yep, plus I got a little bit extra for all of you. Izuku said as they all hopped on to find their hero suits. If we are going to get expelled, then let us go in style with a good team name that is completely gender neutral. You hitting the gas. Like what? Ochako asked. X-Force. He says as they begin to mutter about the name. I know a great name. You all have been chosen by a higher power to be on the team. Did he just refer to himself as God? Suyu asked without getting an answer. Change quickly cause it will get messy fast. Izuku warned. Where is your suit? Shoto asked. Not completed yet, so I only have my weapons and my indestructible underwear. Thank you, Kyo. He said, snapping his waistband. Look, the plan is a grab and go. Grab my soon-to-be wife and my brother, then get the hell out. I booked a couple flights to Mexico just in case we are really wanted. He explained, speeding past all the other cars. What if there is a fight? Denki asked. Leave it and escape. When the battle starts, a large amount of Kamino will be destroyed, probably more. He said, shocking Momo. How did you know it was Kamino? I haven't told you. She says, fully dressed in a hero suit. Handing her cloak to the other girls so they can change with some privacy. I got my ways. Also, here is a list. Make as many as you can. Have Yui Kodai help you out? Izuju warned as he looked out the window to see Aizawa beginning to give a speech. Almost time, he muttered, seeing a police barricade. Time for a good lie. He slowed the bus down, telling the others to quiet down and let him do all the talking. He rolled down the window as the officer walked up. He had a cat head that was so fluffy and cute. Be calm. What seems to be the officer problem? Izuku said, messing up his words. The cat officer looked at him, then at the rest of bizarrely dressed teenagers. Mineta then dropped an empty wine bottle that was there for some reason. Izuku wanted to slam his head on the steering wheel for his bad luck. Sir, I need license and registration. He said with Izuku nodding. Problem? Problem? I don't have that either? He said as the cat officer looked at him and blinked. Then looked at the bus and recognized it was from UA. Sir, how did get his vehicle? I stole it. Okay, that I am going to need you to step out of the vehicle. That goes for the rest of you. He said with Izuku wanting to blow himself up. So he promptly slammed on the gas, speeding forward towards Kamino. The officer alerted the rest to chase the speeding bus. The F was that? You said you got this? Kyoka yelled. I freaked out. Okay. OF. We are definitely going to prison. Siro said with Mina nodding either way. Let's make the best of our last night of freedom. Toru shouted as they all cheered, forgetting that they were being chased by the cops. Red and blue light blinking with the siren blaring. May Katsuki be okay? Bob, treat them right or you're uninvited to the wedding, Izuku muttered as they sped down the highway. Jeff snuggled in his lap as he drove, putting Izuku at ease a bit. Inside a lit bar, May opened her eyes to see the League of Villains staring at her. The same could be said about Katsuki. Hey. Tamura said a bit nervous. Oh hey. Why am I tied down? Also I am hungry. May said, not worried about the situation. She doesn't seem worried. Slice says. Oh, this isn't the worst situation I've been in, she said with Katsuki staying silent. Bob, any questions? Yeah, is there a dress code for the wedding? He asked as the League looked at him confused. Nope. Okay, good. Also the doctor wanted you, so don't blame me for this, he said as Nine looked at him. Cool, tell him Izuku is going to kill him. Such confidence in a failure project. Nine stated. May spat into his eyes. Try me, she said looking over to see some familiar faces. Hi Twice. Hi Mange. Hi Spinner. You guys look great. Yay, / go die in a fire. Thanks. What is this I hear about a wedding? Mange asked as her and May began to talk, catching up. This isn't going like you plan, is it? Katsuki said as Tamura nodded. You want to join? No. Oh okay, this was a terrible plan. The doctor should have stayed out of my business. I have no idea what he wants with May. He muttered the last part. Nine looked at May, knowing the fate that the doctor wanted, not for her, but for the child inside her. The massive bus sped down the road as sirens wailed behind them. Okay, this might look bad, Izuku says, taking a quick turn, almost tipping the vehicle. Honey, think of a plan? Kyoka yelled, falling over with the bus taking another quick turn. Raise your hands if you know how to drive, Izuku shouted as none of them raised their hands. Really? Out of the 38 of you, none of you know how to drive? Well, I mostly been driven around in my limousine. Momo spoke up, a bit embarrassed. Not the time to flex, Izuku shouted, and he thought of a plan. Kyo grabbed the wheel, he says, getting up quickly. She hops on the seat as she is very confused. I don't know how to drive either. Just steer and Jeff will do the rest, he said in a calm manner. What? She shrieked, trying to calm down. She looked down to see Jeff the land shark on the pedals, controlling the speed of the bus. He growled, sounding very determined to complete his given task. Jeff, I am going to trust you, Kyoka said, going along with the ridiculous plan. The rest saw this and hastily began to buckle up. Ibra wrapped everyone in her vines for extra protection. Reaching into his bag, Izuku pulls 2 spray cans. Time to test out our babies, Izuku says, opening the hatch that leads to the roof of the bus. The cops saw him as he stood there, then saw as he ran towards them. Izuku leaped off the speeding bus. Did he just jump? Shoto asked, confused by his actions. Yes he did. Karo? Tsuyu says calmly, unnerving Shoto a bit. Izuku crashed into the hood of the police car and smiled, showing the peace sign. Looks we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. Can you dash? Izuku was interrupted as a bullet pierced his lungs, along with many more from the other chasing police cars. He sighed, shaking the spray cans. I tried talking, he muttered as Nizu asked him to be less, well, let's just say dangerous to law enforcement. Blame this on yourselves, he shouted, spraying the road. Baby number 89, puffy jumpy foam. May, this is useful like you said, Izuku shouted, seeing her work come to life. The sprayed out foam that was neon pink began to expand. The entire road was getting covered with the expanding foam that upon touch makes you bounce off with the same amount of force you apply against it. So since these are speeding cars, Izuku can say that this is truly the better option. Tossing the cans in front of him off the car he was on. Then the said cans exploding on impact might have caused the police car he was on to be launched. Oh, this is fun, he says, jumping off the midair vehicle, latching onto a lamppost and looping all around it. Then sent himself towards the bus as the car behind him flipped. Tumbling onto the roof of the bus, he re-entered through the hatch. The plan was successful, he said while they stared at him. What? Did you just kill all those cops? Mineta asked, with Izuku shaking his head. No, I didn't. All I did was block the road, he responded, with the car he flipped exploding, though the people inside already escaped. He swapped shirts since the one he was wearing was bloody and filled with holes for some reason. Moving on, he says, getting to the driver's seat. Jeff Kyo, you did great, he praised as his pet bit off his fingers again. Come on, man. Getting back on the driver's seat, Izuku sped up while checking the news periodically for updates. Izuku, my love, what is it that bothers you? Ibra asked aside. Just worried that shit might hit the metaphorical fan, he said as Aizawa on the live stream bowed. Please lend us your trust, The moment that happened, a large boom resounded through the air. Looks like they started, Izuku said as he grabbed Ibra and placed Jeff on the wheel to steer the bus. He was having a blast driving as it was his first time. Izuku pulled Ibra close, giving her a keys. Everything will be fine. Just trust me, he said as she nodded. Turning to the rest who looked as if they were all ready for war. All you have is one job. Evacuate everyone in Kamino. While I, the immortal beast of a person, will fight the villains. He says X-Force. This may be our only mission together, but let me say one thing. You all might go to Tartarus after this, so if you can, meet me at the airport to run away. He says as all their morale went down the drain. Good to know what you all signed up for. Massive shot wave was then felt through the bus. Peering out the windshield, they all saw a gigantic dust cloud. MT Lady was seen getting thrown into a nearby building looking like she was out of commission. Ochako, Kodai, Momo, stay with me and the rest of you know what to do. Izuku says, taking control of the bus away from Jeff. Jeff, use your shark side of you to help them. He ordered Jeff, handing him to Kyoka. Then gave Himiko a tight hug, telling her to be safe. After all this, let's give you one too. He whispered to her, making her face turn bright red. Sure. The bus came to a stop with the student heroes jumped out and rushed to complete their mission. Now Sugar Muffin, when I say make this bus float, do it? Izuku says as Ochako nodded, with Momo and Yui completing everything that Izuku wrote down on the list. But first let's upgrade the bus really quickly. I loved this crossover when it was out. All Might watched as his students turned into ink and disappeared with the villains. Nu! He shouted, hearing a massive explosion. There? He rushed towards the massive dust cloud that was rising. Coughing, May and Katsuki held their throats as ink spilled out. Tamura, these are your companions? A man in a suit wearing black helmet. Chills ran down May's and Katsuki's spines as he appeared. Why you look dash, May began as the masked man turned his head towards her. Getting her bearings, May. Finished her sentence. You look like a knockoff Darth Vader that for some reason has fetish for kidnapping children, she said as the man looked at her. No wonder the lab experiment chose this one. Though I find his taste to be rather shallow, but I guess he settled for a half-baked woman, he stated. Katsuki went to blast the man. You don't say that shit about my soon-to-be sister. He screamed, releasing a massive explosion point blank. Hot Blood Edition. No wonder Tamura thought you could be swayed. Katsuki blasted himself away only to feel the suited man was still very close to him. But still a foolish idealistic teenager that has no real clue how far he is out his depth. Katsuki turned his head to see that he was right behind him and was reaching for his head. All for one. All Might shouted, appearing, grabbing his student and slamming his fist into his archenemy, blowing the newly dubbed All for One back. All Might, you seem to be back to normal. Far better than that. Young Bakugo, take her out of here dash. All Might gets interrupted by a massive portal opening. The League of Villains walked through it, disappearing as All for One stayed behind. Kota, this is the man that kidnapped Izuku all those years ago. The same man that killed my master. He will not escape this time. I will enact your revenge as well. All Might told Katsuki as he picked up May. He looked back to his mentor. F him up. Don't let up. He says calmly, then begins running away from the two power giants. All Might nodded to his request and turned to face his enemy. Nana would be so proud of you. Take her name out of your mouth. All Might stated, rushing forward as All for One chuckled. His fingers turned into red and black spiked tentacles. He sent them towards All Might. To his surprise, All Might caught them. Then pulled, yanking All for One towards himself. With his fist back, Detroit smash. He uttered, smashing his fist into All for One's helmet, obliterating the Darth Vader-inspired mask that hid the man's face. The attack sent All for One flying back and caused a massive ripple into the air, while also clearing the sky of clouds. All for One pulled himself out the wrecked building he flew into. That was completely empty to his surprise, as it was an apartment complex. That is very strange, he said, looking around. His strength enhancement quirks activated. Then rushed All Might, clashing with his fist as the two locked eyes. I knew it. You used his healing to heal yourself. What more do you want to take from him? All Might shouted, latching onto All for One's face, lifting the man and then promptly slamming the old villain to the ground. You've taken his sanity? His entire childhood. The goal for his life. The very thing that drives him is revenge, to kill that monster that calls himself a doctor. Now you tried to take his lover. His very name is tarnished for his entire life. Never to live in peace. All Might shouted, all this repeatedly, smashing All for One into the ground. The ground shook violently every time he did. Ha! You say all this and what you want me to suddenly get feelings. Do you want me to care for the one you think of as your own child? All for One laughed, punching All Might in the gut. Sending him into the sky. Countering it, All Might used an air pressure attack to send him back to the ground. I've been keeping tabs on you, All Might. How you constantly protect him, how you tried to make him a hero, or let's say tried and failed to help his mental health. All for One said with his body emitting lightning, shocking All Might. I do care for him. He is just a kid that I failed to protect from your clutches. I will try to make sure that he lives the rest of his life in peace. All Might said with his eyes glowing brightly. Tonight you die. Tamura Shigaraki will be the new me. The two clashed, sending another massive shockwave. Their battle was reducing Kamino to rumble and debris. Other heroes couldn't get close from the sheer amount of force they were producing. The best they could do was pray All Might could overtake the man that seemed to be his equal. Katsuki was holding May in a trench as the battle got more and more dangerous. Izuku, where the F are you? Another humongous blast went off with All Might's entire fist being blood-lyed. He huffed as before his eyes All for One showed how truly far he has altered his body. What's wrong, All Might? Looks like you have seen a dead body. All for One spoke with his eyes shining brightly. His entire left side was gone and regrowing like the attack was just but a scratch. All for One. I am glad for this. All Might tone alone shocked All for One. Getting into his fighting stance. I can properly repay you for all the damage you've done to others. This is a great gift. You won't die from a simple attack. Suddenly All Might began to overpower the ancient villain, using his strength to throw All for One around as he tried to fight back. Tamura Shigar All for One was cut off as All Might suplexed him into the ground. I know what you did to my master's bloodline. Deadpool informed me what you've done to Tenko Shimura. What you plan to do. All Might roared as All for One activated more strength enhancer quirks along with a couple shock absorption quirks, to gain more of an equal footing with All Might. Grabbing All for One by his white hair and kneed him in the chest. All for One head-butted All Might, sending him back a bit. Well, looks like that boy is a more pain-inus than I thought. Giving away all of my plans. That is just him being him. He likes to have fun and so do I. I will save Tenko as well. All Might shouted as his body exuded more strength. A helicopter flew above them, recording and streaming the battle between the two. The whole body of Japan watched as the two fought, destroying the area around them. All Might kept All for One in what was left of Kamino so the damage didn't spread past the destroyed city. Nagant and Ray watched the news, worried for May, while Al listened, worried for the young inventor girl. I'm leaving, Nagant said, grabbing her gear as Ray stood up as well. Al sighed and kicked open a cabinet filled with weapons. Take your pick, girls. The bar stayed silent as Weasel turned up the TV. Tuya put on his hero gear as Chitose gave him a hug. Don't die on me, she said as he nodded. Can't really leave you two alone, can I? He said, patting her head. Time to save my cousin. Tuya stated, using his fire to fly towards the battle like Endeavor, but much faster and fluently. Nizu, Vlad King, Power Loader and Aizawa watched it unfold as Nizu got a call from Midnight. What do you mean they are gone? The first years are gone, she stated, again worried. Thank you for the information. Nizu hung up as a thought ran through his head. Did Midoriya get discharged? No, he just left, that's what the doctor said. A bus was stolen and the students are missing. Nizu said, I believe we all know where they are and who they are with. Power Loader stated, watching the screen. Get Yaoyorozu on the phone. She'll answer, Aizawa stated as he watched the battle. Nizu handed him the phone as her phone rang for a bit, then she picked up. Hello? Mind telling me where you are? At the D dorms, sir? Don't lie. We went on rescue mission. Don't tell him. He'll take away my guns. What I am supposed to say? I don't know. Where are the rest? Aizawa asked as they stayed silent for a bit. On the ground, evacuating the people. Midoriya said the fight would be out of our depth. Momo says, a bit nervous. On the ground? Where are you? And who is with you? Aizawa asked, confused about their location. Mr. Aizawa, please don't get mad. It will depend on what you say next, he says as the newswoman in the helicopter turned the camera up to see a flying bus going towards the battle of All Might and All for One. It had a flag that had a spray-painted symbol that looked like Deadpool's mask. On the side it had battle bus spray-painted. On the back it had rocket boosters of sorts that looked like they were built quickly. Yaoyorozu, are you on that flying bus? Aizawa asked, knowing the answer. Yes. With who? Uraraka, Kodai and Midoriya. Snitch. Izuku spoke up. Shut it and fly. Leave. Don't join the fight. Aizawa shouted as the phone hung up. On the news he could see Izuku taking the phone and hanging up. Then tossed the phone out the window with Momo yelling at him. I don't think he'll listen. Vlad King said as Aizawa turned his head to him. Really? I couldn't tell. Momo gave Izuku the stink eye as Ochako tried to ease the tension. Yui just stayed silent and walked up to Izuku. Take me? She says to Izuku, what? Like out to dinner? No, we might all die due to this poorly thought out plan. I don't want to die a virgin. So take me? Yui clarified. Sorry, I would love to, but I got a man to kill. Plus you ain't dying, none of you are. Izuku responded by grabbing her chin. But after this night we can go out and have some fun like skee ball? He added as he turned to the other two. Momo, Oka, it's time? He says, jumping into the driver's seat. Ochako put her fingers together. You owe Machi after this. Release? She shouted as the bus began to fall. Somehow Izuku found a way to steer the vehicle, aiming it at All for One. Consider it done? Izuku said, giving it to her. He blasted the radio, playing the Magic School Bus intro on loop. Strapping his duffel bag to his back, he picked up the girls, shocking them. Ochako, make yourself float. Momo, make some rope and tie each other together. This is where we all part ways. He informed, with Momo following his directions. He tossed them out the door as they floated to the ground slowly. Be safe, Ochako stated as the bus fell closer to All for One. Kota waited for the moment to activate her quirk. He sat down once again, smiling crazily, pressing a couple buttons that sent the rocket thruster into overdrive. The shockwaves from the fight shattered the windows. The bus fell faster and faster as it grew close to the ground, to the fight nose down. Seconds later, All Might jumped away from All for One. Within those seconds, Yui activated her quirk and enlarged the bus to the size of a small 4-story building. All for One and Izuku came face to face with the bus crashing upon them. Kaboom! He shouted as the entire bus exploded from Momo's explosives that she created. That filled vehicle to the brim. The massive explosion sent a very charred Izuku and All for One flying back. He quickly healed with his clothes burning off except his underwear. Putting down his bag, he grabbed out the completed spring lock gauntlets and put them on. Humming to life, Izuku smiled, putting on all his weapons. Time for Daddy to join the fight. Izuku roared, with All for One smiling as his body healed from the burns. Like those toys will do anything, All for One stated to Izuku. Let's go, young Midoriya. All Might said, walking up the mercenary. Yeah, let's go kill his ass. He responded by taking off towards the villain. Kill? Not very hero-like. All for One says as Izuku answered. Who said I was a hero, you potato? The two clashed with All for One. All Might punched All for One into the air and Izuku kicked him into the ground. All for One tried to get up only to be impaled by Izuku's katana. How you got kebabbed? All for One blasted Izuku off of him, tearing a hole in his stomach. The ground began to shift, with All for One creating mini earth hands that floated into the sky. The sky turned dark with the black and red lightning bounced off him. You two act as if I'm not back in my prime. All for One says, moving the earth like it was Play-Doh. To be honest, I could care less. I am legit in my underwear loaded with weapons. I am just here to kill you, Izuku said, running forward. The ground swallowed his feet, so he chopped off his legs. Can't stop me now, he shouted, unloading his bullet upon All for One. Raising his hand, All for One stopped the bullets. Don't forget me, All Might shouted, dashing around, destroying the earth's hands and kicking the sky, getting rid of the dark clouds. Izuku flipped toward All for One with his blades out to stab him. The two were caught. Such a simple attack, All for One said as Izuku let go of the blades, then latched onto the ancient villain. Yui, Momo, do it, he shouted, with his body rupturing open from the inside. Out sprouted and poured out hundreds of explosives. Momo detonated them, so another massive explosion went off again, point blank at the enemy. Katsuki flew into the air and grabbed the girls out of the sky. As May formate a plan to help with the battle. Our babies aren't enough. What does a rational person do? Oh, I know, we need a gun. That won't work. I know. A bigger gun? She says, using her eyes to see the battle, then looking at the watch. It had one charge. I need to give you to him, she says, rushing off on her own to find anything retaining energy. May found a totaled car and lifted the hood. Grabbing the battery, she took off the watch and jump-started it. Sparking a lot, she looked to see it fully charged. Oh, pink hair. What's the plan? Those S are throwing city-busting attacks like nothing, Katsuki says, walking up with the girls behind him. We get everyone and build my biggest baby yet? May says, inputting coordinates into the watch. First we need that welding guy and yellow sparky dude. Izuku was fighting tooth and nail with all might against All for One. No matter what limbs he lost, he kept fighting. Whatever he lacks, All Might picked up and deliver much more. All for One could fight them for years, but the two wouldn't stop for a second. Izuku was torn in half, burned, smashed, struck with lightning and much more, but he didn't stop fighting, slashing All for One while tanking the attack. Texas Smash. All Might bellowed, slamming his fist into All for One only for it to be caught and countered. Izuku came in disarming All for One. Looks like you need a hand. Get it? A hand? Since you know I dash. All for One blew his head off only for Izuku to grow it back quickly as his body steamed. Chopped off your hands? Izuku finished his sentence using his gauntlets to sucker punch All for One, only for his fist to be caught. Like I said, these toy can never hold up against me, he shouted, crushing Izuku's gauntlets. These are not toys. These are my wife's babies and mine. You white-haired jizz-drinking gobbler. Izuku yelled, kicking All for One back as All Might came and smashed a car into him. Can't you like one-shot him? Izuku asked. No, his healing will keep him moving and alive. Much like you. All Might stated in his very damaged suit, walking next to the damaged gear wearing nearly naked Izuku. Well then let's just do our best. Maximum effort. All for One got up and dusted off his clothes and flexed his body. This truly feels as if I am back in my youth. No more decrepit old failing body. The doctor says it is true, then that baby might be stronger than its father. I have to get a hold of it, he thought with glee. Might as well have fun, he said, activating hundreds of more quirks that were at his disposal that he couldn't do before. He appeared in front of Izuku and picked him up by the throat. He saw a knife enter his body. Pain nullification is amazing, he whispered as his hand glowed bright red, burning Izuku. He then shot All Might with an air cannon at maximum power, sending him flying far. You must use this one to jerk dash. Izuku's sentence was cut off by All for One tearing out his vocal cords. Have fun flying, he said, throwing Izuku towards the city at a very high speed. Izuku crashed through multiple cars and buildings. His bones healed and shattered as he smashed through the city, soon coming to a stop and getting up slowly as his body repaired. I'm going to kick his ass, he said, looking around to see a large amount of people staring at him and taking pictures. Why are you guys still here? All Might is fighting. He's definitely going to win like a ways, one dumbass shouted, pissing Izuku off. All Might and me are getting our asses handed to us from a that has hundreds of bullshit quirks, maybe thousands. I know that, it's All Might, let's take a photo for the gram. But this an All Might level threat, so you know, run the F away. Izuku shouted at the crowd as they didn't budge. If an insane man is telling you to run, then you run. Idiots, he muttered, taking out his pistol. I am going to shoot you if you don't leave, he yelled, shooting the air. That made them run from him, as he looked at a nearby TV to see All Might being pushed back. Gotta help. Oh. Think Deadpool, think? He shouted to himself while running towards the fight. A flash of light appeared in front of him to show that May came to him. May, you need to leave, he said as she strapped the teleporting watch this arm. No. You take this and leave, he says as she hugged him. Don't worry about me. Just go and kick his ass or kill him. Plus I am building the biggest baby ever right now with the class, she said, pointing at a building that had a massive railgun being built. Katsuki and the rest were assembling it as Momo provided the supplies, and while some were scavenging parts and food from nearby areas. Just go. We'll be fine, May says, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Plus this might be your best lead yet, so don't give up. Why yeah, he says, looking around and picking up a rock. I'll be back, I'll be safe for the two of you, he said, disappearing and reappearing in front. All for One. Rock? He shouted, smashing the rock on his head. Seeing May being okay made Izuku feel way less stressed about her well-being. All for One looked up to see Izuku gone, then reappeared with a car and smashed it on him. Then disappeared again. So annoying, he shouted, getting slammed into the ground by All Might. Izuku reappeared with a boulder. Ah, you butter me up. He then disappeared, but I already have a lot of lovers, Izuku shouted, appearing again with the vending machine. All for One caught it as All Might crashed through it and punched him in the face. All for One went to charge only to fall forward and find out that Izuku tied his feet together, then disappeared again. Then felt a bat hit the back of his head. Swiping at Izuku, he only felt air. Miss me? Izuku shouted with a new gun at his disposal. Glowing brightly, the rifle sent out a concentrated air blast, pushing All for One back, and All Might dashed behind him. Dakota Smash. All Might shouted with his attacking connecting. It obliterated the entire upper half of All for One. All Might, back up, he isn't down? Izuku said as he was proven right. All for One regrew his entire upper half with a smile. Oh, All Might, that might have killed me maybe 5 years ago. All for One says, getting blasted by Izuku once more. Then pummeled by All Might with rapid punches. 100 no 300 punches in that short time? All for One thought, encasing All Might into the earth. He broke through as if it was paper. I am going to have to unnerve him. All for One released a gas from his mouth that made the two back up. It surrounded them. Inside, the two saw their very nightmares come to life. All Might foresaw his master's death once more. For our little menace, he saw his 10 years of torture and experiments. All for One focused and combined multiple telekinetic quirks along with hundreds of fire quirks. In his hand formed a ball of concentrated energy that was made of pure plasma. Suddenly he felt the ground shake a bit. He turned to see Izuku in front of him. Don't act like seeing messed up memories will stun me. Izuku says, it will only tell me what I should do more. It keeps telling me to go with Plan H. Izuku promptly kicked All for One. All for One caught it, so Izuku improvised, twisting his entire body and kneeing All for One in the jaw. All for One slammed him to the ground, aiming his hand at Izuku. Are you going to Heikia me? Izuku asked, rolling to the side, avoiding the ground being crushed. All Might got past the illusion, then punched All for One back. Sliding only a couple feet, All for One's hand began to glow. Goodbye? All for One shouted, aiming his hand at All Might's head. Izuku teleported to All Might and threw him back behind himself. His body moved on its own to protect All Might, something he would always do no matter what, even if it killed him. This will disintegrate to the last scrap of DNA. All for One shouted with the ball of plasma the size of Izuku in his hand. All Might's vision of Izuku throwing him back was replaced by the last act his master did to protect him. No. Not this time. I will protect him like she did for me. He thought, with his beaten body going into overdrive and blitzed towards Izuku. The world around him slowed as he rushed forward and grabbing Izuku. Then threw him to the side. Don't ever throw away your life for me. What? Grow old. Live your life for them. All Might shouted at Izuku for his actions. He then redirected the blast into the sky as it went off. The laser that All for One created went over the moon as it was cut cleanly in half, leaving All Might open to All for One. One opening that he took with grace. Using his other open hand activated air cannon along with all of his strength enhancement quirk activating, All for One obliterated the entire right side of Toshinori. Oh All Might, that self-sacrifice you heroes have will be your end. All for One spoke to the still-standing symbol of peace. All Might coughed out blood as he smiled. No, it won't. It will inspire the others to do better. So, no, one else has to do it again. All Might shouted at the very end as his eyes glowed brightly. Using his last arm, All Might attacked with his strongest attack in his arsenal. The heroes watched as the symbol of peace moved forward even if his body was in a terrible state, catching All for One by surprise that he could still move. United States of Smash. All Might landed the attack square upon All for One chest. It might not kill him, but it would disable him for a bit at least. A massive gust of wind exploded, making a tornado and caused a massive crater. The ground around him was scorched from the attack. All Might collapsed backwards with Izuku rushing towards him. Then teleported a couple feet away from the burning ground. You idiot! I might have survived the laser. Izuku shouted, ripping his stomach open, pouring his blood onto All Might's wounds. All Might deflated a bit as his body was imploding within itself. It wasn't a chance I was going to put my faith in, he said slowly. I've died before, I can come back. He responded by pouring more blood into the wound. Izuku could see All Might's ribs and whatever was left of his respiratory system. The right arm, shoulder and shoulder blade were gone, nowhere to be seen. Don't worry, after this I promise I will put you back together. Izuku promised as All Might chuckled. Stop lying to yourself. I know that this way past your limits to help. All Might says, smiling. But All for One is still up, so I am going to give you the rest of my quirk. Izuku looked at him stunned. No, I can't have one for all. He responded to All Might. I don't remember telling you the name of my quirk. Me and my old brain. All Might said with Izuku finally being able to slow the bleeding. I don't have much of it left. But it should be enough to end this. Toshinori said, plucking out a single hair. Then placed it into Izuku's hand. I've said it before. Even if you don't believe it. Why yourself? You are a hero, so take it. All Might told Izuku. He stared at the hair, then looked at All Might, who was looking very pale. All Might. Izuku looked up and heard the cries of the people. Then looked at the hair. I can't be the next you. That's Mirio's job, but I can be their hero for the rest of the night. He says, swallowing the hair like nothing and standing up after he closed All Might's wound. The effect was almost immediate for the fact he felt it course through him. Getting used to the feeling, Izuku activated it across his entire body at its max power. Be like the original. All Might looked at Izuku and saw an image of his master and the rest of the users beside him, including a shadow of him and Mirio. I am made the right choice. Izuku's entire skeletal structure shattered to bits from the moment he activated it. His muscles tore away from his bones. Then healed over and shattered/teared again. His body began to adapt quickly to battle the new attacker of the body. His bones become denser, thicker and stronger. His muscle fibers grew and tightened. The muscles latching onto his bones and staying attached. His entire body adapted to the strain of One for All quickly. His healing factor also seemed to have quickened the process of getting One for All under his control. His eyes glowed bright green with green electricity bouncing off his body. Cracking his neck, Izuku could feel One for All coursing through his body easily as if he was just breathing. A massive crash happened in front of him. Out stepped All for One, fully healed from All Might's final attack. Time to wake up some ghosts to help me out, Izuku says, entering his own mind to find 7 ghosts that owe him some rent and a down payment. Kicking down a door, I see a bunch of people that should already be gone and dead. Gotta say they look like they've just seen the devil himself. Though I had the same look when I saw him. Who are you? A very buff and beautiful Ravenette asked me. Call me Datum. I don't have a proper name, I say as it popped into my mind. I am the 8.5th user of One for All. Really? That explains why Mirio and Toshinori are just shadows. The first says. Look, I am going to need this, I say, reaching for them. Your quirks are what I am going to use. Kill that, I say as they look at me weirdly. Oh, forgot to say. All Might and I am fighting All for One. He sort of put All Might down for good. Don't get it twisted, he isn't dead. He gave me One for All, well, what he had left, and now I need your quirks. Think of it as rent for staying here. So you are saying you can kill him right here and now? The fifth asked me as I nodded. Well, I don't need much, take it. Is the coolest one here anyway. The name is Banjo and this is Nana. The second user looked at me and scoffed. I am going to see if you're telling the truth, he said, about to exit the way I got in. I wouldn't, since you won't be the same when I pull you out, I commented as he entered and the door slammed shut behind him. Look, I am in a bit of a time limit, so just give me them. I got a wife and kids that I need to kill for, I said as Nana went back a bit. You're a father? Soon to be. I can't raise my little gremlin in a world that has a child kidnapper after me, I said, grabbing a photo of all of us together. See. This is just a photo of you with a lot of women in a compromising position, Nana said, looking away. Wait, what? I say, looking at the photo to see I really did pull out the wrong one. Oops, wrong one. Look, 8.5, I will let you use my quirk as well, the fourth said, and I gave him a tight hug. Thank you. I've wanted to know how my favorite hero feels danger before it happens. I then remembered that I let the second stay too long. Rushing out the door, I find him and drag him out of my head, then throw him back to the user's room. He looked as he had lost his mind, so it would be a bit till he got better. So many voices teddy bears. Lots and lots of death, he mumbled in the corner. Looks like I'm not getting his quirk. My quirk is FA Gene. Use it well, the third stated as Nana looked at me. Can you take the strain of all of our quirks? I am hoping. My healing factor is very strong, so I can heal from any wound. Also, I might have found a way that users with quirks don't die from One for All. So Mirio is safe, I said as Nana nodded. Tenko will be in good hands as well. Tenko? Nana asked. He is your last living member of your bloodline and my friend, I said as she understood what that meant. Will you beat my brother? The first asked me. I will. He has taken my childhood and hurt people I care about. I am not going to let him off, I say as the first looked at me with his piercing green eyes. Good. When is this all has to end? So we all can rest and pass on, giving up our souls? He told me as I shook his hand. Hell has already opened up to swallow him and I whole. The difference is I can come back, I say, remembering my first death. I will let you use my quirk, don't miss your chance, she stated, patting my head. Wouldn't miss it even if I was blind like my soon-to-be lawyer, I say, feeling my body beginning to fade. Watch me. You all don't want to miss this beat down. Thanks for paying rent. I was going to use the quirks regardless. Soon I fully faded, leaving them. So are we going to watch? Nana asked the first. Yes, I want to see what my brother has become, he responded as the rest followed to see it and to see how he uses their quirks. Izuku came back and saw All for One walking towards him. Ready to get Uriskicked? Or ready to run away when I am close to winning? Izuku said, releasing a lot of smoke and activating Black Whip while simultaneously floating into the air. Seems the dead won't sleep. All for One responded, blasting Izuku in the face. Unlike the previous time where his head exploded, Izuku just recoiled from the hit with just a scratch. That kinda felt like a slap. He said, flying forward and using 100% of One for All. Deadpopolis smash. Izuku shouted, sending All for One into the air. Then used Black Whip to grab the old man and activated FA Gene to smash him into the ground with lots of force. All for One sent out his finger spikes, so Izuku used Danger Sense to dodge. So that's how it feels. Amazing. He said, grabbing them with great force broke them. All for One watched as Izuku used One for All easily as if he was breathing. No, this shouldn't be. You shouldn't have that quirk. It belongs to me. All for One said with Black Whip tying him up. He was pulled in and Izuku kicked him in the gut. Then smashed All for One's face into his knee. All for One retaliated by grabbing Izuku by the head. His fingers punctured his right eye. Though a small wound like that would never slow Izuku down. He continued to pummel All for One into the ground, healing from whatever wound he got. You can't win? Izuku shouted, implanting his fist into All for One face and bedding his head into the ground. All for One spat fire at Izuku's face. Not caring, Izuku grabbed his jaw and ripped it off. The ground shook every time he landed a hit. He was on top of All for One, repeatedly bludgeoning the man. Not letting him get up and taking whatever attack All for One threw at him. Though from an outsider's point of view it looked like the two were having very aggressive section. That was literally rocking the earth. It didn't help that Izuku was in his underwear. We can fight forever. I will just come back. Knowing everything you can do. Izuku shouted, slugging All for One in the gut, but it seemed as the blow was absorbed. I can tell you can't fight me forever. No matter what happens to me I can come back newer. You'll be tired of fighting me? Izuku said, using a stone to bash his head. I've come back after I've died. You can't take my hits forever. Wanna let me win? He shouted, throwing rapid punches at All for One. All for One couldn't keep up with his speed and output of his attacks. But this is much more fun. This pain you feel is a lot better than beating you in one attack. Izuku proclaimed, dodging a lightning bolt. His body was moving with One for All perfectly and acclimated to it. Every passing moment this cancer-ridden body is getting faster and stronger. I could care less about the blowback when it happens. He screamed as the quirks went wild under his control. All for One was trying to overpower Izuku, but One for All at its full strength along with the extra quirk occasionally activating was making it hard. His senses soon locked on to a group that were currently gathering a lot of energy in one spot. Grinning, his body turned into morphed around Izuku and went through Izuku. Izuku clapped, causing All for One to disperse into bits. Thanks, he said, reforming and flying towards the group that just so happened to the student sapping the city's electricity from the power grid. Oh shit. Izuku shouted, swinging towards All for One and using FA Gene he was able to build up a lot of speed. No you don't. Izuku shouted, tackling him into a building where they continued to battle, collapsing the building on top of them. A handsome, Midoriya is using different quirks? Shoto said, trying cool the railgun as it was heating up. It looks like All Might gave him One for All. She said, absent-mindedly using a torch on her baby with Himiko helping her out with the wiring. What's that? Kirishima asked. All Might's quirk can be passed down and gains more power from each user. May answered with the building rumbling a bit. All Might quirk is that? Manama shouted, yeah, Izuku told me a while ago. Looks like All Might gave the rest of his to him. May said while taking a bite of a sandwich, this needs more mustard. Ibra used her vines to reinforce the building, while the Momo and Kodai made more support beams on the ground floor. The rest were getting supplies to make sure that this thing got online enough to fire. All for One flew towards them only for Izuku to use Black to grab his foot. Then swung All for One through a building. Stay away, bad kitty. Izuku shouted, avoiding an air cannon that hit a tower, obliterating it. So much collateral damage, I wonder who will be blamed. All for One said as Izuku ignored him and floated in the air. Let's put these quirks to work. Izuku said excitedly, activating Black Whip as it moved sporadically. It wrapped at the base of multiple buildings. Gritting his teeth, Izuku began to lift them. Slowly but surely Izuku uprooted the buildings and lifted them into the air as if it was a toy house. Using them Izuku batted All for One around, then used them to smash on top of him. And again. And again. And again. And again. Till all he had in his hands was just rumble. All for One dug his way out to see Izuku waiting on him. "I'm waiting, old man, or do I pull the plug early?" Izuku asked All for One. They clashed. This time Izuku was sent flying back. All for One coughed out blood. "Using absorption and reflection still hurts a bit," he said, using the opening to dash towards the student, as some of them would have useful quirks. He was a block away till he felt a tug on his foot. He saw a small wisp of black whip on him. Ripping it off, he continued his way. He suddenly caught a bullet that was aimed at his head. Looking up, he saw a dark blue and pink-colored short-haired woman with a sniper for an arm. "Hello," she stated, looking down at him from an icy ledge. All for One looked amused until suddenly the bullet exploded, ruining his arm. Then felt 3 bullets pierce him. They blew up as well. "Like them? I got more. One named Arson. Guess what that one does?" Lady Nagant stated, taking out a pistol to dual-wield her weapons. "Why is an ex-traitor hero here? Come with me and I can destroy the hero world you despise." All for One said, healing up completely. "I would, but it just so happens that another maniac got to me first and won my heart first," she says, jumping off the icy ledge and using a grappling hook to maneuver around. "Then you have no use?" All for One stated, getting shot once and getting set on fire. "There's Arson. Next, meet Ice Queen," Nagant shouted, as All for One was blindsided by an ice pillar from the ground. All for One was sent into the air and the night sky suddenly glowed bright blue. "Burn Beach," Tuya shouted, blasting him with his wild blue fire. "Prominent jet burn," he shouted, scorching All for One. "Don't leave me out." Izuku shouted, "Detroit Smash." He sent All for One into the ground. Then grabbed Ray and Nagant with Black Whip. "You two shouldn't be here, but what you two just did was so hot." "Love," he said as Nagant tried to push him away. "And not the time," she muttered as he hugged her. "Why, yes, she is right," Ray said as Izuku nodded. Ray made an ice road that they stood upon. Tuya landed next to them. "What's the plan? He isn't going down," Tuya stated. "My bullets only hinder him," Nagant added. "Same with my ice. I have more than enough strength and quirks to fight him one-on-one, but he will just stall me out." Izuku responded as he thought about a plan. "Get Endeavor and we are scorching him to death. If not, I will do something much more stylish," he said as he looked at Ray and Nagant. "Ray, help the students. Nagant, you cover fire me." "What will you do?" she asked as Izuku smiled. "Be the bait." Izuku dived toward the ground, activating One for All and the rest of the quirk, intercepting All for One, getting up and tackling him to the ground. "All of this just to kill me?" All for One asked. "Yes, what are you, dumb?" Izuku answered, using Black Whip to grab his face and pull it towards his fist, then smashed his fist into All for Face. Suddenly both of them were ignited on fire by bright orange and blue flames. "Tuya, don't let up. Deadpool, don't you die on me." Endeavor shouted, finally being able to fight. "Whatever you say, old man." Tuya responded by increasing the heat as some of his skin burned. "No." All for One shouted as he burned. "Shut up," Izuku shouted, locking him down with Black Whip and his strength. Inside the flames the two burned brightly. In an attempt to escape, All for One began to tear Izuku off of him, only for explosive bullets to halt him. "You aren't leaving?" Izuku grunted out as he burned as well. "I will send you to meet Mistress Death." Doubling his hold on All for One, Izuku heard the inner voices of One for All telling him to move. He looked up to see a Numu coming out of a portal. The Numu crashed upon him and bit down on his neck. Prying the jaws off, he tore them off and found All for One to be attacking Endeavor, who was still burning the man. "Give me your quirk," All for One shouted, about to touch him, only for his hand to be blasted off. Not slowing down, he dived towards him. Then out of nowhere, All for One was ripped in half by a massive bullet tore through him, followed by a massive shockwave that they all took point blank. May cheered as a railgun took out the lights of the entire city for the single shot. "Load another. This time a whole clip," she shouted, not noticing an ink portal opening. Out fell the burned and bullet-filled All for One. Katsuki went to attack only to be smacked into the building. Ida sped forward, getting the same treatment. Using the opening, Shoto made an ice ramp to slide May away from the man. "Give me the child." All for One blasted the ice away as a chunk hit May in the forehead, causing her to bleed and fall back. Himiko rushed to cover her as Kyoka blasted her heartbeat through a massive speaker. All for One returned the favor by blasting her into the wall, then did the same to the others that stood before him. Himiko transformed into Izuku and All for One tore her half from the stomach and untransformed the moment she hit the ground. Ray didn't get to move as she was impaled by his finger spikes. Get out the way, you aren't part of the main cast. Izuku swung to the top of the building to see May having blooded her, Himiko in half, Kyoka against a bloody wall, Rei kneeling while bleeding, Katsuki on the ground bleeding, and the others having similar fates. All for One reached for May's stomach as his vision went red. Izuku blitzed straight towards All for One and grabbed him by the hair. Then leaped off the building, slamming the man into another building, dragging his face down the wall, leaving a bloody stain. Activating Black Whip, Izuku wrapped it around All for One neck. Then began to strangle him. All for One slammed Izuku into the ground, but he wouldn't let go. All for One grabbed his wrist, touching the teleporting watch. Setting it to rapid fire, the two teleported, appearing all around the world while they fought. First appearing in New York, destroying the Times Square, then disappearing right in front of a blonde-haired woman that just so happened to be the #1 hero of America. The hell? Izuku and All for One reappeared in Italy, crashing into the Leaning Tower of Pisa, causing the tower to be set straight. Then crashed into the Sahara Desert, making a massive cloud of sand. Then All for One launched them into another mound of sand turned glass. Izuku tightens his hold as they teleport again. This time thousands of meters underwater, where the two were being crushed by the pressure, till they disappeared again, reappearing above Yellowstone and landing in the scalding hot water that boiled them till again disappeared. This time inside Mt. Fuji, the two burned and boiled in the magma that hardened on their skin as All for One tried to cool the magma, till again they disappeared and reappeared somewhere else. They crashed upon a yellow-tinted land with yellow clouds. It was hot as well and they couldn't breathe the air. Even so, Izuku continued to strangle and beat All for One. Suddenly purple drops of water hit their skin, melting it away with ease. The two then appeared on a blue land where the gravity was weighing them down and the two were sinking into the ground. All for One and Izuku were teleporting everywhere. Earth wasn't the only place they appeared. Across the galaxy they fought, whether it be Pluto or Mercury. In one instance appeared in front of a purple giant, also destroying an armada of ships in an outburst of energy from All for One, while also appearing all around Earth, causing a lot of damage. Izuku held All for One down, pushing him towards the sun as the two burned away from the heat. Nagant grappled to the top of the building to see the scene of what happened. She looked at the in-half Toga to see that she was still moving. Rushing over, "Are you okay?" she asked the cut-in-half woman. "No, I am in half. Just put my bottom half closer so I can do what Zuzu does," she responded. Nagant didn't question what she was told, and Himiko was able to get up properly. "Did not know you could do that," Nagant said, surprised. "Neither did I. Maybe because I drank a lot of Zuzu's blood, so my body adapted to the constant influx of his healing cells. So due to All for One ripping me in half caused enough pain and or stress to force my body to assimilate and copy a weaker version of his healing. But that's just a guess," Himiko says as she goes around feeding her blood to the injured. As they healed, another building was slammed into, revealing a very burnt Izuku and All for One still fighting. "They aren't stopping," Rei says as Himiko healed and closed her wound. "We can't stop it, but we can help," Endeavor stated, landing next to them and looked at Rei. Then walked away as Tuya arrived. "Burning won't kill," Tuya says, "but it will help," Shoto stated, walking up. "Then let's go," Endeavor says, taking off as Izuku raised his hand into the air. "Texas smash," he shouted, crushing All for One's head in, and did it again. Shoto covered the two in an ice tube that the trio shot their fire into, turning it into a blast furnace. "Let me go," All for One yelled, flipping Izuku to the ground. "But I don't love you," Izuku shouted, uppercutting him into the air, following it up by using Black Whip to pull him down, then punching him in the gut, going right through as if he was Play-Doh. "You hurt them?" Izuku said, stopping All for One from warping away. "Don't run," he said as the fire burned around the two. The two of them looked like skeletons with burnt flesh that refused to pass on. The fire burned brightly as Izuku stood over him. He leaned to the side, dodging an attack from All for One, who was on his last legs. Izuku picked him up and activated One for All, pushing it past its limits. Nana and the rest told him to calm down, but Izuku ignored their pleas. He smashed All for One into the ground, then grabbed a lamppost and stabbed it right through All for One, pinning him to the ground as Izuku floated up and used Black Whip. It acted out of control, but he forced it under his control. It glided through the air towards the railgun. It wrapped around it and teared it off the roof. A single strand of Black Whip went to the girls, patting their heads, but whirled around May to see if she was okay. Railgun was held by Izuku as he aimed it at All for One. Then without warning he shot, then again. All until the clip was empty, so Izuku grabbed the barrel of the gun. "About to get a hole in one," he shouted, hitting the remains of the ancient villain back into the crater that was Kamino. By the time All for One landed there, Izuku was already there waiting for him. By this point All for One was just a torso with a head, no arm or legs. He was still breathing but barely. You know this, all of this would have been avoided if you just left me and my family alone. I would have let you and the doctor go, but no, you just had to do this. Izuku said, excited, his mouth as One for All was still on. If you come back this will look like a cakewalk compared to what I will do to you if you come back. He say with All for One shooting an energy blast of lightning at Izuku. Using danger sense, Izuku dodged it. Might as well have fun since you decided to do that. Can't have the viewer see what I'm about to do. Izuku said, activating smokescreen. All for One, not wanting to find out, grew multiple limbs that wrapped around Izuku. In an attempt to assimilate him, All for One was torn off by Izuku, though he was able to absorb chunks off Izuku, healing him rapidly. Just stay down, Izuku yelled, doing a downward kick. The helicopter that recorded the fight couldn't see even through the smoke. Neither could any of the students or pros. May was being carried by Ochako as they all rushed to see if Izuku was okay and if the battle was finally over. Tuya, Shoto, and Endeavor ran forwards as well. Rei and Nagant were using her ice ramps to travel to get to the scene. Endeavor watched her and looked down, activating his flames to fly forward. Tuya was being cooled down by Shoto as his body was burnt from his fire. All of a sudden a massive explosion happened within the smoke. It expanded till it just dissipated, leaving a very injured Izuku that collapsed forward. All for One limped to the side, badly injured. He always have a backup plan? All for One says with most of his body being gone. He suddenly threw up blood and began to fall apart. Pushed it too far. I have enough strength to dash, so he didn't perfect it. Izuku excitedly said, getting up after his own attack was reflected back at him. He activated One for All and it sparked crazily. Till suddenly One for All faded from him. Sorry you ran out of time, but I'll stay with you to see this through to the end. Nana spoke to him as All for One smiled. Looks like the little embers you had ran out. Ha, now I definitely don't have anything to fear from beating me. Dashed. He was silenced as a massive explosion hit him. Along with multiple familiar quirks hit All for One. All for One went to retaliate to incinerate them, only to get interrupted by a massive wave of ice from Shoto and Rei. All for One bursted out with Izuku rushing towards him, landing a blow on him that hurt All for One a lot more than he thought it would. Izuku pummeled All for One as the others shot off their quirks at the two of them. Beat his ass. Nana shouted in his head as he grinned. With pleasure, my undead friend. Izuku says, tanking multiple javelins that pierced through him, hitting All for One. Using them, Izuku impaled All for One and used the extra one to bat his head, bending the weapon. Hey, all of you. Will Soof Dash just die, you bastard? Katsuki shouted, sending another explosion at the battered All for One. Izuku teleported out of the way and reappeared with a land shark. Jeff, I choose you, he shouted, throwing Jeff at him. Jeff's jaws locked onto his face and he mauled All for One, ripping off his face. Izuku grabbed him back while throwing a bucket of Mina's acid on his face. Izuku went to attack again as his body began rupturing out of nowhere, causing him to fall forward, and his body wasn't healing anymore. Looks like One for All did leave a lasting effect on your body. Nana said, I couldn't tell, maybe you should be a fortune teller. He groaned, trying to push himself up. Don't be snippy about it. You knew about the strain it could have. Nana says as All for One was set on fire again for the 100th time. What's the plan? I am officially out of ideas, he muttered, with his body refusing to listen to him. Well, you could use one of my super moves I made when I was alive. Nana suggested. What do I do? Oh, all you have to do is get him in the air and use gravity to burn him. To make sure, just get in the atmosphere and do what I said while using him as a shield. Nana says as Izuku thought about it. What's it called? Meteor? I like it, he says, reaching for his watch in the right moment. Kendo, throw me at him and I know I have been the best. Dash. Kendo didn't let him finish, she just threw him with a lot of force. Izuku smiled as he got closer to All for One. His body crashed into him, then he bit down on his neck and teleported to the highest point he could in the atmosphere. The two fell towards the ground as Izuku did his best to hold All for One in front of him. Let me go. All for One began to burn away as Izuku got burned as well. Both were re-entering the atmosphere very fast. You die tonight. Later the doctor will as well. For everything you've taken from me. For all the bullshit you put me through for something that belonged to me. Izuku screamed at All for One. He laughed as he burned. Very well, Izuku Midoriya. Don't act as if you won, because everything that you love or care for will disappear from you. All for One says. Izuku looked at him angrily. Don't act like you're on top. You are going to die right now. Nana spoke through Izuku as all for one grinned, looks like the dead just won't disappear even after they've expired. Hell will open wide for you tonight and I will see it happen after what you did to my family. I agree, now let us all burn together. The trio plummeted towards the earth with all for one soon being reduced to ashes before them. The healing factor fell apart from all the damage he took. Izuku fell unable to slow down. He thought about the future as he fell. The fire didn't even hurt him though it still burned him. His teleporter was out of charge so he was lucky enough he had enough to do the one jump at the end. His body crashed in the crater that Kamino, not being able to move as his healing factor hasn't kicked in and his body was too damaged to move. His classmate ran to him. May grabbed his body, ignoring that his body was very hot. That it burned her hands as she checked her lover. She sighed in relief as she heard his heartbeat. Shoto used his ice to cool Izuku down as they all watched and were worried. Though soon they all saw red and blue lights flashing with the police running towards them and some heroes. You are all under arrest. One yelled through a megaphone. Deadpool is #1 priority. We just got done fighting the big villain that All Might couldn't take out. Kyoka said putting her hands up. May, grab Izuku and get out of here. Ibara said as Himiko nodded. Go home. Himiko said transforming into Izuku. You heard her. Nagant stated putting away her sniper arm. May looked at them as they all made a wall between them and the heroes/police. Denki charged up the watch enough for one jump. May typed the location on the watch as they got closer. Suddenly a wall of bright orange fire halted the police and other heroes. They are under arrest by my name. Endeavor said stopping them. He looked at May and nodded. She took the opening then teleported away with Izuku. She reappeared in front of a run-down pizzeria and slowly opened the door to peer inside. The tables and chairs were all destroyed, but the stage was almost untouched. The animatronics were off on the stage and she smiled. This is just a fixer-upper, she says dragging Izuku in. Heading towards the security room she grabbed a spare blanket that was left behind. She left it and gingerly slid her hand down the wall of the hallway. All the posters were very dirty and dusty. The memories of this location are still very much alive, the good ones and the bad ones. It still was her first home. She rubbed her stomach. Can't wait for you, you will soon need a name. She says thinking about it for a bit. Oh I know. Organic baby #1. It just fits. She walked to Izuku and was passed out from his final move. May wrapped the blanket around both of them. His healing factor finally kicked in as he slowly healed as she held him. It's been a long day. You came to save me with all our friends. So rest, Izuku Midoriya Bakugo. May says ruffling his regrown hair. Someday that will be my name so just wait for me. She said falling asleep laying his head on her lap while placing her hand on her stomach. Back at the destroyed bar. An inky portal opened to reveal a disheveled and sweating doctor. He wore large goggles and a lab coat. Damn it. The failure got in my way. He muttered moving around the debris. Deadpool, you slowed me but you did not stop me. He says finding what he was after. In front of him lay the severed right arm of Izuku. It was the one that was sliced off by Kurogiri's portal. Not what I wanted, but it will work for now till I get more parts to swap. He says disappearing through the portal. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Deku Had Deadpool's abilities. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout out to Redpan45 for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on Archive of Our Own for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to What If Deku 2.0 for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.